worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you. It means confidence. Confidence that I can deliver what I set out to do.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
My check. Let's get it on. Nào giờ đem lại. Áo đỏ luôn ghét á, mình ghét. Good luck. Yeah. Nó dịch rồi mà em chào nó, đéo chào em, cái này.
我怎么103玩，我怎么112呀？我操，我平均的1比我90。
我多少？
我100，我100，你107、106，我102。
ก็ผมอยากพูดอย่างหนึ่งก็คือไอ้อะไรนิดๆหน่อยๆอ่ะเล่นให้เพื่อนได้หรือว่าให้เพื่อนเล่นให้เราได้อันเนี้ยพูดมาเยอะๆเว้ยแล้วก็เวลาเล่นอะไรเพื่อนได้ก็เล่นได้ให้เพื่อนเล่นให้เราได้ก็สั่ง
Okay, we need to have really good comms.
Guys, if we can see that they're all going prison, like, nah, it's better just take cars. Yeah, just go for cars.
진짜 꼼꼼하게 해야 되고 뒤를 만약에 누가 보고 있어 그 사람 진짜 책임지고 끝까지 봐주는 것도 봐주는 건데 팀원들한테 위험한 거 인증해서 시켜줘야 된다.
Okay. Go fighting!
That's a pretty decent playing path that we've got for game number 1.
Alright, 2 on me. The landing building 2.
2 on TIG. It's the same shit there we go. One's top floor.
The other who's the only one to die.
Where is he? I haven't hit.
Oh no,
One is downstairs.
那个绕过去了一个。别绕。好 low 啊！不行的话，你可以出来。对。He moved back. He left the room. Push out. Let's go. Yeah. 隔壁两个，最后一楼。快了。还能上楼顶，我被抓了，快帮我。他 Where is he? He's pushing inside. He's gonna push me.
Inside?
Yeah. Inside.
Wow! All for a second!
Nice.
Hey,
you can run me inside.
New happy defending champions. They are very happy with this position.
떨어지는 걸 어쩔 수 없다. 그냥 갈게. 쭉 간다.
坏人抓过来了吗？
对，这我放了那边。
抓了吗？这不打了2个？
牛逼！最后一个了，还是最后一个了，都给他补了。啊，一共有6써가지고。楼里还有啊？
哎，你站在楼上，我看能不能偷到把。
기다려봐, 연막 줄게. 차 터진다. 차 터진다.
BB 好了 BB 倒一个2个都倒了 가면 돼
가자.
크게 들어
연막으로 간다.
왼出去倒
야 이거.
오케이 뭐야 없어
가자.哎，去上坑，去右边那坑。
全船
来了。
直接跪丢雷。
抓倒一个
漂亮。
耍又倒了一个。
这还有一个。我
在眼里边吗？眼里。
我封个单，封烟出去刷了。
哇操，被雷死了。我操，
刷完了。没有，你们出去刷，
空投，我操，浇我脸上了。
就那房子。
An instant quick kill from HS. New happy defending champions.
打了一枪，走。Nice.
There's no way in hell.
哎，我这。都有，不让接包的，哎，打住，那我接包没有？都thiếu，把兩個嚟，嚟。
Give 3 to 777. He doesn't miss a shot. Give him all 4.
嚟luôn thiếu. Đánh lát được. Đâu. Có phải không? Có chơi đâu vào đây cái. Hồi đâu. Cho bê đô thôi. Trên 4 đang ăn phải lá rồi. Lấy sai đi. Để lấy vào. Sang em phải lấy sai. Sang em á? Sang em chưa đến sang em đâu.
Ngừng nhá.
Ngừng. Giờ bóng sát phải. Không ai phun đâu.
There you go around this side. Perfect off angle. 7.
Ra đi Vĩ ơi.
Anh làm hết rồi đấy.
The issue becomes because so many teams can stay alive next to each other.
They have 2 anchors.别停，小心左边。
Nice shots, 17. These guys in common have to do something on us. In these ridges, they're in this ridge here. We are gonna get
One's
naded
1
here.
HP, one's 1 HP.
我加不了了，毒药来了。
没事，你也可以下来。
你也下来，你也可以下来。
Tai Lu is spamming. We need to shoot back. We need to shoot back at Tai Lu.
左边破了，左边破了。
头上，头上。Let's smoke it. See if we can push this and kill this guy.
Okay, we need to smoke. We need to smoke now.
They're running. They're running.
Enough one. One's running on the left. In the open, push. It's one guy. It's one guy. It's one guy.
能拉，能拉。
小心头上，小心头上。
毒药来了，
拉不了，拉不了。
可以摸他一下吗
E United will bookend their day one with 2 wins.
In the bush to the left. Jack,
just don't like
Let's go!
Of and I, and it was only a duo of down while still standing.
계속 같아.
좀만 마, 좀만 마.
너도 세게 한번 해봐 이거. 여기 프라이프에서 싸우고 있는 거야, 오케이? 완벽해. 삐까이. 완벽해. 이번 럭들.
더 달라. 찍었어.
나비 둘.
얼른 하나 남아있다.
Сколько это надо?
Надо выходить.
Просто вместе втроем кому.
폭 하나 넘겨볼게. 오른쪽에 셋. 넘었어.
Еще справа у тебя был. 2 твиста.
Сзади меня.
Покачеку. Паш, перепадita.
Подходи, быстрее, проходи.
Might be calling this. The grenade is in that direction, and it's right over his head.
아니 뭐야? 발소리가 요란했어.
Trying to deny anyone access. Speaking of,
I don't want to go in now. I'm knocked to him.
อย่าไปไก่กันนั้นนักไปไก่ก็นักได้ให้ดูกราฟ
Careful, stairwell.
In bathroom.
เข้าหมดเลยไปก่อนอย่าไปคิวเลยทางเดาก่อนอย่าขึ้นบอลเนาะ
ได้
Okay, the circle gonna cut hard.
17 could be 3. Could be 3v3, v3, v4, v1.
他说罗打我们哪人那边出手
2 active for 17.
LG. 안 보여. 로카크. 뭐야?
右边最后一个漂亮
Spots Luke 12, and Luke wins the game.
Or 17, yeah.
Nice, baby. Let's go.
Oh my god.
What an incredible play from Luke 12, and look at him laughing.
I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad, that is hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me.
Improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best staffs, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
Until you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone.
Hi, I'm DGLTN or Tiggleton from the Sonics, and this is PGC Kings.
Yeah, I'm a king. Yeah, I'm a king. I got the whole land on my shoulder. It's my time and the wait is over. Feel the weight of the faith, the grace, but you can't relate because it can be molded. Can you carry the praise, the shame, the love and the hate when days get colder?
Are we ready right now? Hi, I'm DGLTN or Tiggleton from the Sonics.
Всем привет, я Доузи из команды Question Mark.
大家好，我是 Pero 的明。
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Tài Con, mình đến từ Emirates.
我觉得能来打 solo 赛的个人实力应该都不会很差。
Mình này thì bắn rất là kinh và nói chung là đối thủ đáng gờm đối với em.
He's the best player in NA, but today I'm gonna show him how to play the game.
It's the best of the Americas versus the best of EU, the Kangaroo from Down Under versus the Russian Terminator, Aduchi. Let's go.
It's not good.
I can't control the barrel recoil. Shee.
50?
45.
Oh.
Unfortunate that I got to play today.
Yeah.
Newbie.
Giờ may mắn, Heo thấy may mắn rồi.
I think Doozy might have this one in the bag. We'll see. I'm not known as a bolter.
Oh, you too.
打局我肯定是非常有自信的，然后毕竟这个不是我的强项。
Cũng hơi tự tin thôi, tại vì không phải sở trường của em.
All right, what's up, guys? It's paper thin. All right, a sniper showdown, car 98s.
What the hell, bro? You don't miss.
On a doozy, one shot, got him.
I put my gun on my back. I'm like, I'm running. First bullet. I don't know why you don't run the K9 in the actual tournament.
All right, over to the bolts. This was over in one shot last time. Oh, and he can't get it. Going for the quick scopes, Tycon.
Hơn may mắn, đúng một viên một, may mắn.
我想快点结束这把，然后想玩点帅的。
Em nghĩ là chưa biết được 50-50 thôi.
5-5开吧，想快点结束。
We can shoot in the sky with RPG on the start.
Do you want to go first person only?
Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, I hit myself.
I think a doozy hit himself a bit there.
Oh, you hit me, what the?
And Tiggleton gets the first hit. It's the body shot, but the headshot there gonna come through for Tig. They're gonna go for the direct hit kills. Neither player able to find any damage up close and personal. Oh, he gets him in the back. Ming never hurt him. Oh, right next to him. Still though, trying to dodge it. Looks to the ground. Oh, these are tough. It's tough. ADSing. Oh, he finally gets it. Scopes in, and Tycon gonna win it 3-0 over Ming.
Yeah, win rồi, yeah. Cũng chắc là Minh thả em nên là em mới win dễ như vậy.
挺可惜的吧，然后玩得挺开心的。
That's gonna put him up 2-1.
No.
Could be the deciding round. Pans. It's just a pan battle. Oh, some decent damage done. Oh. Good headshot. But no, the pan gets stolen. The doozy's just gotta run. Oh, goes for the punch. Oh, and he gets hit in the back. And that means it's gonna be Tiggleton taking it 3-1.
I'm both main. I'm just a bad center.
Well, I think I lost the only actual gun round, so I don't know if I count as the real winner. See how the actual guns go in the real matches. I'm down for anything. I mean, anything melee, get me involved.
Oh,
Hai, ba.
Oh, he maneuvered me.
Chảo tiếp.
The frying pan. It's gonna be a bloody battle to the death. I feel confident.
Nghĩ thì thấy là khá là gung thôi, còn thần tượng cho em mà.
Damn, I think that's too kind. I mean,
final match, Tiggleton versus Tycon. All right, this is a best of one. Opts to go for the pan round. Oh, and they're going for the emotes. Neither able to get a hit on the first swing. Tiggleton strikes first blood. Oh, both getting hits. Okay, it's even now. Still even, really good. Whoever gets the next hit wins. He throws, he goes for it, but he doesn't get it. Tycon with a sliver of HP wins. So close. Tiggleton, just heartbroken.
Gì bây giờ nhờ? Chịu, buồn cười quá.
I'm an embarrassment. Sonics, please don't fire me.
Thắng thần tượng thì chắc chắn là vui rồi, happy lắm.
I'm happy he beat me too, in a weird way.
And your PGC Kings champion is Cerberus Esports Tycon.
Это было очень круто. Мне сильно понравилось. Обыграли. Я очень счастлив.
很开心，然后心情也很愉悦。谢谢支持我们的粉丝，然后我们会越打越好的。
I think it's pretty fun and I enjoy the bonding experience. Like, we don't get a lot of opportunity because obviously we live in different continents to play with each other and meet each other and have fun, so.
Cảm ơn các bạn đã gọi là ủng hộ set trong năm nay và hãy cổ vũ set trong giải sắp tới này nhé.
Congrats to Tycon for his victory. This was PGC Kings. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
자기소개도 하는 거예요?
So well. All right, Max. Get this. Oh, the fact things are low. Grenade is in that direction, and it's right over his head.
작년에 찍었던 밍밍 선수와 다시 찍을 것 같은데 밍밍 선수가 PCS7을 우승하면서 좀 어깨가 디귿자가 됐을 것 같은데 두고 봐야 될 것 같네요. 니하오 니하오. Hello.
Jibboy's got to beat again. Big up by one, but Ming Ming will shut down the solo player.
PCS7 winner congratulation. 3个。感觉他很帅气。我这个直播是阴阳怪气的。他이거 좀 한 방 먹었네요.
你好，안녕。
Same for DAY2. They get a.
So Ray comes up. No range by the second knock. This could give them the opportunity for the revive.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
明明ตัวสูงมาก
没关系，我长得也帅。
อ๋อใช่
No. 1, 2, 3. No.
Let's go.
저부터요. 저는 03년생입니다.
ก็ปี02
我是01年。
รู้สึกว่าเหมือนเป็นพี่น้องมากกว่า
坐在他们面前，我感觉我变老了。 나이 든 거 맞아. 제일 젊지만 커리어가 없어서 아쉽고 젊음의 힘으로 밟아 나가야죠. 我觉得你们很快就拿到属于你们的冠军。谢谢。 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 我做这个视频看美颜了。 잘생겨 보여? 지극히 정상이야. 你有女朋友吗? 벌써 졌다. 작년부터 나를 공격했네. 如果向你介绍女朋友的话，你会不会接受？ 이쁘냐? 漂不漂亮我不知道。
ชอบแบบไหน
이쁘냐?
อะไรอ่ะไม่รู้จะถูกใจไหม
경기장에 못 온 게 좀 아쉽지 않나.
这个我们觉得非常的遗憾，没有机会和你睡觉。
ก็2คนเคยนอนด้วยกันเหรอ
今年还没有一起睡，我不能离开我的队友，我的队友会想我的。 저는 밍밍이가 원하면不，我不想要。다행이네요.
Each other while 17 game is gonna have some vision inside of a new habit. Trying to just get ahead of these things.
뭐야?
Same position and being able to fight the first one.
빨리 가야 돼요.
Almost got the second one.
This one out. Only 35 seconds
이거
left.
지렸지.
We're happy to make
我觉得很好。
ก็ที่มิงมิงบอกว่าธรรมดานั้นส่วนตัวผมว่าไม่ธรรมดาแล้ว
这不是一些基本的操作吗？ 난 이때까지 기본을 못했구나 싶네요.
2-on-1 and Glory's gets the down that they needed.
이것 때문에 거의 우승했던 것 같은데. 반응 수도가 진짜 빠르네.
Honestly, a god to win from here. He should get some. Get off back out the 75. How Thornton!
확실히 초탄의 중요성을 느끼는 것 같고 생방송으로 봤는데 거의 살짝 소리 지르면서 봤거든요.
ขอบคุณครับ ก็รู้สึกว่ายังโหดไม่เท่ามิงมิงเลยครับ
没关系，你本来就没有我强。
지금부터는 이제 살루트 선수님의 슈퍼 플레이 영상을 보도록 하겠습니다.
你还有精彩操作呢。
뭐라고요? 아마 있지 싶다.
我想问斯鲁特当时第一个片段的 SKS 那2枪是怎么打出来的？因为我们当时都挺惊讶的。
아니 이거 못해? 이게 진짜 기본인데.
Now, Salute gonna try and see. And Molotov buys himself some time and able to get a lot of damage in, but he gets a lot more damage.
ก็ชอบช็อตแรกกับช็อตสุดท้ายมากครับ แล้วก็รู้สึกว่าสโลเต้ยังเก่งมาก
Thank you.
ก็อยากถามว่าตอนที่ได้แชมป์ PGC 2021 รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
感觉肯定还是很开心，因为我们拿到的是世界冠军，然后都很开心吧，大家。
อยากได้มั่งจัง
有我，只要我们还在，那你就不用想了。
딱 우승을 했는데 어떻게 우승을 했는지.
PGC 7拿到冠军就是有手就行。
나 손이 없네. 게임 닉네임 밍밍이랑 너의 본명이랑 다른데 왜 밍밍으로 지었는지 궁금해.
我这个 ID 因为我们都是有那个小名的嘛，然后我家里就是我妈妈会叫我明明。
저희 엄마도 저한테 닉네임 지어줬으면 1등 하지 않았을까.
这个可能是天赋还是妈妈生的好。
좀 슬픈데 이거 한국 정서랑 안 맞는데. 이제 데이 트레이드가 우승을 여러 개 했는데 그 비결이 뭔지.
ส่วนลับไม่มีครับ เพราะว่าเชื่อใจทีมมากกว่า
새겨 들어야겠구만.
你觉得我们是一个什么样的队伍？
ทีมไล่ฆ่าทุกทีม
谢谢。
혹시 여자친구가 있는지.
มีแล้วครับ
그는 이 촬영 못 하겠어요. 있는 사람 불렀어야 되는 거 아니에요?
PGC รอบที่แล้วสโลเต้จำอะไรได้มากที่สุด
그랜드 파이널 제일 마지막 라운드에 우리가 3위권, 4위권까지 할 수 있는 기회가 있었는데 내가 그냥 시작하자마자 거의 너무 허무하게 죽어가지고 기억에 남아.
อาจจะเป็นเพราะนิวฮัปปี้เก่งมากๆแล้วก็กลัวนิวฮัปปี้หรือเปล่า
打拿完那么厉害，还没有奖杯啊！
그 이유는 이제 첫 우승을 PGC로 장식하기 위해서.
今年 PGC 的不用想了，还是我们的。
그러면 내년으로 미루도록 하겠습니다.
ปีหน้าเราจองเหมือนกัน
오, beautiful.
이번에는 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
每次这次你还是赢不了。
ไม่อยากเต้นเหมือนสโลเต้ครับ
우리 이제 당신의 미래야. 작년에는 쳤으니까 이번 연도는 구경하고 싶네요.
เต้นอีกรอบจะเป็นไรไหม ชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัม
참참참. 할 수 있다, 할 수 있다.
ชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมโอ้โห
이번 연도는 구경하고 싶네요.
ไม่อยากเต้นเหมือนสโลเต้
참참참. 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 누린지의 제로투 보겠네요. 밍밍 나와, 밍밍 나와. 위치가 바뀌어서 제가 앉아서 보고 있는 그런 상상 해봤는데 정말 재밌을 것 같네요.
没关系，我感觉这一次还是我看你。呛呛呛呛呛呛。
오케이. 참참참. 한 번만 피하자잉.
呛。呛。
밍밍의 엉덩이를 제가 보는 날에 참참참. 이번에는 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
没关系，我感觉这一次还是我看你。
참참참. 나이스!
这让我很尴尬呀。
좋다. 그림 좋아. 이 느낌이었구나, 밍밍아.
这让我很累呀。
너무 잘 치는데, 누린지? 아니, 누린즈, you dancing machine. 이번 PGC는 이제 작년보다 더 높은 순위 기록하는 것이고 최종 목표는 그 우승이죠.
ขอให้โชคดีกับการแข่งครับ ก็ระวังโดนเรายิงนะ
希望你们两个在现场见到我的时候不要手抖，一起加油吧！
PGC 파이팅! 바이바이.
Yeah, set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Why no water, that designer, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real, my soul lives above them all, sleeping. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come. I used to think that people die because they wicked. Nowadays, people want to see you dead because you gifted. So no matter what, I'm coming back and paying you a visit. So, yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
perfect position to do a little bit of gatekeeping here as Solos, and he's just going to follow Shrimzy all the way down. He'll find one, he'll find two. Smell in a perfect spot.
Someone scratching his head saying, why is Smell still sat in this compound outside?
Area that these guys, there's plenty of power positions. Okay, Marcelic, there you go. Polish Power. They needed something to start going their way. That's a good way to start it.
Greedy is he for the flush? Nope, goes to the flush.
Extremely greedy.
He is Marcelic. I mean, but in he's got a bike. You know what? I like you. You're on my fantasy team. There to do damage. More utility being used now. 1 falls, 2 falls, 3 falls. And Spurram, now you can only imagine they're going to continue to push forward.
They've got to. Chexing down right now, but the push coming in from Kinetics. He's going to find another one. And now it's all down to 1 for Petrichor Road. They get dispatched. 7 not even thinking to pre-molly the shack here. Halo just being super sneaky. Chewy pushing right past. Halo will find it. He'll take. What?
Seems like H1 was the only one really sat down here. They've caught the rest of GEX in the open. They only have a tree for cover. That nade is going to be good. Bounces off the player as well. Second one does too. Fortify, he can't get out of it for Crunios, but in the middle of the open. Barrel against M4. M4 wins these, at least this time around. And here comes the rest of the Explosion. It's going to be caught in the middle of the open, because here comes the Cameron from the other side. Cabby finds one, goes down instantly. Norgis finds the second, so the trade 2 for 2, making a 2 for 3. As Marcelik, now the solo player left alive for Polish Power.
Oh man, how many times have we had to say this? The solo player left for Polish Power, dancing around on a grenade, goes down.
All of them.
And Theraton 5, Rossiter Jr.
That's going to be the end of their group stage experience.
The end of their chances of making the winner's bracket.
You control your fate.
Worst case scenario, it's not where we expected to see them.
If you're not moving forward, you're falling behind.
That was just a mess the whole way through. It is again falling apart.
This is a test of their mental. We'll see how they bounce back after this.
Do you fear criticism?
And they haven't really been able to show the strength that they showed.
Do you lament your failures?
That is a wipe onto Bagapa.
Are you held back by doubt? Letting only your mistakes define you? Limitations are like chains. If you constantly improve, those chains can never bind you.
Get into lower bracket. The tournament is far from over.
So advance. Hunger for the taste of victory.
PGC Champion Gen G!
And move forward undefeated. Your confidence can push you to your limits.
一次的失败绝对不会让我们退步。
Then there's no way that we don't make it to the grand finals.
지금 여기서 제 한계를 뛰어넘어오겠습니다.
If you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. The real victory is when you exceed them.
A very real and looming threat is on the horizon here today, ladies and gentlemen, as we have now got ourselves down to the second day of lower bracket 1, and at the end of today we will know one team which will be eliminated from the tournament. So down towards the bottom of the tables, you want to shore up your defenses very, very quickly. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to PGC 2022. My name is KLRS, and joining me to my left-hand side, of course, we have Cammy as well as Zenox.
ZENOX. Are we going to just go with that?
You want to do that? Yeah, okay, that's fine, that's fine. But it's I make light of it here for a moment, but this is serious. We, of course, have three potentials. Either you go to lower bracket 2, or you go to Grand Survival, or you're the one sole team that is eliminated, Zenox.
Yeah, you don't want to be that team, do you, right? I mean, obviously Grand Survival, probably not an ideal place to go. It just becomes too much of an RNG fest. There's not so many games that you get there. Loses bracket 2, puts you in at least with the contention of going straight to the Grand Finals. That's where you want to be, but yeah, who wants to be dead last at the end of today? No one.
No, absolutely not. You're going to have to buy your own tickets to get in at the end of it all if you're not careful. But we have ourselves the second day of the lower bracket. Later on in the week, we'll have lower bracket 2 and then Grand Survival to round things out. And that will then determine our full 16 teams that are going on to the Grand Final. So it's a rigorous schedule, I think, for some of these players here, Cameron, but a schedule that they've kind of risen to the challenge of, and it can get spicy.
It really can, especially just talking about the qualifiers to get into losers 2. But even if you're not the teams that make it, you still, if you're going to have to go to the Grand Survival, you at least want to be among the teams that start round number 1.
Yes,
even if you avoid 32nd place, last place of this entire tournament, if you only have one Grand Survival round to go, it's not that much different.
That's a really good point, because if you do finish in that bottom 3, basically, aside from the one that is completely eliminated, you're waiting for your turn. That is punishing in itself as well. Today, we're going to have 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels to round out our lower bracket, and then, of course, in the next 2 days, we'll have that lower bracket 2 coming at you. So more focus on Miramar here today, Zenox. We saw the tail end of Miramar from yesterday, and some teams were able to do pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, certainly. I think a couple to sort of take note of that were better. LG was one. You know, they only picked up 4 points from the 3 games of Erangel. So from there, obviously 12 from the 2 of Miramar. That's what, 6 points a game on Miramar. You up that just a little bit more to 8 or 9, and suddenly they can definitely get out of that sort of bottom 3 territory where they definitely do not want to be, and put themselves back in a contention for top 8. And I think when you look at the total leaderboard that we've got here, one thing that stands out, that middle sector of the board is really, really well spread in terms of points. So 28 for FaZe Clan, but then 24, 24, 24, etc.
Yeah.
It's really close.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the thing is, though, is that we're starting on Miramar. That is going to give a lot of teams an advantage, at least judging off of history and how they tend to perform on the maps. The problem is the biggest team that, at least I can tell looking at yesterday's games, is going to be Petrichor Road. So if you're a fan of this team, it's very high chance that they are going to keep on winning. But a number of these teams that need to have a good shore up there from the bottom, I mean, I hope they've learned some things on the Miramar map.
Yeah, they're going to have, because it gets really scary down towards the bottom. Let's kind of take a look at some of the teams that have cast their fortunes aside from the group stages moving into this first lower bracket. Buriram and Petrichor Road, focusing on Miramar here to start things off. Xenox. When you look at Buriram, I mean, they were able to hold off Entropic very well in one of the Miramar games, and, well, Petrichor Road is doing now Petrichor things.
Yeah, it was that very final game yesterday. They had really good controlling of the area. In and around Junkyard, of course, where Entropic were able to cop a couple of circles themselves. They had a really good 2-2 split to finish off the game as well. Cheeksing performing really well. This is a player that came from a little bit more of an unknown quantity in PUBG Esports back in Thailand, back in APAC a little while ago. And since joining this Buriram roster, while they haven't been able to get to the high heights that we've seen from the older Buriram teams, they're still performing quite well.
Well, that's the big problem, though, about this Buriram roster is that they're similar to GEX in that most of the time, they're not going to be a big influence, but there's always going to be 1 game, 2 games that they are able to make a huge impact. And Buriram finished yesterday off with that, but they had 3 0-pointers in a row, or what were essentially 0-pointers in a row leading up to it. So can they repeat that? I don't really know. It's the Petrichor Road angle, though, that I'm really excited to see. They had a slow start to this stage in a similar way that they had a slow start to their group stage games, but they ended groups relatively strong, just barely missing out on making it to winner's bracket. And looking at their Miramar games, I think they're going to be heavy lead after the 3 Miramar maps today.
Even up towards number 1.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's fair. It's a fair assessment because they did look really good on both games. I mean, had it not been for, I think it was the nade on towards the Expendables, I think maybe that could have turned things around, but 1 health point saved.
Yeah. The other thing as well, and sort of touching on the Miramar for Petrichor, I think they need to continue in that sort of fashion here because their Erangel was not as clean. It was not as good, especially Erangel 1. Again, they lacked a bit of that firepower. They weren't fighting very well. Erangel 2, okay, the second time we went there, they started to pick up the pace a little bit, but it's their Miramar where they've been able to shine that bit more, especially Akeslef. Really, he is the one where if he's not getting, 5, 6, 7 kills, I think they as a team are just not being able to get into winning positions. So I just like to see a little bit more from everyone else, especially Ming, for example. I think being able to be a bit more of that Robin to the Batman of Akeslef, a bit more team effort from Petrichor, but I mean, otherwise they're in a good spot.
No other reason why you would want Ming to actually
no other reason.
Let's take our minds over towards Erangel as well. That will be the final 2 games here. And again, for the Expendables, I mean, in the group stages, they performed pretty decently. However, on the opposite side of that, Entropic did not perform decently. But now, here on this stage, they're back to some form, and they were constantly getting into the final moments of some of these games. Didn't quite round one out, Cammy, but still.
But that's the thing, though. They were getting into a lot of final moments. They had 4 of the 5 rounds yesterday, Erangel and Miramar, where they made podium. That is what I consider top 4.
Yes.
But they rarely got a lot of kills along with it. So that survivability is really good to see to collect those placement points, but it does make me wonder, can they force the games when they need to fight through thick and thin? TE, on the other side, they're almost the exact opposite. They get a lot of kills, and it's that ability to fight through situations that makes me think that I can put a little more faith behind them to keep the performance up day by day.
Yeah, and that's the thing probably with the Expendables is a bit of the consistency. Going back to PCS 7 APAC week 1, they were like tied last after 15 games. I mean, that's a large sample size. Yeah. But then they turned it around and finished 2nd in week 2, right? So they've got the ability to have some really high highs, but maybe some really low lows. We saw an interesting play yesterday where 777 elected to not shoot H-Win. So they're obviously thinking their way through a lot of these scenarios. Many of us are like, why is he not shooting H-Win? Why is he allowing to leave? But I looked at the bigger picture. They looked at the location that they potentially had, maybe a bit of a surprise factor later on. So clearly they're thinking their way through these scenarios, and that's what a lot of these APAC teams have been able to come to PGC and do. They've started to think, they've started to calculate a little bit more. It's not all about that just run around aggression, and that's where I think it can actually benefit the Expendables. If they can combine the firepower that they do have, get into those late game scenarios a little bit more often, they can be a threat.
I would say that's quite evident and clear from watching their games across all stages here so far, especially for APAC. I mean, the one outlier for me is kind of Cerberus because Tycon is such a fist, such a punch for that team. But I mean, beyond that, across the board, looking good. And here's Entropic to round things out. Again, they did not qualify for PCS 7 after winning PCS 6. So their road is so up and down. You get almost last place in the group stages to then come here and be first place in the lowers.
Yeah, honestly, that's sort of the big issue, and not a single Entropic member up here. Granted, there's Sonic's Mime. We haven't really talked about them a lot. They're performing well. It's good to see a Mime up here. But Buriram and Petrichor Road both having a member in kill and damage just goes to show, I guess what we were talking about earlier on with the Miramar, is that these guys can deliver on this map.
And there's no Adra as well. And it comes back to what you were saying, Xenox, about Buriram and kind of how they are, because ultimately this is a team completely full of veterans. We're always seeing them on that international stage. So I don't think by any means would you look at them usually and think cannon fodder. In the group stages, I kind of felt, they're lacking, but not here, not in this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be the Birram of old, but they're still a team that I wouldn't take too lightly.
Yeah.
They showed the ability, I think, in PCS 7 where they've got, all of the tools still readily available to compete at the higher level. I didn't have them, obviously, in my top 2 from APAC coming in. That's Cerberus, that's Day Trade. They've fallen off a little bit from, the yesteryears of like PCS 3, 4, etc. during those sort of glory days for Birram, but they're still a really good team that I think when they can get a bit more confidence, they'll feel probably like they can compete, that they can get to the grand finals.
Yeah.
Sonic's turning things around too, though, as well.
Yeah, really good. HWin is still, I feel it's weird. It's weird watching the Sonics because they are performing well, but it's HWin who struggled the most, I feel, during group stage, keeps getting knocked first, and the rest of the team is able to rally around that position. And it also does, it's kind of good and bad that Sonic's best games are coming off of a semi-central position, which they're able to rotate into because they're not hot dropping and then not bailing the hot drop. But the point is, can they fight in from the edge, which is always going to have to be a backup.
Definitely so. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to head on over as well as we have interviews ready to go here before we get into the games for day 2 of the lower bracket.
Thanks so much, Kylaris. I am here with our current 8th place in loser bracket 1. It is FaZe, and the production team wanted me to interview Gustav. He carried my fantasy team in PCS 7, but he's let me down in the group stages, so I'm refusing to speak to him. Instead, I got AT with us. Come on over, AT. Have a little chat. AT, come on over. Yeah, come on over. They won't even let AT come. They're very upset that I told Gustav he has to stay in his chair. AT talking about that. I'm a big FaZe fan. I know there's lots of people watching at home that are FaZe fans. Lots of expectations. Why is your team just not living up to them?
I think our biggest problem is that I feel like we need time all the time, because the longer we play in the lobby, the more we're used to what all the teams do, and then we are more comfortable as well. So I believe today we'll be really comfortable and we will frag out.
I mean, how much more time do you need? Is today the day?
I think today is the day. This is the time where it will turn.
He says time will turn. If you had to take a look at your performance yesterday as a team, what score would you give the team out of 10?
We should have definitely won a game yesterday as well, but I would give it a 4 out of 10 if I had to choose.
Why?
Because we played very mediocre and we ended up in 8th place, and hopefully we'll keep staying at the top 8 and qualify for the next stage of the lower bracket.
Why do you do this to your fans? Because this is like a FaZe way of playing. You kind of don't show up, you disappoint us, we're all heartbroken, and then when it finally comes down to the wire, you pop off. Is that just a play that you guys like to do?
Definitely not. It's very stressful for us players as well. But I guess when it matters the most, that's when we do the best as well.
So today matters. Are you going to pop off?
We are going to pop off today.
I'm going to be very upset with you if that doesn't happen. Thank you for chatting to us. Good luck with the competition. There we go. The whole team loves AT. He did a great job. And now we need to move on to the team currently sitting in 9th place that is very close to dropping out of the loser bracket 2. Let's go check out and find out a bit more about USG. I'm over here with Sheva from USG. They are currently in 9th place in the loser bracket. Of course, if they can move up into the top 8, they go to loser bracket 2. If they don't, they're going into grand survival. Sheva, what did you think of the team's performance yesterday?
昨日は全体的なムーブ自体は良かったんですけど、チームの連携の部分でちょっとコミュニケーションエラーがあったりとかして、あんまりうまく点が取れなかったので、今日はそこら辺を改善していきたいと思います。
So the overall movement of the team members was good, but there were some mistakes in teamwork, such as communication or link play. So it's a bit sad that we couldn't get the points more than we thought.
What is the team going to change today for the loser bracket 2?
チームの動きは変えずに、 そのコミュニケーションの面だったりとか丁寧にそこら辺をちょっと調整して、いけたら安定してポイントが取れると思うので、それを頑張りたいと思います。
So there is nothing special to change, but we will try to focus more on communication, and if each player shows its best, I'm sure we can get the points.
I was actually meant to say what's going to change to make sure you qualify for loser brackets too, but I get really nervous when I have to work with interpreters if you can't tell, and I want to make sure I get the questions just right. So if you're watching at home super confused, that's on me. You can meme me in the chat. Final question, what do you think of the teams here at PGC 2022?
SNS とかで APAC のチームの評価があんまり高くなかったと思うんですけど、僕はもともと APAC のチームが結構強いと思っていて、今回の大会も APAC のチームの活躍が目立つので、APAC のチームがとても戦っていてやりづらいなと思います。
So in the SNS, APAC teams were underestimated, but I've always thought they are very good, and they're playing well in this PGC too.
Shiva, good luck. Hopefully you can get into the top 8 and move to loser bracket 2. I'm going to let you go get into game. And that's it. We're about to get going, so let's head on over back to the boys on the desk.
Lovely softballs they're throwing Ace's way. You know, just, how was your day? You know, like nice breakfast. Nope, just straight on in there. But I actually, to that point though, to be serious for a moment, I can kind of understand to a degree because there are a lot of, similar to Sonics, there's a lot of FaZe fans out there across the world that are expecting them to attain great heights, and they kind of want to see them in that grand final.
Difference is, Sonics has actually won events this year.
Okay, anyway. Moving on. Let's head on over to the Fantasy League.
Yeah, let's go to Fantasy.
As you can see, obviously, a good old example, very much so at the top as a whole in overall points gained here because he's kind of a monster. As we look further down, though, we're not going to see too many names here, Xenox, from what we're currently witnessing.
I don't think we see any names here.
That's
of course,
correct.
This is going to be because these guys played 10 games already. But I guess it's a reminder for some of the best teams that we've had at this tournament thus far, going into the grand finals for quite a few of these. And, you know, example, really leading by example.
Yes, and I'm glad I had him on my team for the winners bracket going into that grand
1%?
Final. Yeah, it's pretty crazy actually that that's the case.
Oh,
but here we go.
Who's first?
Oh, dearie me. What happened here?
Man, Shiva underestimated the APAC teams coming in here. We underestimated the APAC talent coming in here for Fantasy League. But listen. I believe in Luke 12, give me the points needed to retake that first place spot.
They underestimated, you underestimated, I overestimated my capabilities and abilities. Now, my fantasies have been all over the place. I'm like, yes, second place, last. Yes, second place, last. Like it's.
I don't think I'm going to be top for very long.
You don't think so?
I think Toffees is right behind me from what I can see, and what we've had so far in the losers bracket, he's doing very well. But I think what this does sort of highlight, really, just trying to look at it from a little bit analytical, first to even down to Matt Trim. Actually, you know what? Let's just get rid of Matt Trim because it's from me to you, James.
Yeah, that's fair,
it's really close. And then there's Matt Trim.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, by the way, the bald man's now here, and he's never going to... This is the first time, by the way...
The bald man.
The bald man. That's the first time that he's been above me in this whole thing, and now he's going to come up to me and be like... Nye, 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 nye. So,
wow.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Bragging about being in 8th place. Fantastic.
Yeah, you know, he's got to take his victories where he can,
True,
you know?
True.
All right.
Took the L on the hairline.
Jeez Louise. Hey, look, right, never mind. Let's take a look at the challenges and everything that you guys can do at home as well, because of course there is the Pick'em challenge in the game at the moment. However, you do not have to pick, technically, until just before the grand final as to who you think is going to win. You can get yourself a lot of EP from that. Also, there is the head-to-head challenge, though, which of course is ongoing, and that's exciting, because regional rivalries are cool.
Yeah?
Pick Na'Vi, though. I'm just going to say
Pick Na'Vi.
They're looking so good. They won the group stage. They won the winners bracket. They'll just win the whole thing.
Oh, well, I'm not adverse to that. That'll be fine by me. Actually, when it comes around to the grand finals fantasy, you know, I'm going to get second place there. Just lose all these ones, but yeah, it's a rough time. Because I'll just pick example again. They'll carry me to the end.
Honestly, the rate that it's going right now, probably.
Yeah, he's really good. And yeah, we have the pick and go as well, which is the bingo that you can be doing whilst you're also watching on Twitch. So that's everything. Guys, I'm going to ask you a dire question. No, I'm not, because the casters are ready, as I just heard in my head. That was going to be a spicy question as well. Okay, we are ready to head into the first game here of the day. We can talk about that after the game, and we'll all be happy. See you in a few. And there you go, the few are over, because we are now ready for the first match of the day. Now I'm kind of curious what that spicy question was going to be. Thought maybe James was going to throw that one to us, but fortunately not quite the case. We are ready for the first match here of the day, the 6th match overall for Losers Bracket 1. Toby, Poro, and Poro, if yesterday's games is anything to go by, I feel like I said this last time we casted as well, but yesterday was action galore. Teams were pulling up on one another all day long.
Well, I think one of the things that struck me a lot was the fact that, you know, we had our first game, which started off slow, I guess, for the most part.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was just every game after that, fight, all the way through. Everybody just kept running into each other. We got third parties, we got fourth parties, fifth parties. It was absolute insanity. It started to slow down a little bit on Miramar, though, as I think teams starting to figure out where they're lying on the leaderboard right now.
And I think one of the big things that play into this is that they know what's on the line. Group stages was maybe the playing ground, so, you know, get the feel of everything. Now they know if we do poorly, we're only going to go further and further towards that grand survival, and they don't want to end there. They do not want to end there. Another thing, of course, is the team that finished just 16th today, well, out of the tournament. First team that we'll wave goodbye to, and now, well, we don't have to wait any longer because we are ready for the first Miramar of the day for game 6 overall of Losers Bracket 1 here at PGI 2022.
I am so ready. Let's get in, because we started to see, I feel, some of these teams that were a little bit on the wrong side of the leaderboard, Toby, started kind of finding their footing on Miramar yesterday. And now, I hope that we can see these first 3 games, maybe some of these teams that we had higher expectations of, rightfully so, honestly, kind of get their groove back, as it were.
I think one of the big things that stood out in yesterday's games to me, not only all the crazy shenanigans that unfolded,
a lot of shenanigans,
but one of the things that I suppose you could say was different from the usual competitive PUBG we see across regions. Of course, we get a big variety, but still very few teams opted to split. And the teams that did try and split, they never maintained them for very long. Whereas we saw in the winners bracket and the group stages, teams were a little more ballsy, in lack of a better word, to try and maintain splits for longer, to try and play with more control. Here they know that teams will pull up on you. It is a little more Wild West lobby, some of these teams that we've got playing here, and they just don't want to risk it. Like, sure, we can have one more compound, but if there's a full team crashing you at any given moment, we got to set 4 together.
Well, you think about what happened in Game 1, everything was very chill, and then all of a sudden in Game 2, we had 5 teams crashing one compound, that warehouse very early on, and I think that put everybody on notice that, you know, if you are going to do a 2-2 split early, you better be damn close to each other, because you're going to have to support, because there is a very strong likelihood that these teams are going to just crash right on top of you as we get right in the middle.
Corn has a gun. Gustav doesn't. Get away, Gustav. He didn't reload it. He canceled his reload. Now the punches are going to become a crew. Will the punches win? They will not. Corn is going to find at least one. Now a second time around. Yeah, nope, not going to happen.
This is clearly all Sam's fault.
She did kind of jinx it, didn't she?
Clearly all Sam's fault.
Americano, Corn, there landing together. Gustav denied of access to, really to any playtime on the server. Barely even landed before he got taken out. I will say this, though, he did punch Corn's level 2 vest into pieces. So there's that. That is a punch. You can break if you can break a Kevlar vest with your bare knuckles, that's a good part. That's good technique. Good technique.
Got a good right.
Yeah.
And a good left. But man, that's just been it for FaZe lately, hasn't it? I mean, I feel like this is not the first time that we've seen them lose somebody very, very early on to a team that maybe they just weren't expecting to be that close by.
Yeah. Again, I mean, what happens in the comps and whatnot, of course, we can't really attempt to know, because only they know. But yeah, it is surprising to me that obviously Gustav must have, at least for a little while, seen those parachutes next to him, thinking maybe he was going to get the gun before, but the way I see it, there are enough compounds around there that he could just try and dipped. But who knows? I mean, maybe he was on the map, maybe he didn't catch the parachutes early enough. Could be many things.
Might have saw one, didn't see the second.
Exactly. Yeah. Could be multiple things that play in. One thing's for sure, it is not the way they would have wanted to start out today.
Nope. But, you know, chin up, FaZe fans, they're still in 8th.
Oh,
and, and honestly, more things yesterday to look, you know, excited about, I would think.
Definitely.
I mean, I thought they had some really, really good coordinated pushes. Again, I definitely agree with AC that they probably should have won that game that the Sonics won, but the Sonics, again, just a really nice push on their part.
Yes.
So it wasn't anything that FaZe did wrong. It was just a matter of timing. So, but that was a really good sign, I think.
And we did see a lot of that yesterday, where even the team that comes out in defeat, it's like you could have replayed that scenario 15 times, and they would have probably still tried to attempt the same thing. The other team just had the perfect hand to deal with the play they were up against, and that's that's just PUBG in a nutshell. Sometimes there's only one play to go for, and in order for that one play to work, you kind of rely on the other team to make mistakes. But we're at a level here where the mistakes are fortunately few and far between.
Yeah.
And you got to come out victorious in all those.
Yeah, that's the thing. The things at a regional level, maybe just because of the fact that you have so many repetitions with the same lobby and you're so used to how everybody else plays, you're kind of have a good idea of what you can kind of get away with, what mistakes you can make and still kind of capitalize on. Well, once you get here, everything is just punished so quickly and so thoroughly that you can't really risk it as much. So
exactly,
we'll see what happens as Marcelic, the mountain goat, on the high ground.
He needed better reception.
Yeah.
So now he is up there, ready to feed the info across to his teammates. Well, I mean, the circle was quite literally as center as can be. The issue is, as center as can be, circles on Miramar aren't actually necessarily that easy to play. Not only is this one, I mean, this one can obviously go in multiple different directions based on where Phase 2 takes us. But when you have the very center be that big ridge line, the big plateau up towards Power Grid, and then just the Death Valley down in between the Picado and Hacienda, that's just not really somewhere you want to be traversing early game.
Yeah, I mean, and you think about where, I mean, obviously you're going to post up kind of close to where you landed most likely. I mean, you're just waiting to see if the hard shift comes with you or away from you. As Vinny gets away with one right there, almost. Gets knocked out of the vehicle, but you got to honestly think about what your rotation path is going to be. Like, what if this does hard shift away from us? What's the safest path that we've got? And that's where it gets really difficult because you don't know how these teams play this as well.
Also, we've seen so many times where when we get the first circle that it's on an edge, pretty much regardless of where it is, there's always going to be one side that's pretty empty. Now, because it is as center as it is, even when we do get a hard shift, we don't have that empty edge anywhere because teams will have come in from, well, all directions. So the center is going to be much more heavily trafficked, which also means that when we, or if we do get a hard shift following a center phase 1 or center circle 1, the teams that are sat in the center of that first circle are going to have a very hard time getting to those edges because there are just that many more teams around them.
Well, slow start here today, but that's probably for the best for most of these teams. Really, just everybody get some minutes in. You know, get to 10. No minus threes. Hopefully, well, other than sweet Gustav, but no more minus threes. How about that?
No more minus threes. Well, I mean, again, of course, going to depend on where the next circle will take us, but for those of you guys who want a little PUBG trivia, we did change from 9 to 10 minutes for Phase 1. I think it's about, what now? A little over a half year ago, maybe actually a little longer than that. But it's interesting to see how still, I mean, again, some of these players having played for many, many years, they're still playing like the 9 minutes mentally because they've been used to by 9 minutes. That's when Phase 2 pops. Now it's 10 minutes, and it has been for a little while. But usually we still see those teams be set up in the positions at the 9-minute mark because that's the way we've been playing for the last 3 years, and therefore that's the way we're going to continue playing. Americano takes attack. Diggory on his way to check out the position, but I think with one posted just on the other side, it's not something you want to put in on your own.
That was pretty good scouting there by AT.
Yeah.
They just kind of stopped down to look ahead and see what was where Diggory was heading, and just trying to make that slow play, right? AT scouts, Diggory goes, covers AT while he comes by, and he takes a shot at Americano. Americano just dips,
and now there you go. That's the info. They just spot Keen on the roof as well. That is. Oh, I wish. I mean, we've had eye trackers for some tournaments, but it's insane. Like you can see in the movement when they spot someone, whether it's scoped in or not. It's. I mean, Diggory spotting 2, that is crucial information. Not only does he see one on the roof, meaning he's here, and if he's on the roof, that's usually a sign that there ain't a lot of opponents around him, because if there was, he wouldn't be on the roof. Sees the second car coming down to fortify that position. Now he probably saw them cross the field as well, which should be the pretty clear info. If he left the roof, if that car left, there should be no one in that compound. That is, I mean, him
potentially, that's us theory crafting off of what we see that he sees, but that's potentially him getting all that info in a matter of 5-6 seconds.
Yep, pretty much got a read on 3/4 of where USG is.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, Gen G creeping up onto Power Grid now. They might hear Petrichor Road hopping these vehicles, and I think they should. So
it's not exactly a silent car they're on.
Oh, now Bagel actually. Taman creeping over here and getting shots into Petrichor. Now they were just trying to leave at this point, and now all of a sudden they hit the brakes. And Gen G, I think Asura maybe actually got an angle on that.
I'm a little curious as to whether, no, as you were saying, they are going to leave, because they do have a 2-2 split with Mill and Long sat over towards the concretes further southeast. And it makes sense, again, I mean, even if the circle goes west and they get to stay on the plateau, they already have a pretty decent position up there. And if it goes anywhere else, they don't want to be set in Power Grid. They want to be set further towards the east, be able to scout down the valley over towards Graveyard on the other side and be ready to make the rotation on through.
Bagel still doing those big wide splits here, leaving Taman just off to the south of Power Grid. They've got PO on the edge of Mikado, DGA98 on the cliffside, and Songyang all the way down almost to Chumasera. So big split for them.
And I'm glad that you mentioned it, because I've been waiting for this scenario where we have Gen G and Bagel
BGP,
set on top of each other. Two teams that are essentially playing the exact same system, the exact same format, which I guess we can credit PO for inventing. Then when he left, Gen G stuck with it. And now they're doing it too. Taman gonna try and claim what Petrichor left, with the circle going back up towards the plateau. This is a brutal circle, and now he's gonna realize that there's an entirety of Gen G in this position.
Yeah, I'm curious. I thought Gen G took a few shots at Petrichor Road when Taman was right on the other side, and apparently didn't hear him, and now barely gets the heal off in time to avoid the damage from the grenade. Right now, Taman is just trying to pump the brakes on this, waiting for the rest of his team to arrive, but they are so far away, Toby. I mean, it goes hand in hand with what we were talking about, the big wide spreads.
Gen G's going to fortify far before Bagel Pump gets up here to this position. In the meantime, everyone else are trying to get up on the plateau. So many teams were sat east of the Power Grid plateau just before, so it's going to be very hard for all these teams to get up here. That's why we're now starting to see some of these battles unfold across the map.
Mission accomplished for Taman, though, as he's managed to stay alive, and now the rest of the cavalry has arrived. They had GEX just off to the north, and they looked like they were going to sneak in, but then all the smoke clouds pulled away. Asura will find Taman. That'll be one down, and yet DG98 already pulling back away while PO covers.
Well, you sit in a wide split when you push up alone. It comes with danger, and that danger was too much for Taman to handle in that situation. And meanwhile, everyone else, as I said, I mean, if you're looking at the map, far towards the south, far towards the east, we still have some of these standoffs. It's really only FaZe who's been able to maneuver around all the commotion by just doing a wide northern rotation over water treatment, and are now making their way up towards the circle. Marsalik will fall. We saw before Polish Power sat in a 2-2 split, but not longer. I believe he was actually up on the hills.
Yeah, he was on the top of that mountain still.
Knocked on the mountain top. Well, you know, there's got to be no one coming to pick you up there.
Unfortunate there for Polish Power, but they keep 3 up. They still have a nice little overwatch on the south side of San Martin. They should see Theraton 5 and Donuts inside the city itself. Meanwhile, PO, the rest of the Bagel Pop boys, just splitting around Power Grid, trying to find different angles, seeing if they can maybe catch Gen G slipping here. But so far, Gen G just staying inside the compound.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, with them not really making a whole lot of sound right now, there is the potential that a third team pulls up on Power Grid. Not that I would expect to see it happen, because they would obviously assume that it's taken already. But maybe a team does pull up, and if that's the case, then Bagel Pop, I think, is way too split for my liking. If you're going to play it passive, if you're going to kind of chill out for a while, just at least post 2 up together. In the meantime, Expendables, Sonics trying to fight their way up the hillside. Again, no one really wants to hard commit to it, because we know with the mountain sides it can still shift either way. And there we have Kabi finding 1 on the side of Theodon 5, but of course Marsalik went down in return.
Yeah, Expendables need to be kind of careful about this. I think I see Smell. Okay, yeah, Smell and Ducky's looking off to the west. They have Petrichor just off to their west. If they can't sit here and just free farm shots into Sonics in a compound, because at any moment Petrichor could decide to sneak on over here.
Norcus as well could potentially
do have eyes, and yeah, as you said, Norcus for Polish Power also in that general area. So it looks like the Expendables have a pretty good handle on their situation. Meanwhile, let's see where the next circle decides to take us.
Yep, circle. Where are we going? I'm loving this strike. Do split towards the south. Unfortunately for them, not a whole lot will come of it. Hard up towards the north we go. Back-to-back hard shifts is what we're being given. And now again, I mean, all the teams that are have yet to make their way over the hillside up towards the power grid plateau. At this point, you got to wrap around. You got to try and see if you can get your way either north or like east or west around, and you're just going to be running into trouble.
Yeah, if you can get west, that'd be huge, because right now the west and the north are pretty clean. I mean, FaZe has their choice of where they want to play. LG starting to look over in that direction as well. DAY2, meanwhile, they knew exactly where Petrichor Road was, and as soon as Petrichor starts to try to get back in the vehicles and get on the move, they take shots. Meanwhile, Tiamba, LG looked like they were hopping in vehicles, so looking to start heading off to the north, but instead they hold the line, and now Tiamba right on their doorstep.
Yeah, this next circle should be centering up to for the most part, so we're really going to be forcing everyone out into the open with the next circle. I think that's what teams are now starting to get aware of. Tiamba, as you can see, backfilling on Luminosity. They will of course have hurt the vehicles in Tang and 9. Well, they're going to be running straight into Purdy.
Yeah, I'm curious what LG saw or heard or what happened there, because it looked like they were, as soon as that circle popped, they were getting into vehicles and looking to move, and then all of a sudden they slam on the brakes, and now Kurt by himself here. He does have some support from Luke on the hill, but immediately gets roasted.
There's no way
with the grenade prepped.
I thought they were leaving for a second. It's like, there's no way they just leave Purdy behind. But Elo and Penta are actually driving away. Oh, an off angle. Luke goes down. Things are starting to look difficult, and I guess this is like, well, Purdy, we want to help you, but it's a little difficult right now, so you're on your own, buddy.
Yeah, they're in big trouble here as well, because now FaZe has started to take shots at ranges. Purdy will find 9. Doesn't get the flush, though. Let's see if we can hold the line. Flashbang comes through. Kurt goes out, but Tong is ready for it. Really gets the knock and the flush. They should be able to get this res on 9 as well.
Depends on whether Pence will get the off angle or not. Elo has come back to try and kind of help fortify the position. In the meantime, over towards Petrichor and Expendables we go. It's on the hard eastern side. We saw Expendables try and climb their way up the hill earlier. Now they're here. Petrichor there. As I was going to say ready and waiting, not quite the case. Ming caught off guard.
Yeah, it was a nice spray there. Start things off from 777. Flashbangs coming through, as well as the grenades as they try to make the push on Ike's. Left a little bit of damage could come through already. Levi's will clear out the knock. Mill coming up to support his teammate. The smoke wall laid down, but that's a great grenade from Levi's. Hits him right in the thigh.
Yep.
He'll be going down.
That was home-seeking almost. Very, very much on point. 777 now makes the flank around the side. Mill is up close, and I think 7-7 might have heard footsteps, or at least read to some extent that he was there. Long finds one, so maybe that's going to slow them down, but not quite the case. No, Mill does go down, but Long once again able to trade him off.
And the whole time, this is getting shot in the back by 22 Esports way off to the west. So Smell and Levi's still up. Levi's will flush out their knocks. Not looking like they can maybe... Well, they are not even focused on trying to get these reses right now. DAY2 is going to go ahead and bleed out. They might be able to get 777. Looks like that's what they're going to do. DAY2 will go down as Long knows exactly where he is. Maybe hit the molly. Oh, he's actually getting the res. Hold on. DAY2's not dead. Wait. Okay, never mind. I'm tripping.
There's a big skull over his head.
Well, I didn't see it. There was a Molotov cutting. I'm sorry, Chad. I was getting excited there for a second.
All good, all good. Long finds one, runs out of ammo as the second one peeks over, and that's going to be the end of Petrichor. A little, unfortunately, benefit for Exalt, really, because, I mean, yeah, sure, they get the kills, but it wasn't really a fight for real estate they needed. Circles hard shifted up towards the north once more. We're just continuously bouncing these circles all over the place, and now, well, Open Valley and Plane Crash is what teams got to work with.
You got to give them credit to the Expendables. I mean, they are just working through Petrichor Road like they're just nothing. And it is a good team. As another knock will come through on Alo. Penta now the last hope for Luminosity, but all eyes from FaZe staring over in that direction. Although FaZe need to be a little bit concerned about Tiamba.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the split that FaZe has got right now, but it puts a lot of pressure on Diggory to not only be the info gatherer, but also kind of hold the fort inside the circle while Fex and 80 try to make sure that no one's wrapping in behind them. I like how they committed to this position, though. They've got to make sure that no one can fill in behind them and force in, like, essentially force a third-party fight going against Baseline here.
SGD trying to make their way up north. They got a little bit close behind the Expendables. Leo No shots coming through just yet. He's feeding that information over to Sophia, and they were trying to do the same thing to Bagopah, it looked like, but Bagopah spotting them out before making their move. Now Tiamba's had to hit the brakes as they're trying to go north. FaZe has been holding them out well, so this southwestern side, Toby, is about to be very lit.
Indeed it will be. Smell does go down. Could only imagine PO. Now maybe not going to follow Nap. Nate a bit too far close to take down the remaining two players, though 7-7 is up close. Ready and waiting. Not going to find the first one initially. Does manage to get it the second time around. Tang there to find Son Yang as well. And all of a sudden PO is all alone.
Big support coming in from Tiamba as 7-7-7 trying to hold the line. PO will find him, but the grenade will knock him very low as he hops in the Murado. He's got to leave his teammates, hope for the best. FaZe is ready and waiting. Tiamba still have a couple left on that north side, though.
Huge that fight happens for FaZe Clan to now be able to, could only imagine, get that rest, because Tang has to go for the rest here too. Kui kind of caught down by the roadside, but with Striker doing the other side, it might just prove lethal for him. Can't quite commit to the rest just yet.
There goes LG as Penta will go down to the zone. A few teams in San Martin, that should be a little bit interesting there.
Yep.
You got Buriram, USG Sonics, and a couple of solos that are going to be trying to make their way out of the city. There you go, Buriram going to be spotted out by Shrimsy, so one down. SGD still have to make their way across the road, and that is going to be a tough sledding.
And speaking of San Martin, I mean, third on 5, it's got currently Ranger up towards Plane Crash, and now Rusted is trying to make his way up there, but the entire server is going to be able to see him, and there you go, Korn, able to spot him in the open as he tried to regroup with his teammate, will go down. So a split maybe tried to be maintained for too long there by third on 5, and it's, well, comes with the price.
Yeah, haven't really talked about them just yet, but Entropic have the really good spot in this circle. They have the compound, they have the hillside. SGD trying to make it across the road. A few shots coming through from Tiamba. PO looking over in that direction just yet, not taking the shots though. He wants to be as sneaky as possible for as long as he can.
Oh, and Tang knows he's there, so we saw him looking that direction. Little does Striker. Do we know though? Does it go for the AR? Well, he's thinking about it. Doesn't have a nade. Of course, Murley ain't going to do damage fast enough that it's going to have much of an impact, and maybe they'll see it mid-air, and that's just going to give up his position. So PO trying to figure out right now, how do I make the most of this, well, pretty damn terrible situation.
Unfortunately for Chewy, Tang can't really give him any support either, as 8C will actually find him. Tang is FaZe somehow holding strong here. 3-up, back on this, back up there. Is Diggory going to go down? 8C going to go down to Shen as well, so all of a sudden, we applaud them for keeping 3 alive, and all of a sudden, just like that, down to just Vex.
Yep, they wanted the timing to be right. They thought that they were going to be able to take the fight with Tiamba without Trigador really interfering. Now they do, though. PO has been able to backfill on this, though. Shen might get caught off guard. Shen is going to be the one to find Vex, but do they hear PO sneaking up right behind him? Shen, think you saw him. Saw him indeed. Finds him as well. PO out. That's Bagopah down in 11th.
Very, very close there for Shen. Is going up in a 1v1 against one of the greats.
That's a slow car.
And that car, yep, that's not going to be the play. Shen going to just go ahead and pull it on feet here. Meanwhile, Sonics have managed to creep up onto the hillside just on the north side of USG Donuts, who've just been holding it down inside their compound. Meanwhile, Entropic have retreated back to the compound on the hill, still 4 up. Sonics should be okay for here from this spot right now.
Yeah, at least for now. I mean, as long as Entropic doesn't do a whole lot to interfere from the other side. 7-7-7 in the meantime. I mean, you peek one side, you get shot by from the other. You peek the other, you get shot by from the side you're peeking initially. Not exactly in the best position. I guess, I mean, he is inside the circle, so there's that. But other than that, it's really limited right now what 7-7-7 can do from here. Now, I mean, this circle could not be more brutal. We are forcing quite literally everyone out into the open.
Well, the hardships have been in play already today. Toby Shen.
This is a very rare ending area.
It really is.
When have we ever been down this roadside?
I mean, so many times we see these circles end on an Entropic compound or in that plane crash area, GEX's area as well. We've got to give credit to GEX, 4 strong coming from that north side. They've got Gen G that is going to be gatekeeping from the circle. Meanwhile, Sonics take their attention over towards USG. 1 down, 2 down. Kind now going to take a shot from Tig. Shrimsy will get the re-peek and the smokes. making things a little bit complicated here.
A lot of flashes being locked on over. USG trying to buy themselves some time, but H-Twin, Shrimsy, and Tick works together.
Really well done.
And they take out the entirety of the team. Solid play. That's going to give them much more space on the eastern side of the circle. In the meantime, GX, as you said, they've been backfilling. They've been playing it slow. 0 kills for them so far. Now, well, their first real fight of the game here.
Yeah, really well done there by Sonics, just taking their turns, peeking when someone's flashed as the grenades are coming over the top here, but not finding the home. Savior stops down to heal up a little bit. See him on that low side. See if he can maybe find an angle. But Asura, Remba, Adder, they're in the bowl. They've got Anonix up a little bit higher behind them, and now Entropic's starting to creep out as well.
Yep, they finally find the snake. That's what prevented them from going anywhere. They knew there was still someone lingering inside the compound, and before they find him, they don't want to get backstabbed from anyone else. So smart little disengage there. In the meantime, I mean, for Gen G right now, as long as they can just play the ball, because it's GX who has to come to them. So they're throwing flashes, like they're throwing offensive smokes as well, trying to really prevent GX from getting any initial peaks down the ridgeline. Smart passive playstyle here from Gen G, forcing the blue really closer to GX.
Yeah, I mean, GEX, they've got Entropic that's just taking the shot. Oh, nice grenade from Adder will follow right at the feet of Zenon before he can even spot it. Now Yan Lee will try to take a few shots back towards Inonix. GEX has to keep the smoke wall cycling, though, because Entropic otherwise just has free fire on him. Now Savior is trying to go for the wrap on the low side. May spot out the GEX boys when they're not expecting it.
I think GX really wants Entropic to try and shoot towards Gen G right now, but it's not quite the case. If anything, GX would probably be starting to shoot. Entropic would probably be starting to shoot towards GEX. Now, there aren't any players on the southern side. There are 2 solos in Shen and Kroon. I think that's what they're realizing. Savior now allowed around the side. Finds one, finds the second with the molly. 2 players now down for Gen G. More players starting to take damage from the same molly. All the utility being utilized in towards the center of this one. Azura, the only one in the Bulge here that's really able to stay on his feet.
That was huge work from Savior. God, imagine if he had a grenade. Unfortunately, it was just a Molotov. It'll take care of what's left of Gen G, but Entropic using that as a perfect opportunity to come make their move here. Savior and SSR starting to move in, but Entropic will lose one as Polish Power does go down. Sonics down to just Shrimsy, who wrapped way down south on the south side. Somehow Shen, I'm not sure if Shrimsy knows Shen is there.
I'm not sure either, but Shrimsy took the fight to Kroon. They knew there was a player back there. They lose 2 in the transition. The issue is Shrimsy is still not inside the circle yet, and they lost Mime in all of it. So I like the idea of an aggressive push over towards the other side, but where he's posted up is not gonna grant him anything.
Yeah, I think what it is while Nailip and Lucarux were watching Gen G and Gex, you had Ibis and QBE keeping eyes on Sonics, and they kind of forced them down to make that southern wrap that wasn't really ideal, but that's pretty much all that they allowed them.
Well, they got the kind.
Well, mission accomplished, you know?
That's a sacrifice for a vehicle. But then again, I mean, looking at the circle, look at where they've been forced to go. If that's the one car they have to work with, you know what? It might actually be worth it to tank a knock for that, because running down that hillside, especially now with players over on the other side with 22 posted down on the roadside, it would be very difficult, if not near impossible. Broken helmet, no vest, no more bullets in the arm, and Shen finds Shrimsy.
Oh no, how did nobody else on the other side of the cliff see Shen come down? Okay, they get him. Oh, Haven! That is beautiful.
The pre-nade of pre-nades takes down 3, and that is the destruction of GEX.
Okizera, we've been talking about this kid for a long time, and now he's starting to show up here in the late game. Vinny and Haven now the last 2 remaining. QBE, I think the last one up, but he's doing work. Gonna get it the second knock, and now it's a 1v1. Do you go for the res? Do you go for the win? Haven is going to drop Molotovs right on top of them, but it's not going to land.
Not going to be able to get the res. Hey, the Ibis, you can see already crawling forward, trying to crawl for info. Flashes are working, though. QBE trying to maneuver forward. There is mollies, there is smokes in play. There is a solo or knocked player, though, feeding info across from down below.
I mean, he's doing exactly what he should do, using his fallen teammates as cover. Haven not buying it.
Vinny is giving all the info. Okay, and there you go, the flush on the last. Doesn't want to give any info across. Now with the vehicle reversing down the hillside. Haven, what are you doing here?
Interesting decision. He pulls away, and he will actually get the 2 knocks. Okay, so now he's opened up a little bit of room for himself to work with. QBE has the hard cover of the cars, but the circle's starting to slowly crash in. Haven, one shot there. QBE, this is just a straight up 1v1 battle. Gets a headshot, QBE one more time, gets another one, trades it back. QBE giving just as good as he receives as Haven just laying the spray and he finds it. 22 Esports get the win.
The jiggle peek into the headshot confirm. Haven, what a hero effort. Not only is he posted alone on the rock and one pre-out sends GEX flying, but then to come out in a 1v2 finish off there in the end as well. Huge game, very, very needed game for 22 who are sat down the bottom but now flying their way up the leaderboards.
Big time plays from big time players, and it is no bigger time than now that these guys need to make that kind of action happen. And Haven, we saw what he is capable of at PNC. Haven't so much seen it so far this tournament. 22, a little bit of a slow start, but he hops in that vehicle to open up so much more room for him to work around. Gets away with it too, and QBE, boy, he brought it all the way down to the end here, didn't he?
Did everything he could to bring it home, but Haven committing to the spray despite QBE looking for the angle, fights him in the last one there as well. You can see the smile on their faces, of course frustration in the eyes of Entropic, but again, with how things have been going so far, this has been a good game for them, but there's just no, Entropic looking for perfection. They wanted to win here and they fell short.
And don't forget about the grenade from Haven as well. It took out GEX. Well, let's throw it over to our analyst desk to hear what they say about game number 1.
Thank you, gents. Yes, a big, important game here for 22. They were languishing down towards the bottom in the danger zone, but this game will guarantee them not getting that 30-second spot here overall.
Yeah.
So this is really important for them to keep themselves alive here at PGC.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see this roster finally figure out what they need to do to win. Granted, they got fed. We can talk about that in a little bit. But Haven at the end stepping up, which on paper for this roster is like the secondary carry behind the new rookie of Gizera. And it's good to see him finally show up. Not just with the grenade on the GEX, but be able to clutch that win on the low side against Entropic.
Yeah.
Like, that's a high-pressure situation that he comes out on top
against QBE with some bold plays as well, Xenox. I was aghast watching some of those final moments.
Aghast, yeah. I think one thing that stuck out to me was sort of how QBE and Entropic got into that position in the first place. Phase 3 circle shift goes up and away from them. What do? They go for a big long wrap out to the eastern side, all the way up to the north. So they, committed for that. I thought the entry then into that circle was perfect. And of course from there, copped a couple of shifts their way onto them, T5 and a couple of other teams. And that cliff ended up just being such a big factor. I think as we were watching that game, we talked about that open sort of canyon. It was large. A couple of teams got caught on the south side of it, and those teams on the cliffs obviously were in the right position.
A bit interesting, however, Entropic on a high ground of a circle that had a wide open plain beneath them didn't get that many kills. So again, podium finish, good placement points, kills are slightly lagging behind, which, shouldn't be worried about not advancing to losers 2. They were essentially past that cutoff point.
Yeah.
I'm more looking forward to performance at losers 2 and then even potentially grand finals if they can make it that far.
Well, it's 22 getting the win here. 19 points go their way, whilst Entropic bags another 14. As you say, they're completely safe to go to lower bracket 2. So congrats to them. Global Esports success, getting themselves 9 points alongside SGD here, Xenox.
Much to the chagrin of the old Cameron Davis here, who the whole time was talking about GEX in last. Well, look, they continue to do well. And they're not really a team that's maybe going to be in, contention for the #1 spot, and winning the grand final. But I think they can get there. I still think that there's a possibility. Probably the reality is they'll fall short at some point, whether that is grand survival, losers bracket 2, whatever. But again, they continue to show they do have what it takes to mix with the best here at PGC.
The only remaining player alive at the end was Haven, which is nice for me because he's on my team and I'm having a bad time. So that's quite nice. Thank you, Haven, for some points. Very important points indeed. And as you say, that nade, as all of this is going on as well, just really good plays from him. And as they said on the commentary as well, we saw it at PNC. We saw them playing really well at PNC, and we haven't really seen much of it until just now.
Yeah, that's for 22. It's almost frustrating to be a fan of them because they perform really well, and then the next event they don't perform well at all. A player does really good, next event doesn't really show up. And granted, in their case, I think they are going to be getting benefited by the fact that this event is so long.
Yeah.
They're only charging in power, but now in 8th place on the leaderboard. They come from last place into top 8. If they can maintain this position, they're going to losers 2, which at the end of yesterday, I was like, oh, well, real chance of them going out 32nd.
They've shown that they can be done though in one game. That's something Luminosity Gaming now have to look at, and I hate to again put the spotlight on them, but they are now firmly in last. Right, there is actually a little gap forming to 15th, which is Gen G of all teams, right? So obviously for Luminosity, you've kind of got to look at what 22 Esports have just been able to accomplish in that last game. You're going to have a solid game, survive, get to the end, and then you get a couple of kills from that end game position, replicate that. We know they're a team that's got that ability, but you've got to start getting some confidence. 6 matches played, James. Only one game they've picked up placement points. One. So that's 5 matches where they've not been able to get top 8.
Yeah, it's very frustrating watching them because, and I've seen this multiple times in the regional games as well, is that Luminosity are a little slow. They feel like they just don't have any control at all going into the next phase of the game. And then yesterday and today, we've seen a couple of moments where individual players had a huge advantage on a gunfight and just completely messed it up. We had that Chewy 180 headshot to Alo, and then Purdy Curdy had an opportunity that he just whiffed on, and you got to be winning those 1v1 team fights.
I'm just going to get biased here and say unleash Luke. You've got to unleash him. Start going aggressive, change everything up. Whatever you're doing, it's clearly not working. You've only got 4 more matches to find a recipe of success. Otherwise, you're out in last. You're done. The tournament in your life is over for PGC. So I think it's time to let Luke lead from the front. We saw it in the group stage. He had 2 massive games, which even got them into a position where they might have got top 8. Follow his lead, follow his order. Let him really just lead the show.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just here. The amount of times I see all the highlight packages come in from PCS over in the Americas, and then it's Luke doing really cool things. Oh, there he is again.
Yeah.
You know, he's an excellent player, and as you say, maybe just unleash him here at this moment because you've got to do something drastic. But looking forward into the future, not the easiest circle to play for all of these teams. It was a bit atypical compared to the circles we've seen so far. And I guess the way all those teams bunched up in the north almost to a degree denied Entropic from getting too many picks here and there because they could co-inhabit that kind of cliff face alongside.
I think I over-exaggerated that a little bit. They did end up with 8 kills, which in second place is still a good number.
Yeah.
But you would like to see in a moment like that, some teams, like the S+ tier teams, would be getting like 15, 16, maybe even trying to go up to 20 kills, which to reach those numbers, sometimes you can't really force that. It's more picking up the opportunities where they are. It's more just the trends that I was focusing on.
You don't need a whole heap of kills, though. 7, 8 kills in a win or a second place, I think, is more than fine, especially in a 10-match format, right? So if you're finding that consistency and being able to stay alive, get top 8, pick up a couple of kills, and you do that throughout the majority of the bracket, you'll be fine.
Yes, however, the concern is that this is Losers 1, which despite being a global, is Losers 1 within the context of this being a global. So the question is, how will they stack up further on in this tournament?
Just come back a little bit to what we heard from Uber in their interviews when they were moving on into that grand final, that everyone's so good that everyone's playing scared to a degree, even here in the lower bracket. But anyway, let's get to it. Miramar once again as we head over to the commentators. Game number 2 of the day. Only 4 opportunities remain to put points on the board.
Thank you so much, James and the desk. We're taken to the battlefield once again. 1 more Miramar, followed by yet another Miramar, and then the final 2 on Erangel. Last game, other than 2 players falling out early, pretty quiet start. I mean, center circle, Poro, but overall pretty calm beginning to what ended up being a pretty chaotic end game.
Yeah. I mean, hardships, man. Hardships. If it isn't just the early game scrapping, then it seems like it's the hardships that teams are just getting ripped apart by. I mean, that time again, LG goes out super early I guess I'm assuming that they maybe saw somebody from FaZe and that's what stopped them from making the push. But right now, just not looking too great. But 22, man, showing up in a big way on a big day. They still got work to do. Still got a lot of work to do.
16th to 8th
Absolutely.
in one game. That
I
is,
mean, look how close it is, though.
Yep, that is massive. With his playing path as well, imagine if with this much on the line, we force the players to go to the islands.
Stop. Don't do this.
I'm going to keep dreaming. I'm going to keep believing until the day it happens.
No, that's terrible.
It is terrible.
Well, where is it going to go?
Nope. Okay. It's the opposite, because every time I say it, it's not going to happen, so I'm kind of helping the players, Maybe one day. Maybe
that's true. Hey, maybe you're Caster cursing it in the right direction.
In the favor
You're using
of
your
the
powers
player.
for good.
Exactly. Well, we are headed up towards the north face. We'll have the first pick in, well, in an area where there ain't really a whole lot to pick and choose from. It used to be, you know, posted up on the Oasis Mountain. You can see the entire server and shoot at everything. And here we see the rotation, the play from Haven once again as well. Sat behind, knowing exactly where they're going to stop. Love on 8, wrap around the other side. And bada bing, bada. Oh. And I think SSR actually died from fall damage.
Yeah.
That's the whole other thing. But in any case, simple Northern Circle would assume to see quite a few. I mean, your Buram, GEX, Tiamba, maybe Entropic as well. Wrap hard east on this, maybe come in from Torre Ahumada up towards the northern side. Same thing happening on the west. Not expecting here to see a lot of teams kind of fill in on the southern side of this circle.
You know, the long rotations, long wraps should be the order of the day, but how quickly can you get about doing it? That is the question, and how comfortable with your loot situation. Now, one thing I will say with this circle that has popped, it's what are we at now? Almost 3-4 minutes into the game. A lot of the time, 3 minutes. Okay. By now, you'd be seeing a lot of these teams like Picado starting to rotate.
Trying to send players out early. Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
But what we're seeing is, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, it's going to come around, and these guys are still going to be looting because the circle's so far away. The idea being, make sure you get your kit. Right?
And it's phase 1 damage. I mean, get 1 extra first aid, and all of a sudden you're looking you're looking pretty good. Shen just practicing. Ready for the quick peeks with the air there, or maybe he's just expecting there to be an opponent in Picard. I'm not sure if he's completely PTSD'd off of the hot drops with Sonics earlier in the tournament. He's always expecting an opponent around every corner.
Maybe just for being from APAC.
Well, could be as well.
Smash the window, all of a sudden you got a 4-stack on top of you, ready to shotgun your face off.
You never know. I am seeing up towards the center of the circle. 3rd on 5. They split 4-way for the looting phase, which of course makes sense when you're looting small compounds here and there. But they haven't really opted to group up just yet, and we're already seeing both 22 and Polish Power, and actually FaZe Clan as well coming in from the north, making their way in that direction. 777 is currently testing the durability of flashbangs as he lops one towards Paraíso. These guys are clearly warming up, getting the hands ready for battles to come.
Yeah, they're having a good old time. I mean, this is the other side of the coin, right? We talked about the teams that are very far outside of the circle. Take your time, loot as much as you want, get everything you can get. But then you have the other side of the coin, which is Theraton 5, dead center circle. You don't have the time to really stay split. You have to kind of bring yourself back together by 3 minutes, 4 minutes, because you know that center circle spot's going to get crashed by somebody, whether it be FaZe on the north right now or 22 or Polish Power coming from the south. They're already taking shots.
Exactly, and as we are seeing it happen, they have indeed grouped up, not fully, but sat now in a 2-2 split rather than the kind of 4-way split they got going earlier. So obviously hearing vehicles coming from both the south and the north means they go, you know what? Maybe we should get a little more together than where we're posted right now. Because we see it oftentimes early on in the games. We saw it with Genji over on a Wrangler up towards Severny. We've seen it with multiple other teams too, where they try and maintain these splits early for too long. And yes, you're gifted a center position in the first circle, but you're also the first team to take casualties. So, whack.
Well, Murray Ron making their way, and we saw, took a look in with Sonics, another decent game for Sonics that last game, which I'm sure is driving half of chat crazy and half of chat is cheering. So that is,
regardless of what happens to Sonics, somebody will be cheering and somebody will be sad.
Sonics in the lobby means a very, very active chat in every situation. Seeing Petrichor make their way, and now Polish Power, they kind of opted for this big split, still holding on to it. They're a little bit off center. They left Marcelic on the north side of this, and you see a few shots coming into Petrichor Road. Now Cappy kind of in the, I believe he's in this valley. He's got the shacks down there, but he's all by himself.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily mind this. They are playing a not so dangerous border patrol type position where they're essentially trying to cut off teams from coming in from the southwest side. Even if teams do like funnel in, it's still not the worst case scenario for them. In the meantime here though, Entropic thinking they're just chilling and rotating forward, but they're running straight into Expendable. So I don't think we're actively setting up a camp here until Levi's ran out forward. They were starting their rotation too, but then Levi spots a vehicle in the distance. Now they set up. Well, that's Ivar's dead.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing there. I mean, I think they were scouting out and seeing, just kind of spotting out for 777, who's kind of already inside circle and sending it.
Wait.
And they just, oh no.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, okay, we're good.
We're good. That would have been amazing.
Although, Entropic kind of sending it back into. Now, Marcelic, you were up on this hill last time.
No, it was another hill.
It was a different hill.
Yeah.
Okay, different hill.
I mean, you know, when you see Twisted Minds do cool things like this, you go, they're doing this and they're winning games. So if we just do this, maybe we win games too.
This is what I was worried about. Entropic pull right into Zinnon and Yan Li. They find 2, and all of a sudden, QBE all by himself. Entropic have had a fantastic 2 days here so far, but this game, I'll be playing as 1.
That is not the way that they were seeing that unfold. They even saw Yan Li from above. They push down as 2, nail up solid damage coming through, even though he gets knocked, but then you're expecting the trade to come through instantly from the other. But Shannon was just there, up the hillside, perfect off angle, takes down the second. And, well, bouncing around between teams, as you said, just QBE left alive.
Yeah. Well, LG tried to pull the same thing they did last time. They stopped down at those shacks. And, they stop out Begopa, but Begopa just a little bit more split than they were anticipating. So they get the knock onto Luke. Not going for the res just yet. Looks like Penta going to try to send it over, but you see Alo in vehicle, Purdy Curdy in vehicle as well. They're going to try to get up here and provide some support. Nice grenade from Kurt will make him back off.
Has to apply pressure if he wants to have any chance of getting Luke back on his feet. More damage coming through. GG, that should be an easy one indeed. It is. Penta goes down. Alo still around the side, but again, every time they peek on over, suppressive fire from the side. Son Yang trying to do the wide flank. That's now 2 down for Luminosity.
Now Alo and Kurt, they have angles here. They're trying to see if they can find some. Oh. But this is, I mean, this is the problem. This is what Begopa does, right? And this is exactly why, so that when they get in fights like this, they cover so many different angles that it's really, really hard to get into a peak battle with them.
At least now they actually kind of regroup fast enough, because there was a world where Luminosity gets that first knock rather than Begopa, and Begopa would not at all have been in the position to kind of regroup and help out one another. So it's essentially 2 split teams running into each other's splits that then, as the first knock goes in the favor of Begopa, just kind of crumples the card house of Luminosity.
Yeah, it's just kind of slowly bullying them back as Taman will spot out Alo. Goes down instantly. Kurt now. It looks like he might try to escape. We'll see if Begopa lets him. He should have a way out of here. He's going to have to go outside his zone and do a long wrap around to the north. But, man, the problems for LG just continue to compound here.
The worst thing of this is this was not exactly prime real estate they were fighting over. It was, again, early rotation caught off. Whether Begopa was set up here intentionally to try and call off a west side rotation, I'm not quite sure. But regardless, they run into each other once again. And this time around, well, it's Begopa victorious.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was both teams just stopping down to scout out what was on the other side of the road from Power Grid, and they just happened to run into each other, unfortunately. So there we go. New circle pops on top of Hacienda, well, just northwest of Hacienda, 22 in a good spot. Little 3 compound split they've got going on in the center, but GEX, they're already, oh no, are they going to run into QBE again?
I mean, you could only imagine that 22 has to group up here, or at least attempt to. We're seeing the replay here of
they're peacocking a lot right now.
Yeah, they're active. They're out there looking, trying to see what they can find. Yan Li finds the first one, and there you have Shannon from afar on the ridge line. 3 shots connected, 3 shots needed to take down Lugarux. Solid suppressive fire coming through. Pretty good team, GEX.
I think so. I think so.
It's only Cam who doesn't like
it. It's only Cam that doesn't like it. But, okay, Begopa, fresh off their victory against LG. They're going to spot out Petrichor Road just downhill. A few shots in there, a little ambitious, but they'll get a little damage done. Petrichor should be able to send it back to the south, no harm, no foul. Now they have left Mill way off to the north, so he's going to have to run this exact same gauntlet. And if he gets got, he's not getting brought back up.
No, there is no way if he gets knocked down here, especially with the vehicle he's in currently. It's not looking good. Edie, a little more speed needed.
Hey,
fortunately, Konaxi has kind of paved the way for him with the bulldozer and is now Looking as good as ever. They'll get themselves a solid 2-2 split with gas station and the compound just south. And in the meantime, H-Win caught in the open. 777 gets a freebie, but as I say that, SSR from down below takes him down in return. So the flanker gets flanked. And Jan Lee, well, he nets himself another kill point.
Yeah, and Gex actually doing Sonics a big favor there.
Massive.
Tiamba, I mean, they were very, very split to begin with, but that should be a fairly easy res now for Sonics. They'll get all 4 back up, and now they know that Gex is down there. They know that Tiamba's down there, so they'll stop down, maybe do a little bit more intense scouting before making their move.
Now, with 3.5 game still to play.
Yes.
In this lower bracket, I want everyone, while we're not seeing any action right now,
okay,
take a look at the leaderboard.
Let's look.
We have got in 7th place.
A lot of 30s.
We've got in 7th place a 32-point Striker 3. Below that, 4 teams tied at 31. And then USG sat in 12th at 30. Then down to 29, 28, 26. You can jump from 15th to 6th place with just a 9-point game.
It's madness.
In the meantime, Fex dies. But that just goes to show how absurdly close this mid-pack is. And it's not even mid-pack, it's pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
Except for Entropic on one side and Luminosity on the other.
Yeah, I mean, one decent game from LG, and they're right back in it. But, well, you got to have one decent game first to be there.
Yeah, true.
And unfortunately, FaZe, again, man, just getting nickeled and dimed. They just lose guys. One guy just randomly, and this time it's going to be Fex's turn as USG will continue their wrap over towards water treatment. Now, Sonic's starting to make their way down into the north side, which you can kind of see on your mini-map now. No shots coming through just yet, but it doesn't look like USG is looking in that direction either.
I'm not sure. I was going to say, I'm not sure if Keen and Shiva is aware, and the other way around, that Sonics are there. And as I was just going to say, I'm not sure Sonics is where they were there, but now with the vehicles coming in, obviously they would have heard and seen those. That's a clear indicator that there's something happening up here. Phase 3 pops up towards the open we go. Sonic's happy with this one. You can see now Gen G still miles out in the blue, wrapping in from the east side. They'll be very, very happy with this hot shift as well.
Yeah, I mean, this we've been getting a lot of hard shifts. This one actually benefiting most of these teams here.
Pretty much all of them.
yeah, trying to make its way up the hill. Now, 22 will collapse. It looks like they were holding all of that kind of plateau up to the south, but instead of sending all 4 to the one compound that's right on the edge of that cliff line, they'll keep maintaining the 2-2. Fex, meanwhile, rest of the phase, or well, Fex is dead. FaZe pulling just south of USG. A few shots coming in, but Sonic's pinching them. Now the spray from Mime will find Shiva, and Tiggleton has the off angle, is going to find Kane. And now all of a sudden USG Donuts in a world of hurt. Americano using that dumpster, just barely alive.
Yep, so that's that Nate 2. There you go. That's Sonic's swift execution, taking out Donuts. Now Petrichor trying to fortify the position that Gen G was in, but again, Gen G cold split, not in the position to take the fight just yet, and Petrichor going to try and punish them for doing so.
And the bad part is the tail end of Gen G is coming out of the blue, so they're already hurting. They're coming in with light health bars. Petrichor Ming is down. Mill hard crashing onto this. He'll find Adder. Nice shots from him. And Onyx has the grenade prepped. We'll see if he throws it too far. Now look at this. Of course, it's GEX third party from downrange.
The 4-man pull-up punish is something that neither Gen G nor Bacopa has been able to kind of withstand. Asura out in the blue. He's going to fall to Ixlift as well. And there you have it. Punishing teams on the edge. And that really has been, I mean, the struggle for both these Korean teams throughout the entire tournament. They're just not able to regroup fast enough when you have a 4-man stack pulling up on you in these wide split situations.
Petrichor Road cheering real loud after winning that battle. He could hear him in the stadium here. And honestly, if it's not Petrichor Road cheering, it might be LG, because that means that they still have a shot at not finishing in 16th. But man, Toby, if I would have told you that there was a possibility that Gen G might be the first team knocked out of PGC 2022. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Tough competition. What can I say? It's tough competition, and no matter your name, no matter the story of your team, if you don't deliver, well, other teams will, and that's been the case here. We've had a lot of upset performances, fortunately. I love to see it when some teams that we don't expect a whole lot from come out and deliver.
Sure.
And for Gen G, it's been the opposite of that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, both sides is fun, right? Seeing the new faces and the new names come in and really kind of highlight things, but you also love seeing the veterans come in and do, you know, repeat performances and just kind of build their legacy in a new way. So, obviously, wherever you fall on that spectrum, you're not wrong. There's no wrong answer to this. As
yes, there is.
Well, maybe there is. Anyway, well, FaZe is going to be fine with this new circle pop. Now, keep an eye on Theraton 5. They're taking shots down towards 22. If they get a knock, that's going to open a door.
Exactly. They're looking for that knock. They're looking for the opportunity to crash straight into the compound because they really have nowhere else to go. They can try and play the ridge down in the western side, but that's going to be a very edge circle. Senan does spot QB. QB was trying to shoot towards the east, maybe get some more points off of it now with that knock. Seeing the team eliminated, that is GEX netting himself a spot on the north side of the circle. In the meantime, Tang running around in the open. That car almost runs him over! Not sure exactly how he didn't die from that, but Tang clearly helmet made of titanium.
I'm not either. He got away with murder on that one. Still alive as Petrichor rotated. Honking the horn coming through, an ambitious spray onto the smoke as Chewy inside the compound, waiting for the push. Ming trying to go for the toesies. Ike's left will get him though, and that will be Tiamba down 1, down 2. I think only Tang, who's in the middle of the field in the smoke cloud, is left alive here for Tiamba.
I like your scream there. It was very heartfelt. It felt very authentic. You were actively scared on behalf of Tang there for a moment.
Look, I get scared a lot.
I mean, sometimes you know, sometimes you play a little like put like some spice on the emotions, but that felt very, very, very original, in a lack of a better word. That was very
like those who have played PUBG with me will tell you that I am always getting jump scared every time I get bolted, or it just always happens here. Savior trying to see if he can land a few onto Songyang. But fortunately for Begopa, they're able to pull off a very late game, long wrap around to the north side here.
But that's, I mean, okay, so they're going to get the hilltop, but the hilltop will be viable to them for approximately 15 seconds. Now, we know PO is a great player, but he is that's the time he's going to get to try and scout forward.
Time.
Yeah, he will have his toes inside the circle, so I guess technically they could sit up here and at least wait out, at least see the next circle pop with no one looking towards them right now. Obviously, GX having heard the cars come around them, they'll be looking towards the north. But does Begopan know that Sonix is sitting just east of them? Yes, they do, because now shots are being fired towards them.
Yeah, I mean, they have to assume anyway that there's going to be a team down there.
How long has Purdy been running for?
A long time. I'm not sure where he found all these meds, but he's doing great.
He must have run from up the hillside towards Power Grid. I'm not sure if he drove a car into Saint Martin and then ran off, but here comes the play. They had their 10 seconds of fun. Where are we pulling up on this? Are they going straight into what they already knew was a 4-man stack?
They sure are, and Sonics, for their part, hitting the shots right now. They're going to find 2 knocks right off the bat, as Tickleton holding the long range here. DG98 taking some damage. He is right on top of PO. Taman very, very low as well, as this is getting third party by Buriram way off in the distance. The grenade's not finding home. There you go. Taman will get spotted, and now DG98 the last one up in the smoke wall.
Well, it's hunting season, and Sonics are the ones with the guns right now.
Rabbits.
One down, DG98. All that's left here for Begopan. In a second, we will be seeing. I think Strips might just have caught him there. Nate not going to do a whole lot of damage, but some second time around double headshot, or headshot body shot, I should say, to follow. Sonics 8 kills, majority of which pretty easily come by.
Yeah. I mean, this is, you know what? You take those 8 points. It's been working out a treat, and they are going to continue to climb up the leaderboard here. As the rest of SGD, well, they're getting kind of picked apart on this southwestern side. Leo will get knocked down. Nice shots from Vinny. Sophia now the last one up, and he is just snaking through the grass. Worth noting, Purdy Curdy still alive.
He is still 3 teams away from placement points, but where there's a will, there's a way. Who knows? Maybe he finds the knock somewhere. In the meantime, Polish power, so much damage coming through. 777 and Lewis. Levi's doing all they can to deny them the entry to the circle. GX in the meantime forced to make a run for it. They're gonna, I would assume, stop right there. Nope, they're continuing. Okay, up towards 22 Esports they go, then towards 3rd and 5. Seems like they're a little all over the place on this rotation, but now finally a commitment has been made. They're setting up next to 3rd on 5, and Petrichor will have perfect angles on them.
They sure will, yeah. Petrichor taking shots in the back of GEX, and you can see Ixlef going to be landed. There you go. 3rd top 5 will go down eventually to the grenades from GEX, but they pick up a couple more points, so that's 6 now in there. As Purdy Curdy has arrived in the backside of the Expendables compound, a few shots will get landed into 777, but now the Expendables having to regroup and hunt down this last remaining rat hiding in the compound.
Yep, didn't get the first knock, unfortunately for him. Now might catch him on the second. Yes, indeed he does. Lewis falls down, but Duck Juice instantly there around the ridge line spots him, and that is Luminosity out in 10th.
A lot of frowning faces on that team right now. They've still got 3 games to get some work done, but it has not been so great so far here. Sonics try to send it over towards the pipes. Vinny will come over the top, and he will get greeted by a hail of gunfire from Mime. The boys in Sonics still able to get these heals off.
Both from Mime and also the entirety of FaZe Clan. That's the thing. I mean, as much as 22 want to prevent Sonics from making a play on them, I don't think they really have to worry too much about it right now, because look at the way FaZe Clan are looking right now. They're all staring towards a Matewin. Well, of course, a little too close to the vehicle there. Circle now further south. It's going to take us as FaZe, Sonics, alongside 22 Esports will all have to make plays towards the south.
Yeah, 22 immediately hopping in, and yep, like FaZe already sending it. Gustav just trying to get into grenade range while the smoke wall's still down. See if he's got 1 frag, but oh no, Buriram from behind.
Smoke off the backside as well. You should be all right. I would not imagine Buriram actively pushing out, especially not while there are still FaZe players inside the compound. So smoke off the backside angle, up some nades forwards towards Sonics. Because if you take them out here, you're going to be in a perfect position on that ridge.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got 1 though.
Got to have to suppress him from his teammates.
Yeah, the teammates doing exactly what they should be doing, just suppressing down. The grenade going to roll right on top of him. Finds Shrimzy, finds Tiggleton. H-Wing gets knocked extremely low. Won't get hit by the Molotov, however. So they might have time here. More flashbangs coming through, but Gustav wants to push this with the AUG. Sprays down, finds H-Win, Mime, the last one alive.
Level 3 gear, an AUG to work with now. Unfortunately, the smoke that was behind him before to grant him the cover has been taken out. You can see instantly the cavalry is arriving. 8C Diggory here to help out, and with that push coming forward, now 22 realizes, wait, FaZe ain't holding us back no more, so now we can make a play to try and see if we can third party on this.
They're trying to go for it. Shrimzy goes down to Vinny, immediately flushed out. Mime gets the res on the Tiggleton though, so somehow, some way, Sonic staying alive in this as 8C has been spotted out. Mime and Tig still alive in the smoke wall. Buriram has now cleaned up, snuck up behind FaZe. Diggory needs to be careful. He's going to get spotted out. 22 actually saving Sonics right now.
Loving the proactive play from Buriram here. Trying to make sure that, well, if they're going to be fighting on the north side of this one, we might as well be the ones to come out victorious. They've given up on the compound. They knew they had to do it eventually. And what better time than right now to make the play? Gustav takes down the final 2 from Sonics as FaZe rag up much needed kills here.
Huge points for FaZe right there as they climb up the leaderboard. Gustav still alive. Inside the smoke, Diggory has just a little bit of smoke left for himself. Has 22. Oh, you gotta be careful. Gustav, that AUG is working for him right now. Gets knocked low. Gizero will finally take him out.
Yep. 7 players looking in his direction. Limit where you can be hit from all those angles. Edie, good off angle towards Diggory. Just 1 player left alive. Again, tricky situation for FaZe Clan to find themselves in, but plenty of kills come through on the side of Gustav. Now, Diggory being pushed up on by the entirety of Buriram. And there you go. Down he goes, face out in 6th.
Nice place grenade from Naraja will do it as Buriram turning their attention over towards 22. Vinny goes down, Hayes 10 goes down as well. And that is the entire north side. Well, north side, I guess,
the ridge,
the ridge line, yeah. If it's
that's all they needed. Now they have to cast, now they have to cover. They will have to make a play, but they can make a play, as you can see here, onto GX potentially because of it. Because if they get the cast around to the north side, it's going to be a slow burner to begin with, but there might just be a play for them to make the push towards GX. They have cast, you can see them just on Edie there, and Petrichor should not be able to make a play on it because Expendables will have that angle. So Buriram here, I mean, even if they go down in a push to follow, they couldn't have made a better play in that situation.
No, they really, I mean, you know, Petrichor has the compound inside circle, but they're not in, it's not actually a great spot all things considered here for
They can't
him.
see anything.
Yeah, exactly. And Buriram still has this high ground that they can kind of whirl around with. GEX is in a little bit of a bowl. Looks like Buriram has a little bit of an angle onto it, but I mean, the Expendables obviously in the worst spot right now.
Buriram can only push GEX. The thing for Expendables is, as they're like, while their position might not be good map-wise, as you can see here, they have a go-to. Like, they have a spot where they can down to 2 HP.
What are you doing?
Calculated, bro. Calculated.
Sure. Why not? Okay.
I mean, this could not be better for Buriram. Kills come through. 777 lops the double on over. Expendables finds kill number 10 in the game. GEX out before they knew what was even happening around them, and now I'm looking towards Buriram, but they weren't ready for that to happen. They have not been set up in a position from where they can push forward. No! The nade hits the backside of the roof and bounces over.
Oh my goodness.
That was a triple kill just waiting.
That was so close. As 777, the legend of the Expendables, continues to grow. Another 11 kill performance here from them. Now, they have a little bit of a hard time cut out for him here, but as he said, Petrichor Road, they don't have, I mean, they can't shoot at anybody. Buriram has this ridge line that they continue to work along here, but it looks like they are just kind of gathering.
I mean, Petrichor has kills, but it pretty much came by all those kills before they came to this position. Or when they pulled up on this position, I should say, they got the final 2 onto Triamba. So since then, it's been a quiet game for them, but it does also mean, look at Ixef, full level 3 gear, no damage done whatsoever. They have very limited in how many times they've been knocked as well. So lethal utility is absolutely perfect for them. And right now, all they really have to do, sit down, wait for knocks to come through on the other side, because you know that either Expendables or Buriram will have to make the first play, especially with this circle coming through. You just gotta wait it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can see Petrichor Road, they're kind of dancing around there. They keep pulling out grenades and then putting them away, pulling them out. I mean, I feel like they know. Yeah, I feel like they know the Buriram is just right above them, but they don't have a good enough read on exactly where to want to throw the grenades just yet. Instead, just hold on to them.
They shouldn't have to worry about Expendables right now, at all. Because there's no way a flank can make the run around on the southeast side without Buriram shooting at him. Now, well, here comes the vehicles on through. Ixef does spot Device in the smoke, but again, as you can see, Enratra, perfect angle on the top, so Petrichor should only be looking north, and here comes the slow push in the vehicles. Forward they go, as Levi's will be spotted in the open. More nades to follow. That one could be absolutely perfect.
Might bounce. It's going to find Smell, but it won't find the other two. It's now a follow-up coming in. Smell going to go down. 777 Duck Juice, they are not wasting any time. They know where these guys are. They're immediately pushing, trying to find anything they can see. The grenade's falling just shy.
And now Petrichor will push up the east side of the north side. This is perfect for them. Force the fights between the two, and now look at the backfill they're setting up. Ixef will be spotted. Falls to the spray from Duck Juice. Levi's make that actually with the mini able to find him. Flush does come through from Chixing, but timing could not be better for Petrichor. Issue is there was still one more to deal with on this side of Expendables. And Duck Juice again, I mean, Expendables, 11 kills already in this one and looking for more.
They are looking damn good here. 777 will go down, but that should be a fairly easy res. And now Levi's actually going to go down as well. So Buriram, I think, using this opportunity to try to go for their own revive, but it looks like Edie will bleed out. Duck Juice just holding off the push with another grenade before going for 777. I think Levi's maybe a little bit too far away. Naradra just trying to see if he can maybe find this grenade. Oh! What a grenade from Naradra.
Absolutely perfect. Instantly lobs the smoke over towards his teammates. It's 2v3 in favor of Petrichor. They know where they have the final two as well, but how do they make it out from here? Chexing still has the low angle, or the high angle, I should say. Naradra has the crossing. It's a perfect crossfire setup, but they have to hit their shots because nothing they can do will allow them to stay together. 31 bullets to work with for Chexing as he finds the first.
Chexing with that Groza, but as he said, low ammo situation right now, and the smoke's laid down for Petrichor. Flashbang will put things on pause for Chexing. Lost the spot. He's going to find Ming just on the edge of the smoke, and now Long has been spotted out as well, but that's it for the ammo.
Does he still have the other gun?
Oh, no.
He does, and he has no more bullets. Run for ammo. Run for ammo, Naradra. He needs it on you.
Oh, no.
He literally doesn't have any ammo to work with. Pick up some ammo as fast as you can. Get the reload, and he hasn't swapped guns yet. There you go. Got the M4. Got the reload. Long is still alive. He's still holding the angle. The iron sights. M4 comes out, and he prevails. Chexing. No ammo. Running
looking straight into the face of Long, and he comes out victorious.
Oh, you can see them laughing. They know he just got away with absolute murder. How do you switch guns out with your dead teammate in the middle of a final fight? Unbelievable stuff from Buriram.
What the actual hell did we just witness? Buriram, the team forced to make the move. Perfect nades lopped on forward. Nuadra doing everything he can to suppress, allowing for Chexin to make the run around, and then the quick ammo grab, gun swap to win the game with an iron sights in the end of it. What a finish to game number 2 of the day.
My. Toby, I'll tell you one thing. You might be here for a specific team, you might be cheering for a specific region, but at the end of the day, you have to be here for the absolute Chad energy that APAC is putting out right now. But let's throw it over to the desk to hear what they have to say about this last game.
Absolutely spectacular. We all popped off on the desk here as that was going down. What a play here. Buriram getting themselves the victory here on the second game of Miramar. Come on, talk to me.
Listen, okay, I gotta recenter myself. Cheese King is cheesing on all of them.
We have to give him his real name because he earned it. I keep calling him Cheese King the whole time. I'm sorry, guys, but what a play here, Zenok. What a play.
Oh, look, yeah, I just have to go straight to it. I mean, so runs out of ammunition with the Groza, runs over to Nordra's body, picks up his M416.
Right next to his opponent.
Yeah, right. And then as he just peeks over, absolutely puts the fear of God into his opponent. What a moment. Yeah. And honestly, I think that the takeaway for me is also in such a pressurized situation to be that cool, calm, and collected, to sort of work your way through that speaks volumes to Cheesing.
But it's not just the pressure situation of that final fight of running out of ammo, though that, of course, is an incredibly unique situation. We've been watching these highlights, and this game in particular, with the way that flat top has been working out, that, teams like TE have been working really well with, getting a bunch of kills in that position. But we just saw that big fight on the north side, lower that ridge between FaZe, Buriram were there, Sonics were there. We're getting down to the wire, guys, and teams, it's sort of position where you got to put up or shut up.
We're getting down to the wire to the point where you need to do everything and throw the kitchen sink at them as well, because we're seeing these scenarios play out. We've seen so many unique scenarios play out here at PGC.
How are they so calm?
I don't know. But they get the victory here. Buriram will be able to solidify themselves a decent spot so far throughout this lower bracket. And with 23 points, once again, you're constantly pushing yourself totally guaranteed away from the danger zone.
17 total points as well for the Expensibles. 14 total points for Petrichor Road. This round in particular, it's like teams that are already at the top or close to it keep on winning, which in a way is going to make that middle section still as tight as it's been.
Yeah, the problem as well, when you look at the match leaderboard here in the bottom 5, are practically almost the bottom 5 that we've got the total leaderboard as well. So they're kind of losing that opportunity, being able to keep up the pace and still get into that top 8. But, for Buriram United and the Expendables as well, as we get to probably the total leaderboard shortly, I think they'll be pretty safe. From what we saw of it just before the game ended. What a tournament so far from Nordra, though. 6 kills in this game, 800 damage. Cheeksing, though, has really stepped up. There was a moment, I think it was maybe the end of the group stage, we saw God Meow come back into the roster momentarily, played a couple of games. I'm so glad they went back to Cheeksing, though. He's been part of the core roster since making his way over from Magic Esports, and this was really the time where he's starting to shine and really start to feel like they can gel as a team. Canaxi only the 1 kill, 500 damage, though, has been a really good support player. Just wish he got a couple more kills for my fantasy.
The big question, though, is that we, at the top of this show, we put Buriram on that list of teams that, they can do some damage, they can do something, they're going to be a threat every once in a while. But we're seeing that happen more often than I think any of us expected. At what point do we consider this performance by currently ranked number 3 on the leaderboard to be a more consistent thing than expected?
Good question.
I don't know. I think you have to kind of temper expectations off the back of Losers Bracket 1. I know you can get sometimes excited. You're seeing especially these particular teams that struggled in the group stage start to find a little bit of their footing. And the next lobby will be harder. You've got 8 of those teams coming from the winners bracket.
Well, the Expendables will take that #1 spot off of this with having the position that they had and being able to frag out from it. But this circle in general, we're seeing so many of those teams try and send it from the north side here, Cameron. That was difficult. Sonic survived for so long, given the circumstances they were in.
Yeah, I mean, Mime had like 25 HP or so, trying to get the revives. They made it at least 2 standing up with full HP. It was a very chaotic situation.
All right, well, wild games, wild scenarios here already at PGC across so many stages. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have one more Miramar, and they'll be moving over to good old Erangel.
PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide Annie. I'm here again in the Dubai Exhibition Center where PUBG Global Championship 2022 is being held to have a short interview and a quiz time with the players who's competing in the group stage to qualify for winner's bracket. Let's go! So I'm here in the Dubai Exhibition Center where PGC 2022 is being held, and I'm gonna have a little tour in the backstage area. Let's see if there are players that I can have an interview with. Let's go. Oh, I see one player over there. Hi, what are you doing? Do you have time? I want to have a short interview with you and have a little quiz time.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go then. Okay. I think you're another player. Hello. I want to have an interview with you, like with 777. Do you have time? Okay, let's go. Let's go to the stage. Okay. Friend. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for joining me.
大家好，我是 TMA 战队的露露。Xin chào mọi người, mình là 777, mình đến từ giới Sniping.
So I'm sure that you could be happy 777 because you have shown us a super play in the day 1 in the group stage. How did you feel? Like, how did you feel when you wiped that BBL squad?
Nó bình thường.
Very natural?
Yeah.
Okay. After that, you decided to make your own move, not to revive your teammate. What did your teammate talk about?
Thường là đến đấy không ai nói gì cả, và để trong chung là tình huống cuối rồi thì 1 vs 1 thì đồng đội tự tin thì xử lý rồi.
我觉得777选手在决赛圈发挥的非常令人兴奋，觉得很厉害。
Okay. Next question to Lulu. So TMA also won match 3 in the day 1, and you're gonna become a dark horse in the group B. How do you feel?
我们当时吃到第1把鸡的时候，第3场吃到第1把鸡的时候，觉得很淡定吧，非常激动的那种感觉。
Some fans would think that you're lucky to become in PGC, but now you're performing very well.
首先，我们很遗憾没有进入 PCS 7，然后我们的实力本身就不弱，在我们 PCL 赛区里，我们已经属于很强的队伍了，只是没有发挥好。
Next question. Who do you think is the ace of your team?
我觉得我们队伍打得最好的就是我。
Same, tất cả đều xem nhau á.
我觉得他打的是他们队伍打得最好的。我们会发挥出我们排名第32的实力。
Việt Nam number 1.
Okay, Vietnam number 1. Thank you for having an interview with me. You can freely come into this rug, but if you want to get out, you have to get right with our quizzes. If you get it right, we're going to give you the gift.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so there are 4 keywords, and if you pick one keyword, I'm going to give you the quiz.
RG.
Sound?
Yeah.
Okay, play the weapon sound, and you have to get it right. Start!
OK，交音 MK47 的枪声。
Right. Oh.
Yeah, sao?
Sound?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So Lulu got it right. Let's see if 777 can get it right too. Why?
Sao mẹ quên tên lúc bây giờ nhỉ? Hey, I need web.
Help, help.
我听这是消音 M762的声音。
Oh no.
再听一下。
Okay. New one.
New.
yeah， DP28。
啊 ，no no no。
你还要听一下吗？K2，
对
，Yeah K2，
，Yeah， 对 K2 的消音器。
You're right. Team play. Okay. So both of you got right. So I want to give you a little gift to you guys. Lulu carry. So Lulu first. This? Okay.
OK。
Go.
Where?
Wow. Here. Oh, okay. Please take off your eye mask. Yay.
ดูใบ
Noble.
đẹp
挺好的，很喜欢。
hay sẽ là một cái kỷ niệm.
Oh, okay. So thank you for joining me in this quiz on rug.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
PGC 2022.
TE
TMA.
Fighting!
Fighting!
加油!
We asked if today's games could deliver off of what we saw yesterday, Poro, and oh my lord, the Chicksing have something to say about that.
I mean, that was just... That's an all-timer right there. Like, I'm never going to forget that, that picking up that. But, I mean, look, he just came in, he decided he needed to go beast mode for his team, and he delivered in a big, big way. That was huge.
And the whole end game for them, they know when to push out of that compound, up towards FaZe, the fight they're currently having with 22 Esports, then over the ridgeline, then deal with Expendables, and then the final fight against Petrico. It does not get better than this on a global stage like we're seeing it here.
It certainly doesn't, and the Expendables delivering as well. I feel like it's just been Apex season right now, and it's I can't wait to see what they bring together for these final 3 games. But Toby, we're getting real close. We got to start looking at that 8th place cut line.
3 more games left to play before it's over and done with. It's going to be the final Miramar here for Losers Bracket 1, that we're going to be heading into in just a few moments. And again, I mean, to go off of, if we are going off of what we saw in the previous ones as we're getting ready for the game in just a few, I mean, you're saying APAC teams are coming in with a tempo. Not many teams can follow it.
Not really, but these guys are feeling pretty good about things. Haven't seen Entropic smiling a whole lot.
No, I'm seeing a smile.
And now all of a sudden we're seeing him smile a lot.
Yeah,
Toby, what are you?
a little smirk going on there.
Crazy.
We are seeing a lot of what I can only imagine is technicians and referees over towards the FaZe booth. So a little bit of a delay, but that doesn't matter too much because then we get to talk for a little while longer.
Everybody's favorite.
Everybody's favorite.
Caster, press start button, please.
We have it right here. We just don't want to do it. It's actually kind of sad for Digger. You can see he's just looking over towards us going, guys, what are you waiting for?
Well, we've got a few more awesome points to bring out. Like how 22, that one big win, man. That's all it takes, though, isn't it? It feels like.
I mean, to some extent, it's all they need. Of course, they would want to be able to play a Losers Bracket 2 and not go straight into the into the grand survival, because that's gonna be something else. But honestly, I mean, for all these teams playing here, we saw in the previous game how incredibly close the leaderboards were, and having a victor now in Buriram, sure they fly their way further up the leaderboard, but it doesn't change much when it comes down to how close these teams are. What did we say? Gen G in 15th last game, one good game when they were set in like 5th. We're absurdly close between these teams.
Yeah, that's the thing. As I mean, we're seeing such parity across this entire lobby that while we're seeing teams get a whole bunch of points and shoot up the leaderboard, the cut line spot, it's still kind of remaining the same. And there's still just a number of teams that are just above it and just below it that are well within range.
Because that's the thing, right? It's never the same 1 or 2 teams that do it back to back. It's all these different teams. Now we see it from Buriram. Previous one, it was 22 Esports. Maybe, who knows? Maybe now is the time for Luminosity or Gen G to actually get the ship out of the port, because they haven't even hit the storm just yet.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. But as you said, I mean, fortunately, you know, we are still so close and so tight up there that all it's going to take is one good game. And you know what, Toby? At the end of this thing, nobody's going to remember how you got there. They're just going to remember that you got there, right?
No one talks about the first 4 weeks Sonics didn't do anything at PGIS. They say, oh, but they won, so therefore they're the best.
Well, were they in grand finals? That's the question that everybody asks.
Yeah.
And however you got to get there, you do what you got to do, man. But yeah, again, you know, we talked about it yesterday. This team, Luminosity, is very, very experienced, very well coached, very not susceptible to tilt, really. But 3 games left, man. You got to start worrying.
And I think one of the big things to me, as sad I suppose you can say, especially if you're a Luminosity fan, that this is kind of happening to them. I feel like this tournament shows that if a team like Luminosity can crumple, I don't want to say it's crumple under the pressure or crumple under the just various things they're getting thrown at them during the tournament. If a team like them can crumple here, that goes to show the level of play they're up against. Because sure, it might seem chaotic to some of the viewers who may be used to a little more casual play style with some of these teams just full speed sending it into one another. But believe me when I'm saying, for the most part, they're doing it intentionally. They're setting up these ambush plays because they know it's gonna work out. We're gonna catch some of these teams off guard who are used to the more chess-style, slow-playing PUBG. If we just full-speed sending into them, it might look YOLO, it might look stupid, but if we get the kills and survive, you can laugh at us, but we're the ones alive.
Well, it's you can see the difference between the teams that are used to kind of, you know, slow playing, prepping that next move, and the teams that are very like instant decision making. Let's make it, let's send it, and see what happens. You know, rely on our mechanics. And it's, I mean, right now at least, it's working in the favor of those that are more willing to take the high risk, high reward kind of plays.
We are seeing some replays here of the previous game, and while it was chaos galore once we went into the kind of the center of the end game, I think what led us to that area was Hutchins. Once again, these circles, they're bouncing us all around the map. And what initially looked to be a game that was going to end on the Power Grid Plateau sent us further towards the north, then back in the other direction, and then we end up out in the middle of the open, just south of Water Treatment.
I mean, I loved this phase push, honestly. Like, they could have stayed across the road. They could have taken their time with it. They could have waited for Sonics to get picked apart by 22 and Buriram, but they made the aggressive play trying to get those points.
What I want to say off of this entire phase 6 through 9 endgame, it was perfect executions followed up by perfect counterplays. Yeah. And we don't see that too often, but it happened in back-to-back-to-back situations. FaZe knowing exactly when to set up the ambush, when to make the aggressive plays towards Sonics. The only counterplay to that is that 22 Esports makes the peak on over. They do that. The only counterplay to that is that Buriram peaks on over. They do that. The only counterplay to that is that Expendables make the play from the other side. It was all these different plays from so many different teams being set up and being executed at the correct time. And that's why we see like what looks like the perfect play in the end not working out for some of the teams, because the follow-up play is equally good.
I mean, it just seems like there's no fear on a lot of these teams in the lobby. Even
about time.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I guess we've gotten to that point now where everybody's so experienced that they have faith in themselves. They believe that they can beat somebody heads up like a New Happy or a Petrichor Road or a Twisted Minds. They're not scared to just go and just send it 4v4 into them because they like their chances.
Exactly. Well, you've heard of us long enough. Now you'll hear us a bit more as we head into the final Miramar of not only the day, but of Losers Bracket 1 here as well. For those of you guys who've been sleeping, who haven't been listening, after today's last 3 games, the 16th team will be eliminated from PGC 2022. And so far, there's a few teams sat down there in the bottom who would do everything to get out of that spot.
Yes, indeed. LG snugly in there right now. I think Gen G just above them by 10 points. And as, again, all of this one game. One game is all it's going to take, really.
Yep.
And we'll see if LG can kind of pull it off. But, I mean, like you said, Gen G, even despite the fact that they're not in 16th place, I mean, we saw the replay of the game just previous where they just got absolutely roasted by Petrichor Road. Yep. Didn't even get a single knock on Apero. So it's, you know, they might not be in 16th, but it's not smooth sailing here for Gen G by any means.
Not at all. North side plane as all our players jump out for the final time on Miramar, at least in this constellation, in this stage of the tournament. And here are victors of the previous game. Who do we really reward for the win? Was it Noadra because he went down and he got the initial knocks?
Oh, man.
Or was it Chexing for getting the final kill? Or was it Noadra for carrying the ammo that Chexing needed when it all came down to it?
There you go. You know,
and that, my friends, is a Northern Circle. We're warming up for Erangel.
Please don't say that. Please don't say that. This is going to be fun, though. I love a good crew device circle. These are always entertaining. And it's also, I mean, it's so far north that it's pretty much cut out most of that El Azahar death trench that we see a lot of games kind of end up at. Yeah. So this is definitely feels like it's going to be a crew divide and maybe north in those little plains by Tori.
A little Tierra Bronca finish ain't never hurt nobody. It's been a while since we've been up there, so who knows? For Chexing, well, getting looted and up, you see it here. The initial 2 sprays, perfect spot being on the side of the smoke. Doesn't catch long initially, then he goes for the spray, the full spray committed, and then realizes, shit, I'm out of ammo. I need to get down this hillside, I need to get down behind the rock. Goes for the smoke to try and make the counter play. Noadra wanted to crawl back towards his teammate initially, then the quickest gun swap we've ever seen, falls back down behind the ridge. There you go. Get back, get reloaded. And again, this smoke, he set it up for himself, isolated the angle. And there he has it.
What an absolute legend, man. And you know what the funny part? Like I just want to see Long watching the replay of what happened, knowing
when he realizes what happened.
When he realizes that this guy
I could have panned him. What? Yeah, that would have been something. Noadra 790 damage, 6 kills, 12 kills between the two. What a phenomenal game for Buram.
I mean, beautiful stuff from them. And then once again, a face that we're starting to get pretty familiar with at the top of this kill leaderboard there. 777, Duck Juice as well. See Gustav sneaking his way up there as well for FaZe. So, I mean, what can you say, man? The Expendables, APAC in general has just been so exciting to watch, and it's hopefully it'll stick through the grand finals, man.
I mean, right now at least we're in a group where the aggressors tend to take control. We've seen it before. Well, Strimsy gets the knock on Sophia. We've seen it before where I think this is actually Sonic setting up an ambush in Trigadui.
I think they did.
They pushed down from Minas and Graveyard to go to the roadside just to deal with Trigadui as kind of a punishment play.
Look at where SGD is on the leaderboard.
I mean, it's very clearly intentional. It is revenge for having to be here in the first place.
Okay. Well, maybe a little revenge best served cold through Losers Bracket 1. We'll definitely be keeping eyes out on that one. But Sonics do need to be careful. They do have Petrichor Road kind of hanging out just above them. But, I mean, it's at this point, I mean, Sonics, you're what? You're 57 points, cutoffs 38. I guess with 2-3 games left, you're feeling pretty comfortable about top 8?
Yeah, they would pretty much have to zero out. I feel like the cutoff is going to be 55-60, so they would have to pretty much zero out in order to not qualify through.
I mean, look at it. I mean, SGD just sent it hard south, and they're kind of running right into LG now. So Americano, nice little angle onto Polish Power. The shot's not really landing, but Polish Power should be okay. This is way off to the north, so USG had a big wide split, and this is, I mean, fortunately for Polish Power, only one source of fire.
Yeah, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. And there you see, ambush set up. He was there, ready and waiting. They knew they were going to be rotating out eventually. And, well, yeah, not really too much to do about that one.
Yeah, that is 100% an ambush there. So we'll keep eyes on that. We'll have to track that as the next couple of games play out. But Sonics, meanwhile, looks like they realize nobody else is coming, and they'll make their way into Minas Generalis. Meanwhile, 22. They've got a 2-2 split just south of Krudovaye.
I forgot what I was talking about when that happened. And now I can't remember, so it probably wasn't all that important in the end of it. I felt like I was about to make a pretty good point, but
I'm sure
when have I ever?
I mean, look, every point that you make is fantastic.
Aw, are you getting paid to say that by James?
Absolutely.
Oh, there, I figured as much.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? We don't say good things about teams or other people unless we get paid to. It looks like, okay, Genji didn't full commit to crashing down to the Petrichor. The Petrichor just kind of actually cut in the middle of Genji as they were making rotation. So half of Genji already north of water treatment. The back half of Adder and Anonyx are going to have to take the long way around.
Down. Yeah, I mean, they can slow down. They can stay within, I mean, as you're seeing here, somewhat vision of Petrichor, at least track their rotation, and then they can alert their two teammates who are close towards the circle of their whereabouts. Same thing on the backside here. We're seeing Sonic pretty much rotate straight through the rotation of GX. Not a whole lot to fall on. I wouldn't imagine GX turning on this as I say that, though. Sitting in 8th place right now, GX fighting for a spot that's outside the circle. And Lee, I know you've been hitting some good shots lately, but I don't think this is the time nor the place to take this fight.
I think they may have just been...
They thought there was probably only one caught on rotation.
Yeah, I think Yanli hits the... Doesn't take the shots, though. Oh, there it is. To the back windshield, hits one. That's going to be it. Okay, I think he was just stopped down to make sure that SSR was going to get around him.
Headshot as well.
But that was a good headshot on Tig. But they both pull away. And yeah, H-win already over by Ella Azahar. So Sonic's just messing with people now. They got a little confidence in them.
For the rotation to come, I'm looking at Tiggleton right now. I mean, he's not got a lot of gas in that vehicle, and the rest of the team is already up towards Azahar. So either you find a new vehicle, or I think he's got to be running, or maybe expecting a pickup from someone else at some point soon, because he was down to 1.5, I think, bars of gas in his vehicle there. So hopefully he's going to get a little bit of a pickup.
Well, all eyes on Luminosity right now in 16th place. You don't want to be the team in 16th place at the end of this, as that will be the end of your PGC. But Blue 12 starting to get a little bit close on this south side. Now GEX and Begopa right on the south side as well. You see with the high ground, Savior just looking down.
No.
Does he get this?
No.
There's no way. Those do, though.
Savior.
Those do.
The nade is what's going to get him.
Oh, my goodness.
He knew from the start. He knew exactly what needed to be done in order to get it. Can't quite get the angle for the flush shot. Damage does come through onto Son Yang. And right now, Savior is safe. Even though headshot comes through, he's still going to commit to the angle. Son Yang down to under half HP. Some toe tags come through as well. It is at least not a convertible. So Son Yang got a little extra combo, but Savior with the M4 enhanced sprays and headshot connects.
Savior has been doing absolute work for GEX here from range, and now he's letting his teammates know, I got 2 knocks. Okay, the res does come through on the Taman, but now Yan Li is there with another grenade to follow up. Zenon is actually going to find Taman. Savior does go down to DG98, but the damage is done. Pio is going to go down to Zenon as well.
That is... did not think it was going to go as easy for them, but they set up, they execute. Solid plays coming through from Savior, and just like that, Begopa torn to pieces. They will try and see if they can commit to the rest here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to fall as a result of trying to attempt this.
A little bit far removed here, so they'll get the res up immediately, but yeah, you can hear them hopping into the vehicles. Just get out of there.
Yeah.
Stay up as 2, see if we can make something happen. Song Yang Have to be real careful that he
Don't hit
doesn't
a
run
tree.
into a rock or a bullet. Oof. I mean, the way these things have been hitting lately, Toby, I half expected it.
Yeah, it's impressive to watch again. I mean, just goes to show the level of play in this tournament. Absolutely phenomenal. Circle, send us up at close to Raye. Donuts find themselves right in the middle. A lot of teams split in the vicinity, but wouldn't be surprised to see a few more teams up to try and group up in and around the city itself.
It looks like Sonics and SGD have found each other once again. Mime gets knocked, but that should be resable. Jervis sending a few more shots in.
Shooting way too high.
Yeah, the Murata should be able to protect them, and they should be okay. Leo pulling off of his previous spot will go and join the rest of his team. Rez comes through. Everybody's happy as Sonics once again on the move.
Don't think DAY2 is too happy. They didn't get the kill.
Well, yeah, okay, maybe not everybody. But they
Can't please everyone in the game of PUBG.
That is true. That is true. But they do get out of there. They get to continue their wrap. It looks like they're heading towards the north here as well. So keep an eye on that. As Gen G have a nice little compound position over on the west as T5 just kind of moving around them.
Well, they're not in a hurry. They never have been, and they probably never will be. I thought their playstyle was going to change more with the course of the tournament, but so far it's been very slow. And I feel like it's part of the reason why they're currently sat in 15th. They are a very careful team, though. So in situations like this, where they're actually given some space on the edge, they take their time to scout out the proper rotation opportunities or possibilities they have to work with. And I would assume, in this case, with no immediate threats nearby, they should be able to do so as well.
Big Aga. G98 knocked real low there. Combination of, I believe, Haven and might have been Shiva from USG Donuts off in the distance. But again, smoke wall laid down, cover to be found, will heal up. No knocks coming through. As, well, where do you go now? Your vehicle is very, very busted.
Yeah, it's not exactly looking good for Bago Power. I mean, they're sitting at 7th, so it's not the worst place to be, but if this is where you're going to finish this one, and the next one is anything similar, then you're looking at probably sitting around 10th or 11th. So, for Bago Power's sake, get some points, even in this game.
Well, right now, 22 just behind them in a 2-2 split, just on the south side of Krudavaya, and FaZe all 4 up on the south side of Tori, playing from the north, looking south. So, looks like Petrichor Road wrapped around FaZe on the northern side, but since pulled in, X-Win, a few shots over towards Jervis with that SKS, basically letting them know that they're there. But is this Sonics just sending it right into them?
I mean, again, they've been on the hunt the entire game so far. What's stopping them? They're already sat in 4th, pretty much guaranteed to go through again, unless if they really zero out. So the push is committed to Tickleton, though caught in the open. Shen finds the first one. Things might go against them, but again, even if Tick falls here, even if the team falls here, they're still looking very good. So one more kill, I should say, on DAY2, and damage has already been done.
Oh, he spotted out. The head peeking over the top. That grenade's going to go just a little bit too far. Mine will get taken down by Levi's, though, as the Expendables have a little bit of a third party on this, and now Shen's going to find H-Win. He's going to go down to his own vehicle. Shrimsy pulls back into the blue, and I think that might be it for him.
Shrimsy's chilling. He's breaking his neck while looking backwards, but he's chilling. We are here. We're sat right next to the DAY2 booth, and Yer is yelling going on right now.
They're saying thank you.
I think maybe that is what they're saying.
They were screaming thank you for the points.
Well, I mean, they need them, so I'd be thanking them as well.
Sure. Well, SGD still have 3 up, as now they're starting to work their way south, but LG also in here. Looks like Leo has spotted out Penta, but I think Penta has spotted him out as well. Big shot come through already, knocks Penta down to about...
They cannot commit to this rotation. He just saw 3. There's no way they continue to trap south. They got a 180 and hope that they can claw on through in, like, pretty much into or in between Luminosity and Expendables here. See the replay there. Chef. Double body shot coming over. 3rd to follow. But again, yeah, for DAY2 in the south side here, they cannot commit to that play. There should be no way.
With the 2x smell,
Well, he didn't miss the first 15 bullets, so I guess that's the 2x.
Well, that's why you have the extended mag. Easy. The war, the long-running war between SGD and Sonics continues. And will most likely continue once we head over to Erangel.
Could only imagine. In the meantime, Petrichor trying to wrap their way south around towards the city, but wanting to stay on the northern ridgeline. They lose players because of it, though. Down to just 2 now, as Mill and Mink try to make their way into the church. Issue as Burram is there. Burram, though, is set in a 4-way split. Canaxi is the only one down here, but I guess blessing for Burram is that Donuts are currently helping him out here.
Oh, careful, sir. Americano just had him spotted out. The smell will find Shrimsy, and that'll be it for Sonics. Go down in 16th place. But again, sitting in 4th place overall right now. They are just fine. Fairly comfortable here.
Should be all right. More nades or smokes being thrown down the ridge. Nade that was.
Oh, I wonder if we'll see a Pachinki hot drop. You're making the face like...
it's not unlikely, I think. I mean...
The triumphant return. Well, Mill will spot out Canaxi as Burram's big split here. They had 1 downhill, they've got 2 uphill, and they go
It's so hard. It's so hard for Chexing and Edie to really help. You can see already now shots being fired from the other side, and with the Donuts for a while looking up towards the church too, it was just limited to pretty much non-existent suppressive fire coming in for Canaxi. No help, no vision being granted, and he was playing on that roof all by himself. Circle, Cruz del Valle it is, it seems, as the next one takes us towards it as well. Still plenty of teams who were hoping for various edge circles or hardships to follow, but now I think they're starting to realize, Poro, well, the city is where we're going to be going.
Yeah, this is... boy, I'll always see them end around Cruz del Valle, but never actually on.
It's a rarity.
Cruz del Valle. It's usually maybe off to the west, to the north, but this time we're getting a little bit blessed as we check in with Entropic on that northeastern side. They've got Tiamba just off to the west. Looks like they've maybe spotted them out. Well, Tiamba definitely knows they're over there. Luca Rux looking over in that direction. Song Yang will get spotted out, and that will do it for Begopa, going out in 15th place.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing a smile on the face of Pio, but
well, he's always smiling.
It might be a hidden smile of sadness. Is that a thing?
Well, they're in top 8.
Yeah, well, by 2 points. Don't cheer too soon.
Still counts.
With how the games have been going today, I would not be cheering too soon. Still 2 more games to play, of course. They want to finish inside the top to make their way into the losers bracket. To Anonyx's corpse, getting a Mirado for his graveyard, but unfortunately not going to be able to use it for much.
Yeah, this is the fight that feels like it's about to pop off. There's 9 down to about half HP. The rest of Entropic sending it a little bit further as Nalip gets left behind to maybe see if he can catch somebody over peaking.
Here we see Americano's knock or flush, I should say, from a distance. Ooh. That is
nice shot there.
Is he playing Ironside SLR? Well, I know Tiamba rotated early, but that's very early. If you're forced to play Ironside, it's like you must have found at least a holo, even though I wouldn't recommend anyone playing that on a DMR. But still, I mean, in a lack of better.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Tiamba, they definitely still have a lot of work to do. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about LG and Gen G, but Tiamba, Polish Power, they're top 5, all down there as well. But all of them still have a shot. I mean, you look at, again, that 8th place cut line isn't getting any higher. And then even GEX and Begopa, they're not, free and clear of this thing just yet either.
Not at all. Nasty. They need an entry to the circle. That entry could be the downfall of Expendables if they so opt to push forward. They have kind of maneuvered into the circle and have some space to play around too. And now I think they're seeing, or at least sensing, that Expendables are falling back. So a foot in the circle has been provided, but I have to wait another 5 seconds here to wait and see where the next circle will take us.
You can tell LG, I mean, they're just playing super, super slow, very methodical, keeping together, not...
That is the shift they wanted.
That is definitely the shift they wanted. They'll take that all day long. Although they do know that they've got a full 4-man squad of the Expendables just off to their north.
Yeah.
and they should probably have a good idea that there is a team in the graveyard there with Buriram.
Oh, yeah.
If they haven't spotted them out just yet. So they can kind of hang out where they're at right now or start to maybe take over a little bit more real estate, although it looks like Expendables might be starting to make their way south. Meanwhile, Gex trying to leave the city on the north side. They're going to hop in the vehicles. Savior gets knocked extremely low, but will survive for now. Tiamba still kind of focused down on Entropic as Savior will get spotted out by Rosseted.
Curious as to where they're planning on ending this rotation. Seems like they're going straight into USG. A bit of a head-scratcher rotation coming through here from GEX. They've been pretty smart on the rotations so far today, but this one right into, I could only imagine, their own downfall. Yan Li gets one, but falls instantly in return, and now just SSR left alive. Should be a pretty easy one. There you have it. Kane finds 3. Access denied.
Indeed, indeed. They do lose Americano in the process. Meanwhile, Genji just going to send it right into Tiamba, and they immediately go down. Not sure if they even knew that these guys were up here. Adder's still alive, or Asura rather, still alive, as he's just having to pull out of the Bronco and just try to survive a little bit longer. Yep, Ming's just going to go ahead and pick his pocket. As Entropic now sending it over towards the Expendables.
What was that play from Genji? Tiamba was shooting at everything up there, and still, despite that, they pull up with 2 into a Rich where they have no vision. That's, again, I mean, questionable rotations coming through from the team. 777 now taking down. That's going to help out. If not Entropic, of course, then for sure Luminosity sat on the southern side of Expendables. Now more space given for them to maneuver around on the southeast ridge.
Yeah, 2 kills for Luminosity. Expendables down to just 2. As they're on 5, they have spotted out Tiamba as well. Instead of driving directly into the middle of them, they instead will take long-range shots there as SGD does get taken down by a combination of Buriram and Purdy Curdy, so south side clear.
Luminosity trying to now find more. It's going to need more than just a knock, I think, in order to actually make a push on towards Buriram in the current position they're in. But the more damage they can do now, the better set they are for potential fight to come. Here we're seeing the pull-up again from Genji. Not sure exactly what the idea was with that. Genji goes down earlier, but USG trying to fend off here again, and once again, victorious.
I mean, they're doing a fantastic job of holding the line right here, although these teams that are crashing into them, not really making it that difficult for them. As Pathapong and X-Crozit, a few more, I mean, there's no more offensive utility left. It's mostly just smokes at this point, but Kane still alive, trying to leave out of there, while LG starting to creep a little bit forward towards the Expendables. Smell will find Penta. Shots coming through from Purdy Curdy, just off.
A 4v2, make that a 3v2 now for Luminosity. Nate bounces too far. Could be a good one, though, to follow towards Lewis, but he's going to be able to back off that position as well. Keen will fall, so that's Donuts out of this one in 11th. And Alo now, again, trying to be the overhead protection for his team as Levi's pushes further forward.
Ooh, just spotted him out there, yeah. Levi's was trying to go over there and see if he can maybe catch LG slipping, but Alo doing a really good job of keeping both Smell and Levi's at bay. It's actually going to be Kurt that gets the knock there, but now the Expendables down to just 1, and Buriram actually leaving their cemetery compound to come behind and backfill LG, and nobody from LG really looking that direction.
I was just going to say, if Luminosity ain't ready for this, Buriram going to take them out the same way they ended up dealing with Face in the previous game. Luke goes down to the first one. That's Levi's able to hold off the angle. There are 3 mollies to work with on the side of Levi's. Jumps up to get a first aid kit. Purdy hears and sees him, though, so he's going to fall. But here comes the push from behind, and Noadra instantly finds the first 2.
Oh, just beautifully placed as Naraja's grenades have been doing absolute work. And just like that, Luminosity goes down. They gained some points for themselves, but look at the frustration on their faces. It was looking so nice. And Buriram just sneaks up behind him.
Tiamba saying, well, we ain't going to get inside this circle, so we might as well just... And that's exactly what happened. But Buriram, again, I mean, we saw it in the previous game. Their determination, their timing on the third-party engagements could not have been any better. Now, 4v4 against Entropic.
Entropic going to lose 1. Nalep going to go down to Edie. Instant spray from him. 4 kills for Buriram. Looks like they'll pull Chixing back just a little bit and try to reposition while Edie holds the line. Meanwhile, in the city, it's nothing but flames and smoke Tobias' copy has gone down. Crunio will hold the line. He'll find Ranger X, but immediately gets traded down. And there you go, Theraton 5 eliminated in 7th place.
Yeah, they will be able to, or they should be able to get the res up as well. They want to have the players crawl a bit further towards the circle, though. FaZe Clan sat there ready and waiting for the victors of the previous battle. Polish Power coming towards them with the shift to come. This circle, we haven't really talked about it too much. It's got like a solid 150 meter in verticality. It's a split, and it's very rare. Again, these endings, not something we see too often. Essentially a 3-layer cake with the top plateau, the Buram and Entropic finding themselves on, the middle plateau, the Petrichor and 22 finds himself on, and then the bottom plateau, the Polish Power and FaZe Clan finds themselves on. So it's like the semifinals will be like 2v2 standoffs on each plateau for the battle for the victory. But where, oh where, it's gonna take us.
I mean, this is huge here for Buriram if they can hold off Entropic. But if Entropic gets a couple of knocks here, I mean, they could have 4 strong. They could have the high ground. They could have everything they want here. And Buriram, I think, realizing the situation, realizing that they would be better served by backing up just a little bit.
That is a run in the open with no smokes at all. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. Jixing needs to apply so much suppressive fire in order to allow for his teammates to come back now. Noatra, I think, realizes that he ran a bit too late on that one. Where's the suppressive fire? There it is. Jixing doing damage. Noatra will follow, but Edie finds one in return.
Nice shots from Edie. As he said, the suppressive fire absolutely huge right now. Naraja gonna go down. Jixing will find another one. And now they have the opportunity to maybe go for this res. Jixing throwing the smokes out while still holding the line here, looking for Ivis. The res comes through from Luka Rux, so Entropic back up to 3 strong.
What a hero play from Jixing, enabling that res to come together. Edie has to find the first knock on his own to even make the play down the ridge line, then say, I find mine, now you gotta find yours, Jixing, and oh my lord, did he deliver. Buram fighting tooth and nail to stay in this one.
And Naileup not gonna get res, so 3v3 as the flashbangs come out. It's gonna fall just shy of Ivis's position, but that does let you know that Buriram knows exactly where he is. Luka Rux just dropping a few more heals here. Buriram, while they wait, a few shots downhill. Won't hurt anybody. That is a dirty little angle. Oh!
It's the hit shot too. The thing is, if Entropic don't take this fight, and they're realizing that now too, we cannot run back towards the north. No FaZe is sitting down there just waiting for us to make a play. And because neither Polish Power or FaZe have to fight each other, they will both just be staring up that ridge line that we're currently finding ourselves on. We have to take the fight to Buram, and that's exactly what they're doing now.
Flashbangs will land. Roger going to pull back just a little bit. Throw the grenade, see if he can find anything. It's actually going to find Luka Rux. Nicely placed again. Naradra, these grenades have been huge for him.
Utility usage on point as Naradra finds the first. QPE going for the rest here. And now, the further they make their way out towards the ridge line, the more envisioned they will be for the teams down below. You can see Petrichor, perfect angle. Ivis going to be the one to find Jixing.
Ivis, Naradra will find Ivis, gets knocked, but not before he gets traded back. And now Edie, the last remaining player up for Buriram, 6 kills already. But Entropic, I believe, down to just QBE and Ivis if they can get the... Oh, nope.
There's
Ming.
no way.
Yeah, Ming's got him.
Oop, 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 oop.
Slow down. Oh,
come on, Ming. Do you give it to him?
Oh, there it is.
I mean, to be honest, Edie did deserve it. So
he did.
It's fair.
He did.
Battle ends on the top, battle ends. Well, not just yet, but almost on the bottom as Crunio falls. We do still have Kapi and Norkis left alive, though, and now Petrichor again. I mean, 22 Esports, 0 kills this game. They've done nothing to go out active and try and find these kills. Diggory will fall, though, but suppressive fire coming from Kapi saying, no, this is our battle. You have your own on your plateau.
It's been a little bit of a slow burn here for FaZe and 22, but just as a result of them with placement points now, they found themselves in the top 8. Gustav taking that cliffside position. Was going to spot out Norkis. That's another point in the bag. As FaZe now 4 kills, they get Diggory back up.
Low ground claimed by FaZe Clan as they can now try and maneuver their way further forward. But situation is they don't necessarily have to. I would imagine that they're going to play all of them up towards the hill, towards the church grounds itself, just because there's no reason to have everyone sat further behind. And that's exactly what we're doing. A few smokes used, but I would not imagine seeing them make the hard committed push into church before a fight pops off, because they know now that 22 has to make the play towards Petrichor.
Win here for FaZe. 22 to secure him a top spot as Haven will spot out Edie. And that is 3 alive now. First kill coming through for 22. But the win Could be absolutely huge. Ming, Pero, Mill know that they are surrounded on both sides.
The game ends on FaZe as well. It ends just on the fence line there, on the fence line on the northern side of the compound.
Where Gustav is.
Exactly. So smart by FaZe to slow things down here, knowing that this fight has to, if not come to an end, then at least pop off before FaZe are forced to make a move. The timing from Ming. Spotted. Did he get the nade thrown though?
Ogi's arrow will find the knock, and Hazetown will get spotted by Fex, as now FaZe starting to use that wall position, shooting through the smoke, seeing what they can see. Haven now the last one up. The grenade gonna fall just a little bit long as he will pull away. And this is looking like a fairly easy FaZe victory if they can clutch this out.
This is FaZe on cleanup duty. They didn't get a whole lot of kills early, but they forfeited those kills for a, as you can see here, almost guaranteed victory. Of course, don't want to guarantee anything. I've jinxed enough things in the past.
There. Yep, get those points, Diggory.
Diggory equals a steal one. And Mill now realizing that he's finding himself very much alone in this one. Gustav does fall, so a 1v3 now. Unless if he can somehow get this risk, but there should be no way that Mill is able to get this. As I say that,
I don't think they know where he is.
aren't committing to this just yet. He'll get him up, but so will 8C. Gustav back alive, 2v4. Mill, Ming, well, this is your chance to do it. They know they're on the roof too. They can hear them running now.
They 100% hear this as FaZe the push in, coming in here to clean up all these kills, get a few more points in the bag. 7 now for FaZe. Get these last two and make a 19-point victory, and that should secure them their top spot here. Better late than never for FaZe.
Oh yeah,
as it has been a rough sled for the most part.
They're just waiting. They're just waiting.
Yeah, this is, I mean,
what's the play here if you're
Petrichor?
What is the play? Do you just, I mean, they don't have shotguns, so they can't pull off a Perfectix, but what is the play? Lup nades up if you're FaZe, sure, I mean, that makes perfect sense. There's only so much space they can really maneuver, but if you're Petrichor, you lup one down, hope for the best, try to go for a quick peek, but I mean, you have to jump off that roof eventually.
Yeah, I mean, he's got one more grenade. I think he's
bounce it on the tree.
Oh, that was real smart, though. Ming gonna find Gustav. He peeks over the side. He's gonna find 8C. No and now another one. He's waiting. No. Fex will find Ming. But it's a 2v1 Mill. Can he find one? He finds Diggory. It's a 1v1. And Fex has no HP. And Ming gets the win.
How are they allowed to come out victorious in a game like that? Perfect angle peaks, isolating them one after another. And somehow Petrichor prevails. They know it. That is a face of frustration. It was in the bag. They knew they had it, but it was not theirs for the taking.
Unbelievable stuff from Ming and Mill. And just absolute heartbreak for the FaZe clan. I mean, they had it 4v2. Everything was looking perfectly set up. And Ming and Mill just
what
style
a play.
on them.
I mean, from Ming, again, I mean, look at the way the FaZe is currently set up. And not in a position from where they can really support each other. But then again, how else can you play it when you're sat down here as them? Mill peeks on forward. Ming is going to be the first one to fall. He has already found his 2 knocks, though. Peeks on over, finds one. But again, the ability for him to isolate the angles, being allowed to take these fights 1v1 rather than the 2v4 they were looking at. What a heroic performance from Petrichor to come out victorious in that game.
Well, I cannot wait to hear what the desk has to say about this one, so let's throw it over to them.
This tournament's got everything. We have Petrichor Rogue getting the victory off the back of this church building, and what a victory it was. 2v4, swooping down like Batman and taking out the FaZe clan. And we've got ourselves Cameron and Xenox to talk about it. Cameron.
Yeah, absolutely. And even before we get to that moment, the fact that we're getting so close to the end, so close to one team going home and teams being relegated to Grand Survival, teams are taking fights actively. They're not running away from stuff.
Yeah.
GEX especially is going up against teams that they see in front of them and say, you know what, this isn't even a priority position. We're going to fight them anyway.
A little GEX convert on our hands here, Xenox.
It's about time. It's taking too long.
Listen, I genuinely, like, not to take anything away from the winners that lasted long in this match, but for GEX specifically, they're actually stepping up and performing when I'll be honest, I assumed they would have folded.
Happy memories seeing SGD and Sonics going toe-to-toe with this game. Obviously, not so happy for the Sonics, but look, they're in a position where they're going to obviously go through to lose the bracket 2 anyway. Good fight for SGD. They kind of needed that, considering they're on that precipice, not quite in the top 8, but it got them some points. But FaZe Clan, finally good to see them just get towards that end game, James, and be fighting and involved. They desperately needed that as well. You know, they're in 6th at the moment, so they're still on that kind of bubble position.
The one thing that works here against FaZe, I feel like, whilst we watch some of the final moments of it unfold, is it's such awkward angles that they have to aim at. Where is he going to come from on the roof? Obviously, they eventually get the knock, but that's not after. Ming gets them 2 off the back of it. So the constant trades are happening in favor, really, of Petrichor.
It's still not easy for Ming. Every time you peek over that roof, if you are not looking in the right direction and someone from FaZe is looking straight at you, you can go down rather quickly. So, you know, it does go both ways.
Well,
but
that's the stretch. I'd much rather be on the rooftop.
You'd much rather be in
Well, no,
Ming's
because you
position.
have the agency on to peek, and you can peek from different angles, whereas at the very end of the 1v1 in Fex, he was trying to hide behind the steps, but that was the one angle that he could essentially hide behind.
I'm just saying, look, I mean, sometimes you sit back at home and you think, oh, it's so easy there for Ming, but it's just not as easy as it does look. So full credit to him and Mill as well. But how nice was it? Something a little bit different, James, in Cruz de Naval?
Oh, yeah, lovely.
A bit lovely.
Lovely, mate. I love it. I'm all for the crazy urban moments here, and Petrichor Road seizes it with both hands. And I feel like you've got a point. They can take the initiative from the roof, and that's the great part about it here for Petrichor, as they get themselves plenty of points to boot.
Yeah, but not just that, though. It was a 2 versus 4 disadvantage against FaZe Clan, who, you know, seemed to be revving their engines. They defended their position initially very, very well. They actually got more kills than I would have expected, seeing them be in the middle of a city. Picked up more than just a few stragglers here and there, but again, Ming out on top. He's on your... I'm not trying to be cheeky with this. He's the guy that's on your
He's my captain!
Yeah, exactly.
Hooray! I got some points!
Like, up until this point, it was Aikslef that was sort of leading the team, which is what you expect from the star player. But to see Ming and even Mill with a small part coming out and like giving some good performances and backing up their star.
And I did say at the start of the day, for Petrichor Road moving forward in this tournament, this is what they need a little bit more of. It can't just be down to Aikslef. Well, it wasn't down to Aikslef this game. It was Ming, especially, and with Mill towards the end, they were able to get the job done for them. And you can see the benefits now for that. First place, safety, they'll go to losers bracket 2.
It's number 1 they'll seize. Let's cast our minds, and our eyes even I should say, down towards the barrier where we're currently at. It's GEX. Bagopar is knocking at the door here though, but I mean, so are a lot of teams. It's still very close, Cameron.
Yeah, it's all the way down to 13th place, is well within competitive distance. Beyond that, though, it's looking a bit hairier, and I have to point them out. Luminosity Gaming still in 16th place. However, they looked more active. They weren't able to win their fight against the Expendables in a confident enough fashion for Brewrem to not overrun them. And the question is, though, can they can they build up their own momentum going forward in the last 2 games? They're going to need to get 2 wins to get into the top 8. They're going to need to have at least 1 win to be in a comfortable position in the Grand Survival.
Well, to sort of refresh your mind, obviously on Erangel, they had played their 3 games earlier. They got 4 points. So if that is any way repeated in our last 2 games on Erangel, they will be our last team eliminated. So they've got to pull something out from somewhere that we haven't seen so far in this losers bracket.
At the same time, though, Gen G in 15th is kind of a surprise to me. This is a team that, under that banner, not necessarily the same players, has been a previous world champion. And yet, they're on the cusp of being knocked out in 32nd if LG gets just a few more points. That's crazy in itself.
The strange and the weird thing about Gen G is that in previous stages of this competition, the team itself doesn't look great as a whole, but it is going to be one individual player. Like I remember in Nonix multiple times getting a good number of kills as a solo player by himself, and then on day 1, Adder had a few moments if I'm remembering correctly. So it's individual pop-offs for Gen G, but that can only take you so far if you can't group up together as a full unit.
Yeah. Here's Tiamber as well, one of the teams that I think is having a bit of a struggle, where I feel like they shouldn't be doing. They're coming from a region like China, which is extremely powerful, Xenox, but Tiamber's not hit it home.
Only one of 2 teams that have not reached the podium, the other being Luminosity. No real surprise with that one. So, you know, that kind of speaks volumes to Tiamber's lack of survivability, I guess, right? They've got a couple of kills, I think 25 or so, which if you were to look at around that middle portion of the pack, you kind of look at like 22, GEX, they're all around that mid-20s in terms of kills. So for Tiamba, their fighting has not been letting them down, just their survivability. They're not getting to late game, they're not getting into those podium finishes, they're just not surviving, staying 4 alive, and that's what's hurting them.
Gen G as well, just to go back to them, because it is genuinely shocking. Anyone who is a fan of PUBG Esports for 1 year, 2 years, multiple years, knows how strong of a team and how much, especially Korean fans, look towards this squad to perform well, and it's just... individual players here are all good. You could look at previous strong performances on different rosters for all 4 of these guys. It's just as a unit, they're not gelling together, which is incredibly disappointing, but at the same time, that is the game that we are playing. This is PUBG. This isn't a game where you can stick one carry player and 4 supports behind them in other, say, 5v5 titles. Like, you need everyone to be on the same page and some level of chemistry because everything is happening all of the time.
And in South Korea, there is an extreme pressure on performance from not only, you know, them as kind of pride, but also their fans. The South Korean fans are absolutely voracious. If a team like Genji went down in 32nd, honestly, they'd never hear the end of it.
The good news for those fans, though, is their best performance so far in the losers bracket came on Erangel.
Okay.
So a lot of the points actually coming via Erangel. 2 games to go there. I think for them, the goal at this point just has to be getting into losers bracket. Well, not losers bracket 2, but probably honestly getting into grand survival, but avoiding the bottom 3-4 of that.
And that is what a coach should be telling them, but 1 third place with 4 kills hardly makes it a good Erangel. It really has just been not great across the board.
It's not an amazing sell, I would agree, even though you are technically correct, Xenox, with these. You're looking for the silver linings, silver linings.
There's no silver linings with this team right now. It's been extremely disappointing. And I said, you know, unleash Luke, and then what happened as a team? They all just went down, including Luke in the last game. So I've run out of ideas as to how they can turn it around.
Okay, so they went out 15th with 0, 10 with 0 at the start of today. They went 9th with 4 kills, right? That's something that if you want to look for silver lining, which, again, I will say this is still a stretch, they're revving it up. They're getting into something. They're going for fights. No, again, this is a stretch.
0 to 4 kills is revving it up.
Well, it's better than 0. Certainly better than 0.
The only thing they're revving up right now is the bus to go to the airport.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The thing is, as well, in group stage, they were kind of, you know, they were doing all right, like in their groups. I'm not saying that they were, you know, blitzing towards the top 8, but they were kind of on the cusp of trying to get into top 8. So nothing's clicked for them here in the lower bracket.
I don't know if it's confidence, but I will say Luminosity at this tournament in the group stage, what was working for them was being able to get that consistent points. They weren't getting massive amounts, James. They weren't getting like 20 points or anything crazy like that, but they were just sort of trucking along. And obviously when it came down to that final day, when they needed to probably do a little bit more than just trucking along, they just started to fall slowly one by one. So that's been their problem. And obviously here with 10 matches, you probably need to have those really big performances where you can go out and get a 10-kill win. This team just can't do it. Well, this team certainly probably can, though, in the Expendables. Obviously, I was referencing Luminosity. For the Expendables, I think they're safe. I don't think there's any worries for them. They've been really impressive. Excited to see, again, how they will perform in the next bracket.
Has the sub been worth it for this phase, you think, Cameron?
I mean, it's been working for them so far, right? They have 6-7 points, tied with 3rd place, essentially, with Entropic. What is both exciting, but also perhaps a little scary for this team is that, unlike the Luminosity when they perform well, which is the steady climb, is that they spike and then have a bad performance, and then a great performance, and then a bad performance. And that's something that, you know, the reliability question is always going to be one that you have to look at these guys. But for the moment, they're making their way into Losers 2 unless the impossible happens.
No, definitely. We have Entropic here as well, who have just been knocked off their perch at #1 here. But still, I think they're much happier, much more content than their first outing here on the main stage, Xenox. That was a tragedy.
If you want to talk about the slow and steady, I was worried that the requiring to maintain slow and steady wouldn't work out for them, but they've been continuing to do it. I think they had
it's more like fast and steady, right? You're going 4, 2, 3, 2, 2. Like they're up the end. They're at the top end, obviously on a very steady pace throughout this losers bracket at the moment. But I don't think they would be worrying about first. I don't think that they would be caring about having that position dislodged. I think all of those teams in the top 4 or 5 will be just feeling quite content going into Erangel that they're going to be safe for the next bracket.
And sticking on Entropic for a brief moment about that, though, is that they're not going to be worried. For them, if they can continue on developing a steady floor of this is what we can expect from each round, good placements, maybe not that many kills, but if they don't have to stress about needing those high kill wins every 3 or 4 rounds, that's going to be a good approach going into Losers 2. I mean, it's what's working for them right now. If they can just maintain that, if they can figure out what they need to do to stick to that, then that'll be a good process.
I do get the impression that from watching Europe, obviously, with very close eyes, that Entropic is one of those teams that battled the region in PUBG. Came out and battled the teams in the region in PUBG. And because of that, it kind of puts you in the know that, okay, all these teams are going to rotate a certain way, etc. But it might not necessarily work initially on the world stage. But it's working so far now as we head over to our commentators for Erangel. Let's go to the grassy pastures here for PGC.
Hello, everybody, and yes, we are back and ready to head over to Erangel. 2 more matches remain, Toby. It's so much on the lines. Everything's still so close. And we're heading over to a place where we have just had repeatedly northeastern circles, but finally, the plane not going to allow it.
You alluded to potential hot drop situations in Pochinki for Sonics to jump and try and chase down the likes of Schweige, Dewey, and all of a sudden the tides have turned. Sonics, they're going for it, but Schweige, Dewey were ready for it. You know what? I love a great attempted hot drop, but I even more so love a smart counter play. They say, you know what? You're going to take that, we'll take where you left off. That is a great read by Schweige, Dewey. That is a great read by them.
Hold on, I'm pulling off one headphone to hear if I can hear the Sonics yelling, Schweige, Dewey, where are you? Where are you?
I'm going to do the same for a second. It's all quiet.
No,
it's all quiet.
Nothing. We don't have anything. SGD not getting the...
I don't feel like Sonics really have the... They don't really have the oomph here in the losers bracket to go out and be the Braxters.
Yeah,
you know?
it's kind of weird to be trash talking and...
We're also not doing great, but we're better than you. Woo!
It doesn't really have the same amount of power to it.
It's a little bit of a weird flex, but okay kind of moment.
It's like me almost meeting Chris Hemsworth today.
You did. You almost met
I did
Chris Hemsworth?
almost see Chris Hemsworth today.
I mean, I guess I almost met him too, but...
Oh, I mean, yeah, in that sense we all did, right?
Uh-oh.
Well, from Schweige, Dewey, one potential hot drop situation into another. They were flying side by side, and here we have a Burram, a team who can't really afford to... You know what, as I say that, and then I looked wrong at the leaderboard. They definitely can't afford to take this fight, because they're currently sat in second place. No way, they're not going to qualify. They are going to try and see if they can hunt down the competition, and why not pick up a shotgun while you're at it?
Absolutely. He said, why are you here, sir? The Vector Mosin combo, not exactly the best thing here, is Edie. Just waiting to see what he can spot out. Oh, shot's going to force Jervis to move. Checksings gets him in the back, but Leo ready to strike is going to find Checksing with the PP Bison. Edie now pushing down as Naradra trying to escape. But Jervis going to get spotted out by Leo.
Whoa. Leo, I know that you're actively shooting right now, but you gotta have the UI open so that you can see who are your teammates and who are your opponents. Naradra's coming in. Him, you're allowed to shoot at.
Violence, speed, and momentum. Naradra wraps around, and Sophia hears it, but doesn't get the line of sight, doesn't get the angle, and it looks like Buriram are just going to go ahead and pull away.
I need to see a replay, because, I mean, Jervis was right? He was miles out in the open. Where does...
Leo was ready to kill anything.
I mean, there wasn't that, like, the whole, oh, there's an enemy right next to you or something. There was very clearly a teammate in the open, and it just opts to pop his head off.
Well, he roasted him, too.
Well, I mean, yes, because he wasn't even looking in his direction. So obviously, that's the case. Well, I mean, we're seeing the top damage dealers, top kill leaders of that previous match. Ming set up there in the top again. I mean, Petrichor, while it was a pretty quiet group stage for them, they sure have been able to turn the tides here, making their way through to losers.
And once again, seeing Gustav up there in the kill lead as FaZe, despite going down to Petrichor Road in that final fight, still a lot of points picked up, placement and kills. So feeling a little bit better about their spot now, 6 points above 7th place. So they are feeling okay with 2 games left.
Oh, yeah. He came over by the booth just like after Gustav, after the game was over, looking at the leaderboard. And I think it was a little, well, not a smile of, you know, yes, things are going well. It was like a, okay, so not winning that game wasn't the death of us. That's, of course, when you're in the match, you're not exactly keeping track of the leaderboards, because that'd be pretty difficult to do while you're playing the game yourself. So just seeing to confirm, and okay, it's not as bad as maybe he feared it would have been.
Yeah, it's still close, but it's not that bad.
No, it's they're all right. And the team that they lost to in Petrichor was the team who was already in first. It would have been worse had it been like 22 GX, Bagel Power, one of these teams that are right behind them. All of a sudden you're going, oh, that's... I mean, while they still, of course, were disappointed in not winning the game, that would have been a hell of a lot worse.
Yes, indeed. Well, FaZe, they've had Farm kind of all to themselves plenty of time to loot up in there in Milta. Now GEX just off to the east, Expendables just off to the west. And again, this is going to be one of those, I mean, considering how much is on the line, Toby, this is probably one of the better circles that these teams could ask for.
Oh, yeah. It's, at least for starters. I don't know why, but the very, very terrible phase 1s, like the really hot edge ones or the one that includes a lot of water, usually they're really bad, but then the phase 2 can only make it better. You know what I mean? Whereas to the very vanilla, chill center circle phase 1s, both on Erangel and on Miramar for that sake, phase 2s that follow a very nice and calm phase 1, if they're like anywhere somewhat terrible hard shift, that hard shift becomes a horrendous hard shift all of a sudden, because so many teams have already managed to claim those like more calm center positions early on. So I don't know what you'd rather have. A calm early circle, so then let's see, he just jumps out, goes for him. I need to know what happened. Oh, does he spot him there? And then he steps in. Okay, you know what,
right.
Leo, you're excused.
Yeah, that's
you're
on Jervis.
Excused. I don't know if it's on Jervis, because he was clearly the one that had the better angle, but
sure.
But fair. If you were to take down your teammate, that situation is excused.
Yeah,
thanks
that's
for the replay observers.
Oh,
Thanks
yeah,
for the replay.
absolutely. Yeah, that's the black box clears them.
You don't want to step in front of a guy who's already in the middle of a bison spray like that.
No, indeed. Well, Polish Power, 13th place, but still within reach. Only 5 points back of that 8th place cut line. Getting a little bit close to Gen G, and Onyx already shooting that direction. Meanwhile, LG, our team with the most on the line here, don't want to finish 16th.
Nope.
They are 6 points behind Gen G, and they are slow playing it once again after looting up Military Island coming out of Novo.
Yeah, not wanting to risk anything, and understandably so. They need to get things going. And, well, I mean, I wouldn't expect there to be anyone spotting them on this transition on over. So they should be all right for that. Then, of course, we get to the second part of the first mission, get some cars. Because obviously crossing over with a boat means that you do not have a whole lot of land vehicles available. So that's going to be mission 2. And then I could only imagine they're going to be backfilling a GX. But again, their timing is going to be perfect. They'll get out of the boats, they'll get their cars, they'll should most likely hit the circle by the time the circle is closed in as well. So full speed, ready for phase 2 to come.
Yeah, it's to see where they decide to go, if they decide to keep wrapping up to Lippo, but it looks like they're heading to that Milta Beach.
Yeah.
Tiamba, meanwhile, inside Razak, wide split all the way down to Waves, and nobody really pressuring them, although Entropic, after looting up north, are finally starting to make their way down here, and they're just on the other side of the river right now, so we'll keep an eye on that as Polish Power holding their 2-2 split just off to the east of FaZe.
I was just going to mention FaZe as well. They have, for the longest time, I call it a new compound. It's not really very new any longer, but down towards the south, and then they have 2 players up in the junkyard compound just south of the mansion there as well, or the warehouse slash museum slash Hall of Fame, whatever you want to call it. They're in a decent position both, but they're in one of those splits where you're pretty close to one another, but you can't, like, you don't have vision on each other. So if one gets pulled up on, it's very hard for the other team to really fortify the position. Not sure if Sonics, I mean, yeah, I was going to say, not sure if they hurt PO, but they most definitely hurt the 3 USs coming over the hillside. So they're instantly going to give up on that position.
Yes, indeed. They will dip on out there as Tickleton will take a shot over at Timon. Force his head back down. That was actually coming out of the Dacia too, so nice shots there from Tig. So we're gotten used to seeing some highlight reel shots from Tickleton. Maybe not in this tournament so far, but well, actually, no, he had the end game during group stages. That was pretty nutty.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the new vehicle nerfs coming into playing competitive play too, because it is getting pretty wild with some of these drive-bys.
You don't like the drive-bys?
No,
oh,
never been a fan.
Man.
Never been a fan. I liked them when they were really difficult to do, but there were still a few that could actually pull them off. Now it's just become a Mad Max Fiesta.
I'm a man of the people. I want everybody to be able to be highly skilled or think they are.
Imagine if there was like that in martial arts too. Everyone's just able to do it, you know?
make for some
everybody
really,
gets a
really boring. Now, well, circle, hard shifts off of the easy circle, and well, as we said, the hard shifts can be brutal off of easy first ones. This one ain't as bad as you might think, but looking at it, it's actually pretty terrible because you have compounds. Yeah, sure, they're going to be claimed in a few moments, but everyone wrapping in from the hard west side, you're going to be coming in through the open, either south around or up through the northern Yasnaya fields.
Yeah, that west side's going to be pretty rough, which is good news if you're a Luminosity fan because they have all the east pretty much to themselves. Meanwhile, Buriram getting a little close to Begopa. Oh, shot. Okay, now the shot's coming through right at the backside of Canaxi. He'll pull on, and Radra actually going to hit the brakes here as I think 22 is actually shooting them from inside the circle. So Buriram and Begopa in a little bit of trouble here.
When has Noadra ever not stopped to fight back? You know, no! Who's shooting at me? Show yourself! But little does you know the entirety of Begopa is there. And I think we're seeing one buggy now trying to come to the aid of another. Ranger X not exactly in the best position here. Fex will find him. Easy peasy. Fathom Bong forced to continue on forward. And Smell, yoink! He'll take that one away.
Just picks his pocket right there, and Fex can't be too pleased about that. A few more shots over towards Theraton 5. I think they're just going to go ahead and send it towards the dip. Should survive for now.
This is a really bad situation for FaZe Clan because look at how the split is they're still trying to maintain. Now they know Therodon is in between that split. That is, I mean, sure they can regroup, but that's going to take them way longer to manage to do because now, I mean, Therodon 5 is essentially cutting off their connection path to one another.
Yeah, fortunately, the hill just to the north of FaZe's compound right now is still completely open. So if they do decide to try to come back, they can maybe wrap towards that. But how long is it going to stay open? That is a pretty good question here as we check in with Canaxi. Naradra, looks like they managed to avoid the 22 and Begopa blockade, and they've managed to find a little bit of a home here in the center.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're only 2 alive. Noadra's going to soon realize that he's running into 3 teams by going towards the east. Then you'd have to imagine that he 180s, but nope. Fully commits to the shelter play. He gets at least one of the entrances for himself.
Slowing down here a little bit. 61 alive, 12 minutes in. As Naradra, yep, it's just looking like a... Let's see if we can get out of this shelter. Let's hang out here.
Well, no reason not to, until the circle forces him to go elsewhere. With them only being 2 alive, they might as well just hang out for a little while longer. In the meantime, we got Begopa wrapping in from the southern side, and up towards the north, Schweikadui doing the exact same thing.
A long wrap here from Begopa on that beachside road there. As Adam's going to spot out Tiamba. Takes some more damage in return. And yeah, immediately pulling away there as Asura back in the compound. Might be able to protect him a little bit, but Adder going to take shots for Chewy. There you go. Asura has the angle there to protect his homie.
They might just
they should be okay.
Yeah. I'm seeing 9 over the hill towards the east, looking in this direction, but seems like there was a bit of... Are we doing this? Are we doing this? Oh, okay, we're not doing this.
They were thinking about it.
They back off in the end of it. They know that they have Heaven under control, of course, so might as well wait for that next circle to pop, because what if they get blessed with the northern hard shift here?
Yep. We'll see who does get blessed. And yep, the southwest it is as we head over towards Death Road. The Expendables already there. Sonics already there as well. LG.
They came in.
They came in. They've been creeping down from that logging camp, and now it looks like they spotted out Gex. A few shots over in that direction, but nothing too severe just yet.
And here we're seeing the phase rotation again. Oh my lord, the headshot comes through as well. They knew that Therodon 5 was in between them, so as you said, gotta use that forest as kind of the extended rotation path, but fortunately able to regroup, get back together, now set up well in the compound down below the hillside.
Yeah, good timing on the part of FaZe there to get there before all these teams from the north started making their way in, because you know that hill's not going to stay empty for long here. Asura dodging, well, not dodging as much as just surviving the spray of bullets from SGD. Well, Shen's going to find him now and immediately run over by Sophia. So another point in the bag for SGD as they continue to try to climb up and get into that 8th place spot.
Yeah, well, it's close right now. Tied for 9th with Begopa. As an Onyx takes shots up towards Tang. Only 3 alive this time around. But Genji, I mean, waiting for hard shifts to go their way, that's for sure. But at least for now, found a place to lay low.
Yeah, it's just been the edge play for Genji, right? It's they keep creeping up, but every time the circle's hard shifts away, they just lose one. And it has just been a struggle for him as we check in with Entropic, just kind of hanging out in a ditch. LG, they have a compound on the southeast side. They know that Gex is just on the other side of the street. They're looking down the road to see if they can maybe spot out where the next move is going to be. Because I'll tell you right now, Toby, with Gex being here, knowing that Entropic is in it, and it looked like they spotted out Entropic in that dip, and that might have been the next play that they had in mind, but now they know Entropic is in there, so.
One thing's for sure right now, because there's so many players still alive, I mean, almost 16 minutes in and 60 players still up.
Yeah.
This next circle, pretty much regardless of where it goes, even if it sends us up, it's going to be chaotic. There's going to be so many teams forced to take fights that they probably wouldn't want to because so few teams have opted to battle so far. But again, what's on the line here, you might ask? Elimination is on the line, at least for some of the teams sat down in the bottom. And of course, the rest of them want to make sure to get into the top to make their way through to the losers bracket 2 with a shot at the with a shot at the grand finals. Noatra, that is that's like forward motion moonwalking. It's as slow as they come.
Just listening for those footsteps. Just.
I wonder how long he's spent to move where he is right now. It's probably been like 3 circles now. Is he gonna move more?
Maybe. Just a little bit. Where are we going? Hard south.
Well, now you gotta move somewhere, buddy, because the circle just shifted away. And how bad could it be? Well, this bad. If you're Leo, it's even worse. 1 nade here could also be the death of them. It's gonna be close, but not close enough. Second one comes in as well. Now Sophia falls as well as Petricor gets the off angle long, finds 1, finds 2, and all of a sudden Jervis all that's left alive, but down to low HP. You can only imagine that he's gonna fall, and indeed he will.
Oh no, yeah, Tiamba just coming up at the perfect time, and SGD, they were trying to play it so quiet, and as soon as that circle popped, Tiamba was ready and waiting. Petricor Road creeping over here as well with Ming and Ike's left. They might want to take this fight as Theraton 5, they're going to start making their way up Death Road. The Expendables already there and waiting, though.
Everyone's going to be wrapping into this circle, scouting free, completely blind. They're all going up over one hillside, having to full speed send it down another, having done little to no reconnaissance prior. And you can't really fault them for doing so. Ivers finds Nail up, not sure exactly what happened there, but here comes Polish Power, full speed up towards Luminosity. Marsalik, first one to fall.
Penta here in that wall. Kurt gonna find the flush, and Nork is gonna go down as well as Polish Power. They have 2 alive. They send it to the warehouse. Nork is still in there, so still resable is Purdy Curdy. I think they're reading the situation. They've got everybody up. They're gonna try to send it over here and maybe throw the utility inside the window, see what they can find. Crunio gets knocked to about half HP.
Sorry, keep going.
Oh no, this is...
I'm just seeing Genji commit to a play that makes no sense.
Yeah, well, it's Genji, isn't it? And as the res does come through, Penta just holding for the time being now. Polish Power still have the UAZ in there. It looks like Crunio going to go for the heals while sitting in the front seat.
It's quiet.
LG has to, I mean, they've got to win this fight here.
Yeah. If they don't, I mean, they just saw Genji get eliminated. That is the best they could hope for in a bad situation. We're seeing Long here in the replay. The kills on to Schweiger, just perfect off angle. Now Luke ready and waiting for Polish Power to make the play on out from inside the warehouse. They will have to. The circle's going to force them to do so right about now.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that Luminosity did a great job of keeping an eye on this north side of farm. They saw Begopa leave and immediately backfilled, and now, okay, Polish Power going to try to make the run. Where do you go? You can see shots coming from Luke 12. Not going to hit just yet, but they're going to crash right into the middle of Tiamba. And 1 down already. 77 going to come out of the smoke and instantly dies. Somehow, there it is. 77 and the rest of Tiamba now down. And somehow, Polish Power still alive. And Crunio will get stolen away by Nalup.
This is the exact same spot. The exact same spot that Genji died in just before. And the reason I shook my head when Genji died is because they tried to play this position while there were still 5 teams around them in the compounds that mean that you cannot play that position. GEX were sat where Shannon is in the compound above, and like by the time they get out of the vehicles, they were instantly lasered. They go down, then Tiamba comes to try and take over the position, saying, great, and at least now we have more vehicles for cover. They now fall as well, and you can only imagine that Polish Power is going to be forced to make a play out of there as well. But going back
up to GEX. They find Burram on the edge and climb their way further up the leaderboard.
G trying to go for a little bit too much too early. And now LG, they're in a somewhat similar situation. Yeah, they got an opening knock on a Bagopah, but weren't really able to capitalize off of it, so the res comes through. Bagopah still 4 strong in that sniper tower, and now they're looking over towards Polish Power as that spot's looking real meaty. They're going to crash right into it. Cappy gets into the vehicle to avoid the onslaught. Luke 12, shots come through. Cappy's still on his feet. Norca's still on his feet. They're just dodging around, hiding in cars. Norca's just sitting in the car while the smokes bloom. Cappy will go down. He will get flushed out as well. And now Norcas, it looks like they spotted him. Yes, they will. And can they get the res onto Purdy Curdy?
Yeah, that should be easy enough.
Yeah, I mean, Bagopah is taking shots over here, but not really looking to push. Although, Songyang hopped in a vehicle there for a brief second. I thought the craziest thing was about to happen.
There are 4 dead teams within the same 10 square meters here. They have got utility for days. Issue is, they've also got a circle that just exactly shifted away from where they are, so they will have to make a play currently. While Luminosity is set in last place, they are just 3 points behind Gen G, who have no way of claiming more points in this match. So we'll see if the boys in blue can get out of this one alive.
Where do they go?
They go up the hillside and hope for the best. There's really nothing else they can do here.
Oh man, Gex tries to make a push onto the Expendables. Meanwhile, LG sent 2 away. They're going to get 1 picked out. Luke 12 going to go down, but Alo still surviving. He's pushing right into Gex. Savior down to 1 HP. Zenon's going to see him pull up. He tries to do the seat swap, but it's not going to work. Zenon will take him out. And now Penta, Purdy, the last 2 up for Luminosity Gaming as all doors are starting to close.
Yeah, the fact that the Wizard Tower is just exactly still in is the Achilles heel to the play from Luminosity. Now the vehicle's going to burn out as well. They're caught behind this one. This ain't going to be the greatest game for them as the car comes flying down the hillside. Lookarooks will find Penta. Purdy might just have to forfeit this one. Phase 5 damage coming through. Just 1 more first aid left to work with. Bagopah making an aggressive play towards, and Tropic in the meantime could actually be the counter of it. That is a perfect molly. The nade lobs in as well. Or did it bounce back out again? I'm not sure, but they will all fall to the fire of Pio.
Oh no, and Tropic was so keyed in, trying to finish off LG. And Purdy Curdy's still alive.
He might survive because of this. He's going to keep running, though. He has got to keep running. Last first aid gonna be used. Does he get it off in time? No, he will not. So 7th place for Luminosity, but now just 2 points behind Gen G with 1 game left to play. Haven first nades himself, then he flashes himself, trying to make a play here, but it's not exactly going the way that he would have wanted it to, and that nade should be the death of him. Indeed it is. He got a flash inside, though, but a little too late.
Oh boy, 22 trying to go for them. I mean, Haven all by himself, man. That was a solo play. The rest of his team nowhere near.
I mean, it would have been a great solo play had he not whiffed 3 nades.
Yeah, that'll do it. 9 kills for Bagopah as PO owners rejoice. It has finally paid off. Tickleton has been taken down, and that's going to be Exquisite is down as well. So it's down to our top 3. FaZe with the high ground. It's high ground all over again, Toby.
A head-scratcher game for everyone, and right now, well, the only one really reaping the rewards of it is Bagopah. As they're pushing up on the southern side. FaZe, I mean, while all the action kind of commenced on the southern side, at least from our perspective, FaZe Clan has swept the entire north, and as you can see on the feed here as well, they have all the room in the world to maneuver. We're in phase 6. And there's just 10 players left alive. That is completely unheard of.
Absolutely nutty. You got. I mean, shout out to FaZe and Bagopah 22 as well. I mean, these are all teams that were fighting for their top 8 spot, and now 22 holding on by 3 points right now. 3 kills that they've already picked up, and if they can get a win here, they could feel a lot more confident going in to this next final game.
I mean, while we didn't see a lot of the POV of what FaZe were doing, I like what their initial plan was when the circles shifted south. They had that compound just before the hill starts climbing up, and while usually we would see that team just send it along with everyone else, with your Chiamba, with Gen G, down towards the south, because technically you're closer to the southern side than the teams coming in from the north, they opted to stay
in the compound. They allow for multiple teams to rotate past them, saying we don't mind being the last ones to push out here. We'll have the hard cover because we know everyone's going to be fighting on that hillside while we still have the hard cover to work with. So stay there, enjoy some third-party opportunities, wound the teams as much as you can, and then by the time the blue is on you, you pick your poison. Where do we take the up-close fights? Depending on where we did the most damage. That's why FaZe were able to rack up as many points as they were in the northern side, and now, well, they have the high ground, they have the vision, but now they have Taemin to deal with.
Taemin making the run. 8C already leaving the rock after he hears the vehicle pull up just underneath him. Fex and Diggory still have that high ground. Looks like Diggory will find a little bit of an angle there onto Taemin. Again,
important that they force him back down.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we're still. What is this, Circle 7 now? We still got so much time left.
The thing is, the terrain ain't exactly forgiving.
Yeah.
So even though there's still plenty of space, and had this been anything close to a city ending, we'd be, you know, podcasting for the next minute and a half.
Sure.
This game could actually come to an end pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Of course, FaZe now will have to make a play down the hillside, and 22 will have to leave the comfort of the compound. But Gesera already posted up in a pretty decent position. He has 4 nades. I was just going to say there might be a play for him to try and see if he can take down some Bagopa players before they look towards him.
Yeah, 8C, in fact, starting to get a little bit. Oh, 8C gets spotted out by DG98. That's a lot of damage onto him. But look at the utility he's got to work with. FaZe.
I mean, they wiped so many teams on the hillside.
They've up on that road, yeah.
Oh, the headshot on the jump again. 8C. Well, first there was a hole in his helmet. Now there's a hole in his face.
Yeah, he hits those. And look at Taemin and Songyang immediately
like
just rushing it uphill.
I like this play.
PO and DG98 just kind of keep an eye on 22 while this goes on. Taemin, Songyang, they get right up on top of them. Smoke's coming through, but Fex, good shots will protect the res, and they are back to 3 strong.
Overhead protection absolutely crucial in allowing for that res to come through. And as you said, 8C back on his feet by the help of Diggory. Great play by FaZe then, but now within nade distance for Songyang. More nades being thrown in return. No, actually. That's a flashbang thrown down the hill. There you have the nades to follow. FaZe again forced to try and make a play, and Bagopa sitting in a wide 2-1-1 split with Pio being the solo player trying to prevent 22 Esports from wrapping underneath.
See the red lines of those grenades coming in. Followed by the, it seems like most of the time these teams are now leading with the flashbangs and immediately following it with the grenades. But 22 has managed to leave their compound and taken over a little bit more room on the side here. And they're going to find Diggory. Vinny, immediate spray, gets the instant knock. He knows exactly where 8C is as well. We'll send the Molotov over in that direction. But look at the DG98 using this as an opportunity to wrap around on the low side. But Gesera has some spotted out.
He's got Pio there to help him underneath as well, but nice work around the rock right now. A lot of damage coming through. That nade should do it. If not Songyang, he's going to find him. Solid sweep from Bagopa. Finds the first 2, but still more damage to be done. You could only imagine from 8C. Has a good angle, but it's the solos fighting one another. This is playing perfectly into the favor of Bagopa.
Oh, he hears him on the high side, and Vinny actually going to go down as DG98 will protect him, but 8C will get credit for the kill. Another point in his bag as now BGP moving in. They're going to spot Hayes 10, and that's the win as they go one step further to securing their top spot.
About time we see the Bagopa splits pay off. We've been waiting for it pretty much all tournament long. And here finally, with a little bit of a blessing in disguise with the Wizard Tower being in for that 1 circle extra on the southern
that was
side.
Huge.
They get to clear out the farm split, they get to clear out the teams and the rich up above, and in the end, it's a solid sweep down on the southern side to take out both FaZe and 22 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit once again to FaZe. They fought their way for that death road, picked up a nice little stack of kills for themselves. 22, a little bit compound blessed by the circles there, but they still came out. They tried to take the fight to these teams. They tried to secure themselves a win. Either way, they're still comfortably in that top 8. Bagopa, though, I think this is the Bagopa that I know Paper Thin's been waiting to see. I know we've all been waiting to see.
I was going to say, I think it's not only Paper Thin, I think it's the team themselves as well. They know what they're capable of, but they just have not been delivering up until this point. Great game for them. We have got one more match of Erangel left to play here in Losers 1 before we will kick off the 16th place team. But before that, let's throw it back to the desk and see what they have to say about the penultimate game.
Thanks, boys. The hunger lust is sated as Begopar gets themselves the victory. Finally, a win for Begopar on the board as we take in with Erangel.
Yeah, but finally, we do still want to talk about this. At the very beginning of it, the Sonics went back to Pachinki, and SGD somehow knew it. I don't know if they expected it or they saw the drop from the parachuting, but they went the opposite direction. And even though they didn't get eliminated as early as I think Sonics were hoping, it is still putting SGD in a really rough position to then qualify, which is only going to help Sonics going forward.
I mean, Sonics went to even to a point where they were holding Pachinki Hill to see if they would be pushing in towards the center from Gatka. I mean, that did kind of force SGD to go on a long, wide rotation up to the north. Eventually, it actually kind of looked like it might work out for them. It did not. They got eliminated by Tiamba. And then it was this moment here, 4K Molotov from PO. They well and truly were burning, and it was a big, big moment for Begopar, and they kicked on from there.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Entropic, to say the least. But regardless, some great conversions from everybody else. PO, as you say, went absolute mud stomping everywhere. This is the PO we really wish we'd have seen for quite a while, but it's not materialized until just now.
And watching them play around this very, very difficult terrain, very, very difficult, flat, open, uphill run they needed to make was very exciting. They were playing off of each other, I have to imagine communicating with each other very well, covering each other, not allowing FaZe to really use that high ground to the advantage that the high ground, you know, should be giving you.
I would like to give props to 22 Esports as well. Started today last place, now they're into 7th, a massive rise for them. 12 points from this game. They've just been able to have really good consistency today in their approach, and I do like what I see from them, and I'm very happy for them as well, because it would have been such a daunting task for them coming into today, but they've risen to the occasion.
So 21 for Begopar. Important points for FaZe as well with 14. They're just basically solidifying themselves even more in that top 8, and it feels like now there might be 1 or 2 spots left here, Cameron, to try and get into that top 8 for the lower bracket 2.
Yeah, I was so distracted by watching Begopar pop heads that I couldn't really see exactly what the overall leaderboard was lining up to, but it is getting very, 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 very close to it. Now, though, we can say Luminosity, like, they're still in last place, and they're still doing stuff, but it's always the sense of, like, they're involved in engagements. In this round, it was Polish Power into that openness, that trying to go uphill, and they feel like they're trying to fight, they're trying to get stuff, but they just don't get the points.
What? 477 damage for 7 kills. PO, I mean, there's efficiency, and then there's just kind of stealing everything.
He stole all of DG98.
Yeah, DG98's just sitting there like, why is PO getting all of the praise? I did all of the damage, but I think what this sort of highlights again is it's not just technically down to PO. Yeah, he's able to finish off, get those actual kills, but the damage kind of says it was a little bit more of that team effort, 1,500 overall, and an 11-kill win for them really speaks volumes to, I think, their potential, a potential we haven't seen much of this tournament.
Yeah, and hopefully for them it comes to fruition in the later stages. All right, here is where we take stock before the last game. We see our 1 through 8 here. As you say, 22 Esports has breached into that top 8. The barrier is close, but let's talk about the last spot.
Yeah, I mean, the last spot is obviously going to be where a lot of our eyes are going to be on. Gen.G, Luminosity, 2 massive names. I do want to just mention that Sonics are only on 61 points, so they're not fully safe just yet.
But the gap between 8th and 9th, this entire time, all the different stages of the tournaments, it's been a wide gap between 7th and 8th. Here, it's a big gap between 8 and 9. It's close to 10 points.
Close,
right?
Yeah,
so it would have to be a big game from GEX, a big game from an even bigger match from T5 or SGD. So, yes, it looks a little scary, but Sonics,
in theory,
they should be okay.
If GEX goes and has that big game, as you said, and 22 Esports then get enough, that actually then would displace Sonics into 9th. So yeah, they're not quite safe just yet, and that then obviously goes for Begopar as well. But as you were alluding to, James, a lot of eyes are going to be on Gen.G and Luminosity.
Yeah. And the rough thing about that is that, for the most part, unless they have another huge game themselves, either of those 2 teams, Gen.G or Luminosity, the gap between them and 14th place is really wide. So it's almost like, do we want to go home now, or do we want to stay and have 1 round in the Grand Survival? And genuinely, I might just go home rather than have 1 round in the Grand Survival. I'm being honest here.
It is scary. It is scary. Thank you, gentlemen. Now we raise the question, will we have potentially Luminosity Gaming going out, or by name previous 2019 world champions going out in 32nd place? We're going to go to a break. When we return, we will iron that out, as well as who gets top 8 here in the lower bracket. See you soon.
So I'm here in front of the player lounge where all the players have rest or get prepared before the match. Let's go see if there are some players that I can get interview with. Let's go. Okay, I see Purdy Curdy over there. Hello. Hi, what were you doing?
Just talking with the gunner.
I want to have a short interview with you. Do you mind?
Sure.
Yeah. Then let's see if there is one more player that I can pick up. Okay, I see Facekin over there. Gustav, now we want to have a short interview with you too.
Okay.
Do you mind?
I'll come.
Do you have time? Okay, let's go. Hi guys. Hi guys, thanks for having time with me.
I'm Gustav, I'm the IGL of Face Clan, and we're here to play PGC.
I'm Purdy Curdy. I'm the IGL of Luminosity, and same.
How's your life in Dubai so far?
It's quite a different experience for me. It's great to be able to travel the world and experience these sorts of things, so I'm super grateful. I'm just having a good time.
It's my first time in the Middle East, and it's extremely warm here. Probably a bit too warm, but it's still nice.
You guys are all IGL for the team. What is it to be IGL for the PUBG Pro team?
Being IGL is like probably the most important role in the team. You need to be a leader, and like you can also really carry a team, but it's also very hard on your mental, I would say. Like it's very easy to just go hard on yourself when you do really bad, so good and bad.
Which team could be your biggest rival?
Probably Twisted Minds. I don't think they're a direct rival, but just kind of being in the same lobby as them and competing against them is always a good time.
OP and former Liquid have always been a big rival. OP and former Liquid have always been a big rival of us in Europe.
So Fuzzface, your former teammate, is now the coach of Overpeaker.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, like, change of role of your old teammate?
I mean, I still think Fuzz is too good to be a coach, but the guy has a really great mentality, and I think he can bring a lot of confidence to the team, so he must be doing something good.
Okay. What are your determination coming into PGC 2022?
It's simple. It's one bracket or one game at a time. So top eight, finals, win finals. That's the goal, and there's nothing more to it.
And then obviously once you get there, you've got to win it. Like if you don't come to PGC to win, then I don't know what you're doing. Have to get a world trophy before I retire one day.
You don't want to retire soon, right?
No, I don't want to retire soon, but I'm
young.
I'm getting old. I'm 23 now, so.
Okay. We're going to move on to the quiz, the main event of this content, but before I want to ask if you remember the PGIS contents you've met before.
It's always hard to get.
It's so much harder than I thought.
It's why he's massaging his shoulder. Gustav won him!
Our defense is OP.
Yeah?
Yeah?
I won.
Said...
I mean, of course I won.
Okay, so...
I'm so dead now.
Okay.
His arm is bigger than my leg.
Okay, so you can change your role and maybe do the revenge.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. This is the revenge match in 2 years after the PGIS content.
He's literally been like only doing legs and gym since then.
I've literally only been doing these exercises. The abduct suits. I've been preparing for this moment.
Let's start.
Good luck, Purdy. You're gonna need it, bro.
Yeah. I don't know. Not as fun being on offense.
No, it's not.
It's quite demasculating. Let's get those legs.
There's no way I can win that. I'll give it to him.
Defense OP.
Defense too OP.
Defense too OP.
So we'll have the quiz time. To escape this rug, you have to get it right. And if you get it right, we're gonna give you the little gifts. So we have 4 keywords.
I'll do PGC.
PGC. Question is, who was the kill leader of PGC 2021?
You know that one.
Do you know?
Pretty sure I know, yeah.
I'm gonna say Ming. Ming.
Maybe you can give hints.
I would have said the same.
Oh, really?
So if he's wrong, then I'm also wrong.
Can I phone a friend?
Kill leader?
Yeah.
If you get this, you are the new coach of FaZe.
That's a big salary bump.
Paige.
Was it Paige?
Yeah.
That's half a point.
Half a point.
Okay, I was going to give you a point. Or maybe one more question?
Sure.
Okay. Which team participated in the PGC the most?
Gen G.
Yeah.
Wow.
too easy.
Yeah? Okay, what about you, Gustav?
Okay, I'll do sound then. That
Sound?
sounds
pretty easy.
Now I need to hear the sound of like a pistol shot for this guy.
There were 2 people who got wrong with the sound.
There was?
You should have warned him beforehand. And now he's nervous.
Okay, let's go with the Gustav sound quiz.
It's the Ace 32.
It was easy.
No, it was really hard, but I'm just good.
That's right.
Okay. We're gonna give you like the random box you can pick with your eye mask on. Okay, Purdy first.
What the? This is not a good look. No, I don't want that one.
Okay, fast.
Am I allowed to can I look at it now or no?
No,
Am I supposed to take?
wait.
Oh, what is this? Give me this thing. I'm taking
You
this.
want that?
Whatever this
Okay.
is.
Oh, I got 2 things. I cheated. It's a magic trick.
Okay, can you choose one? What do you want?
Put this one back.
Okay. Take off your eye mask.
Wow.
How do you like it?
I'm rich. I don't know what happened to you, but I'm rich.
I have a camel, so I'm also pretty rich.
Hope you liked your gift.
Yeah.
I really like this.
Okay, yeah, it's-
That looks disappointing. I'm gonna be honest.
You're disappointed?
Don't say it, okay?
So, thank you for spending your time with me. PGC 2022.
Luminosity fighting.
Face fighting.
Fighting! Players from all over the world is competing in this PGC 2022, and the competition is getting more intense throughout the first week. Who will get the throne in Dubai? In the next episode, we will be interviewing the players who have stepped closer to the champion trophy, the grand final finalists. See you then. Bye!
Hello, everybody. We are back for our final game of this losers bracket phase 1. Toby, it feels like we've got our top 8 mostly set. Now there could still be some late run, just a late surprise.
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you, my eyes are on that 15th, 16th place. That is 2 historic teams, 2 historic orgs that are very, very just on the precipice of being knocked out first.
And one of the big things, and they kind of mentioned it on the desk here too, we've been saying 16th place and you're eliminated. Well, 15th place,
it's not
you
that
get
better.
1 game. not one day, 1 game.
1 game.
14th place, you get 2 games to try and qualify. 13th place, we can continue. 3 games. You know what happens if you're playing? No, let's just stop there. In any case, you just do not want to be in the bottom 4 altogether. You want to maximize your opportunities, and well, the greatest place to do just that is sitting in the top 8 by the end of this final game.
Yes, yes, and as you said, it's all down to 1 game, man. I mean, I gotta say that I feel most of these teams have definitely just been producing as good a performance as we could hope for, but there are definitely some that have just, it's just been a throw.
Some teams have played great,
forgettable.
some teams have not exactly done the exact same thing. That is big brain analysis from Paul and Toby.
There you go. You like it? Well, it's mostly me. Don't throw yourself
you know
under the bus here. Just throw me under the bus.
You were the
I'll take the L on this one.
You were the
right?
smart guy on this one, no doubt about it. We are getting ready for the game. Vinny seems to be super ready with that big championship yawn as well, getting all the air up to the brain, ready to go. Pio, of course, ready with this one as well. That last game, if not guaranteed them, then pretty much close to set them up there in the top, ready for losers bracket 2. But even for Begopa, I mean, even if you make it into losers bracket 2, sure,
still got a lot of work to do, man.
Top 4 in losers bracket 2, that ain't exactly gonna be a cakewalk either.
It sure isn't. I mean, this is just the beginning phases of what is about to be a very long trip to get to that grand final spot. And you know, all things considered, though, Begopa, this is probably the best I've seen this team play today. I mean, it has just been night and day almost.
You said the best you've seen them play today? I say the best I've seen them play all tournament.
Yeah. Today is the best we've seen them play all tournament, essentially.
And you say today, I say this game, because they as well, in today's games, have had some pretty questionable rotations made. But having said that, it is a...
We're getting away with them,
I was going to say, you couldn't ask for anything better than finally getting things turned around coming into those final few games. Expendables, on the other side of that coin, they've been playing well pretty much throughout this losers bracket 1. It's not just been the 7-7-7 show that we saw in the group stages. No, they've all been there delivering. Yesterday, it was against Petrichor Road on Erangel. We've seen them come out victorious today here as well. And now, with one more game to go, they should be proud of what they've been able to do, pretty much regardless of how the last game goes down.
Yeah, I feel like Expendables is kind of just a really good example of ball don't lie, right? That team was meant to be in the grand finals. Like, they are just too good. They got robbed a little bit during group stages, basically just because of how the points were in Group B, how that all worked out. But now they're getting their due here.
Oh, yeah.
Polish Power maybe getting their due as well, but just the opposite way.
I mean, they're sat in 12th right now. Currently, they will get max games available in the Grand Survival, but of course, they don't want to end up there. If they can climb their way into the top 8 by the end of this final game, that is what they would be hoping for. We are a little bit, waiting a little bit for this game to get started. We're just, dragging the excitement for a little while longer as we see some highlights of the previous game. I like how they're just now skipping past the Leo kind of team kill in that one, because it was a little.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is how many times have we seen Asura die early, just shot out of a car? I mean, it is. You gotta wonder almost like what happened with Spear. They started off this tournament with Spear. They brought in Asura. Things never got better. And I don't know what happened with Gen G.
It's not a one-person thing.
It isn't. It isn't.
By no means a one-person thing. It's, to me, I mean, if I was to cry, I feel like I have kind of tried to analyze it or break it down over the course of the tournament so far, but I feel like they're a couple of metas behind in their playstyle. Honestly, despite the fact that Baco Park came out victorious in the previous game, I think they are too. The whole splitting, like pearls on a string, thin rotations on the edge, just does not cope in a tournament where there are so many heavy fragging teams playing edge against them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just they're not getting the payoff in the early mid game that they need to have that be worth it, right?
Exactly.
Because by the time you get to late game, the late mid and the late game, they're either losing guys, they're getting picked apart, they're still playing from the edge when, as you said, the edges are now chock full of extremely talented teams and really good players. So it's just not paying off, that style.
If this timer is right, we're about 24, maybe now 23 seconds away from getting the final game. I had to, squint my eyes and really get a good look on that monitor there for a second. But we are getting very close to the game getting started. You can see the players, they're here, they're ready and waiting for the final game of the Losers Bracket 1. Again, we have to mention it, by the end of this game, we will know the first team eliminated from PGC. Who's it gonna be? Well, we're about to find out.
All right, where will the plane take us, Toby? Final game, and guess what? We get to avoid the Northeast again. Thank you. I'm so happy about that.
But by avoiding the Northeast, it opens up the doors to...
Yeah. I mean, we're avoiding the Northeast so hard, in fact.
Yep.
That we're looking at Millie being a possibility, a very strong possibility.
It's definitely in the cards. It's definitely something that could come to be. Well, we're seeing Gen G alongside Luminosity down here, and what more interesting? Honestly, the play of the day would be Luminosity, because they're currently 3 points behind Gen G. If Luminosity take out all of Gen G, beat them by 1 point, and then get eliminated themselves, again, that would give them 1 game in Grand Survival. Of course, that's not good, but just seeing them land now next to one another, if you're a fan of either of the two teams, you've got to be a little worried.
This is a butterfly flapping its wing. Sonic's dropping Pachinki, force SGD off of Pachinki, and now force them on top of LG's spot. And now Shen drops on the roof. Oh, he's just barely going to miss him. Now, we don't get that melee circle, but we are still heading down towards that southwestern side.
Well, let's see. Southwest, as you say, is where it is. So maybe they're blessed with what we're seeing here, as now Luminosity trying to make the rotation out and away from what was Schweigedui players. Begopa, in the meantime, happy to be looting Primorsk this time around. We're seeing here the standings of the previous game. And as you were saying as well, the Molly from Pio netted him 4 kills. That's why the damage on the top of it might not align with the 7 kills that he had. But regardless, a good game for Begopa. Vinny in there with a little bit of damage. A few kills, I should say, but plenty more damage to boot as well.
Yeah, seeing Fex up there as well. Seeing that man up in the top 5 in a while. But good work by them now, keeping eyes on that military island, because that, I mean, there's a lot of things that could go wrong here, Toby. And now the first being Gen G has 3 inside military base, but they have Adder on the very southern coast.
Exactly.
So that solo player may be an issue as we check in with Ike's left.
Here you have
Petrichor Road in the #1 spot.
If there is a team, Gen G, that you do not want to lose a player to right now, that is
same goes the opposite direction,
Yep,
isn't it?
you're not wrong, but there's no doubt that Purdy must have hurt that vehicle. He's sitting crouched inside the next warehouse. He is well aware. Look at him crouching around, ready and waiting. But what does Adder here? Penta is driving north of him. Does he hear what's going on with the way that he's running around? I don't imagine him having any clue whatsoever of what he's about to run into. Having said that, he just did turn around. Maybe the spider senses a tinkling, maybe. The fear of getting that one warehouse too far is forcing him back towards his car.
Well, Penta, after looting up the compound, he's starting to try to head over in this direction, but he doesn't want to give it up just yet. And now Adder going to pull out. Purdy just spots him with the iron sights. The shots come through, but no damage done. Either way, it's fine.
They're
both happy.
got to be a smile on the face of Adder, dodging that final bullet, going, holy something, swear word in Korean. If I had gone one more building over, something was telling me that it was like, maybe I think he heard the vehicle from Penta rotating to the other compound going, wait, if there's a guy up there, there's enough of a chance that there's a guy here that I should not be here right now. So thank God for Adder and the Gen G fans out there that he gets away. In the meantime, now Schweigedui pulling up on Haven. They want a piece of this, but Haven might be able to get out in time. As I say, that German's full speed forward, able to deny that exit, but now he's been seen as well.
Oh, Vinny has no ammo. He's spent all of his ammo trying to take the shots at Leo, and just like that, SGD pick up 2 more points. They still have a shot here, Toby, at getting that top 8. It's going to take some doing, but it's doable.
And not only do they find points, but look on the leaderboard and see what team they're taking them away from. 22 Esports, currently the team sat in that 8th place spot. The last seat that will be granted access to lower bracket 2, a shot at the grand finals before everyone's forced to play grand survival. That is not the way that 22 Esports would have wanted to kick this final game off.
Yeah, and we're looking at LG now, all 4 deep on the ferry. Guess where the other duo from 22 is hanging out right now? They're on that ferry pier, so SGD defending their compound here as the Expendables make their way through. Taman, a few more shots at 777. Big drive through the woods. SKS just a little off there.
I can't really fault him. SKS 2x between all those trees. It was going to be pretty hard to hit. But then again, I mean, if you were going to hit it with a DMR, of course, it would be the best DMR in the game.
You need it.
I felt like there was enough games now where I haven't mentioned it, so I feel like now is the right time.
You were going to try to revisit it?
This is my last. This game
sir.
is my last cast of PGC. This is my final time to teach everyone why they should be using the SKS.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, you know what?
They never saw Toby again.
Get in while you can, my dude, because you got to do what you can. So Chewy trying to bait out, I think, a little peek here. So 9 maybe take the shot, but dropping not biting. As QB and Ive is holding that western edge of a 2-2 split. Chewy, meanwhile, nice little crate dropping for him.
Yeah, not going to be complaining about that whatsoever. Luminosity, as you said, we do still have 22 Esports.
They're still there.
Fair up here, so curious to see if they, I mean, obviously they probably won't spot it at the time, but if they're maybe opting to try and make a jump off earlier and swim ashore. I'm not sure. In the meantime, Polish Power, pull up, down goes 9.
Okay. Well, one taken away from Tiamba there. The rest of the squad still a little bit further west. Meanwhile, Begapod, DG98 pulls into the warehouse, but SGD was there ready and waiting. Leo wants to go for it. Tries to take the shots. Down to about half HP. Sophia still wanting it. Yeah, they're absolutely chasing him. SGD, it feels like they're taking their own destiny into their hands. They are running after every potential kill they can spot.
Don't seem to be too worried about being shot at either, because they were driving very slow as an entire team was shooting at them. But, well, able to stay alive through that one.
No.
And now we're hearing Gen G. Well, you say that, but there is a Cheeksing coming, and we have no Outrun connection on this side feeding the info across. So, Ada, here comes the cross. But how much damage will Edie and Cheeksing be able to do as they cross on over? Yeah, he's going to get out of the Khan the Rich line in time as well.
Yeah, this was an interesting split from Buriram here.
And they come to pull up behind
and they're
as
right
well.
behind
They're
them too.
trapped.
Oh no!
It's a trap. And they're well aware of it. They're going to be jumping straight into it. Edie not peeking initially. Ada is going to be driving past him. Spotted though, second time around. Shots being fired, but no knocks coming through whatsoever. Now they're out of the vehicles. Are they committing to this, or are they not? Renba out of the car too. Asura is here ready to take the fight.
Oh, Gen G, they want this. They like their chances, but remember, they are in the chase for that 16th place spot. If they can get these 4 kills, it would be absolutely huge, but if Buriram can best them, it might be the end of their tournament. Remba will start off with Canaxi. Edie goes down as well as Gen G doing their best.
Renba does somehow manage to run himself over. Not sure what happened with that one. Edie will fall. Renba, you can only imagine off of the vehicle explosion. Doesn't crawl away from it. Should be going down as well. So that's Gen G down 1. But the kills coming in return could be the deciding factor as to whether or not they finish down in the bottom of the leaderboard.
At her half HP, goes for the peek, but Naradra gets him, but Asura there, fortunately, to cover Adder's back. And now Cheksing has the grenade in hand. Asura starting to, barely gets away from it. Will flush out Adder. Cheksing now the last one. He's going to find one. It's a 1v1. Cheksing versus Asura for Gen G's tournament life.
A lot of people have been questioning the ability of Asura when it came to up-close fights. Well, this is your chance to show that you belong here. This is your chance to carry the team out of this potential bottom seed and elimination, of course, depending on how the game goes for Luminosity here. But a 1v1, Asura smokes thrown to try and isolate some angles. No one's coming here. No one's coming here to try and take part in this fight. It's all 1v1.
All out in the blue. No reses that can be had either. It's a full 1v1.
With Anonix
versus Asura. Too. Oh, okay.
Does he go for the rest?
Still alive. Anonix still alive.
Does he try and commit to the? Oh, if he starts vaulting. If he starts vaulting now. He knows that he's going to go for the rest. I think he heard the footsteps of him as well. Try and jump on over. Anonix with the blue coming in now. Phase 2 is popped. That's going to be him down and out. Indeed, it will be. Cheksing, make sure of it. 1v1 again. No boosters on Asura. He's going to be tanking the HP. You can see it going down 40 and lower as Cheekson continues to heal on up.
Meanwhile, Asura just holding an angle.
He doesn't hear him. Oh, now he does.
There you go. He hears the footsteps, but he has to stop down to go for this
He's not
first
healing.
aid.
There you go. But the thing is, Buriram has literally nothing to lose by going out in 16th. All this is doing is being a living hellhole for Gen G. Shots fired.
Ooh.
Nothing connected from me, though. Again, every second that's spent doing this is time spent against Gen G, because Buriram is already qualified in a safe spot up in the top of the leaderboard.
We'll wait for this one to play out before we show you the next circle. Is Petrichor Road going to get eliminated by Donuts? And he sends the grenade and almost knocks him down. 20 HP for Cheksing, just holding the line, waiting for the push to come.
this is the most important thing right now, no doubt. But for anyone looking at the map stream, look at that circle for a second. Because that is absolutely disgusting for a final game. Here comes around the corner. Asura wins the battle, and while he might go down sooner rather than later, at least for now, he's alive. With now another 4-point gap added to the top. And now, finally, we can take our focus back towards the west, where the circle has just shifted as hard south as humanly possible while still staying on the main island.
Full Primorsk. Meanwhile, LG hot 4 deep from the ferry pier. They get into a boat. They get to the southern tip here. Meanwhile, a lot of fights going on here around the map. BGP pushing on to SGD. SGD's 4 kills, hoping to maybe catch up to that top 8 spot. 22 now down to a solo player.
Getting a replay here, Americano. I believe he took up pretty much all of them. Spots one, first one, second one, same spray comes through. Does he get multiple on that transfer? No. Shiva on the other side finds second one, and there he is, Americano, third time around. Petrichor. I don't know who pulled up on who. One thing's for sure, a slaughter inside of Gatka.
Top 2 teams are eliminated. Leo going for Begopa. DD98 next to no HP, but SGD, this is their final hope. Oh no, he runs into Leo's grenade, and DG98's gonna find Leo as well. Oh, they tried to go for the push. They're trying to be aggressive. They know they need points, but just a little too much.
Miscommunication galore as Swaikidui lose one. Again, they're sitting all right currently, but that was completely unnecessary. Leo does fall. Shen, though, while he is knocked, is still resible. She is trying to hold the off angle. As you can see here, DG98 trying to get over, commit to the flush. Not gonna happen as Sophia is able to find him. So Leo going to be the only one to fall off of that. New circle is gonna pop soon. Remember, we don't have to shift away from water yet, but what the hell was this phase 2?
Unbelievable. The neighborhood is packed. The block is hot in Primorsk.
That is like the only circle we could get.
About the only thing you could get, yeah. Worth noting, okay, we're keeping eyes on SGD. Obviously, 6 kills already. They're chasing GEX. 3 points behind GEX. 4 strong still as GEX as they're making their way on that western coast. Asura still alive for Gen G. Somehow still has 4 first aids, 5 bandages ready to go. And he might be able to sneak into Primorsk on the coast there if LG is not paying attention.
They've got to hear that boat. And with the way that FaZe Clan are posted right now, if there's a boat coming in the middle of the open, they will see it. Hopefully for him, he's going to make landfall a bit before Prim and make the run on up from there. But of course, he doesn't know what we knows. This circle is very much filled with players inside Primorsk. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I've seen this many teams inside Primorsk.
It's been forever, man. I cannot remember the last time I've seen a Circle 3 that's fully circling Primorsk and not cheating north here towards the quarry as we see Asura. Oh, yep, he's been spotted. That's actually going to be SGD taking those long-range shots.
He's just going to bank. You know what? There might actually be a play in Rabin Hard West on this one. Issue is that GX is sat on the western hillside, and if Luminosity doesn't see him, then you can only imagine that GEX will. So, well, everything's on the line here. Just to give you a picture of how things are set right now, as no one is really fighting one another. First 2 teams obviously out. 8th place, 22 still holds it, but only with 1 alive, with GEX just 7 points behind. We're getting a replay here. The final kills coming through, and the Beiko Pashwaikidoi fight. A little too hectic, a little too much commotion in that one to my liking, but in the end, Shwaikidoi comes out victorious.
I mean, you gotta appreciate the aggression from SGD. Unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive that time around, but they do get the res. So they do keep 3 alive here as Asura just gonna swim it in. Oh my goodness.
Well, we said that Genji likes to play passive.
Oh no,
Yanli has seen the boat too. I think
spots him.
Does he see him?
Oh,
he does.
yeah.
He does see him. Imagine playing PUBG at PGC and seeing a solo player. What is that? That's 1, 2, 3. That's 350 meters out in the water. Just going, wait, guys, are you? Am I? Is this only me seeing this right now, or is there actually a dude out in the water doing what I think he is? Yanli has got to be confused with this.
Guys, I got to imagine if there was an 8X on GEX right now, he'd be screaming for him to come over and take this shot. Look at Asura. I
want to see the face of Yanli looking at this.
It's just like, what is this guy doing? But you know what? He's staying alive.
I mean, as long as Yanli don't start shooting, well, Circle going literally the only place it actually could go. There's still going to be a little bit of water in. But Pachinki looking, Primorsk looking good, and Tropic looking good up towards the north as well. And then we have Donuts alongside 3rd on 5 in a pretty interesting position. And now Luminosity again, of course. They have the backs against the wall. They know how many points, approximately anyway, that they need in order to come up victorious here. So they cannot risk going down early. And Yanli just continuing to keep track of the solo in the water. This is amazing.
Savior was taking shots.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, Savior just took a couple of shots over that direction, but he missed. And LG, oh my God, they have no idea. Yanli, yeah, they're just going to start
headshot as well.
Ooh, that'll hit one.
Does this bait the attention away for Luminosity to look the other way? It's a hard shot to hit, especially with Asura being able to go underwater as often as he can. But with the more shots they're firing, the more they're alerting Luminosity to their presence up on the hillside. In the meantime, FaZe now trying to prevent Trigedui from making the rotation on in.
Yeah, nobody from LG looking into the water right now.
He's laughing. Asura's actually laughing.
He can't believe he got away with it. Well, SGD didn't get away with it. They pull into FaZe, and unfortunately for them, they are going to go down.
Yep.
And their quest for that top 8 spot will end just short.
And now for Donuts falling in 8 and 12 here as well. Polish Power, 1 point ahead of a tie. That would give them one more game played in the Grand Survival.
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot on the line again for these 13th through 16th place teams. With just one more chance. We've only ever seen, I believe, Multi-Circle Gaming do it during the last event of 2021. Or 2020, I should say. So, who knows? Sometimes you can pull it off. One chance to make your way to the finals, and they did it. But I think if you're any team, you would like more shots than just one.
Well, regardless of what happens with Asura, LG need to start getting some points here. They get the opening knock on Anorcus, but unfortunately cannot flush it out. That might actually be close. There it is. Luke will get it, and that'll be 1 point going in their favor, but they still have so much work left to do, Toby.
They sure have. Asura now back, filling the exact position Luminosity was in just before to make things worse for wear. Trying to push his way further forward, clearing one compound as slowly as you can after another, but hearing all the commotion on the west side, you can see him here. It's got to keep him pretty confident that there's not too much going on the east side.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got to make his way into circle, hide in a closet. I mean, at this point, that's all Asura can really do. And, you know, if he spots LG maybe climbing in the points a little bit, maybe then you start thinking about opening up and taking shots. But right now, LG has they're the ones in the driver's seat. They need to be the ones getting the kills here. And now Alo going to take a knock from Cappy.
Yep. Alo, first one to fall. Of course, nothing confirmed just yet, but he is caught kind of out in the open. Not a whole lot of utility to follow to try and get the flush on through, but also no utility spent from Luminosity to try and commit to the rest. That nade, while it doesn't take him down instantly, Cappy will find him. So Luminosity not off to the greatest start here, losing one and still trailing by 5 to Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it may not even matter.
If Asura gets to do the backstep on his own.
Yeah, he's
that would be, I mean, that would be the Grim
Poetic
Reaper.
justice, isn't it?
The Grim Reaper you do not want to have to face at this point in the tournament.
The circle did pull north.
Yep.
So, 3rd on 5 actually vibing in Tropic as well. They are on the north side, not inside this city. GEX actually in a great spot as well. Penta, well, still looking off in the distance. Unfortunately for them, Polish Power, the Expendables, all in the way. And then you've got sneaky Asura right on the backside.
I wonder if there's a world where Luminosity doesn't like what they're seeing here and start running back towards where they came from and then wrap in from the east side. Issue is, they probably should have done that as soon as the circle popped, with the circle already closing in now and it being phase 5. They don't have the time to do so. They need to make the push on forward. Again, of course, they know they need the kills as well, so you gotta take a fight whether you like it or not. Unfortunately for them, it's gonna be a city fight and, well, They're a good up-close combat team. Let's see if they can pull this one off against Polish Power.
Cappy gonna peek out. He's gonna find Luke 12 immediately. Gets the knock. Tries to look out the window. Doesn't see Penta running by. Penta gonna go back for the re-peek, waiting for it. Here's the footsteps. Krunio gonna go out to 777. Cappy now the last player alive for Polish Power. Will jump out of the window, try to go for the peek, see if he can maybe finish this off.
That underhand nade could be the death of both Luke and Penta. Purdy's down to low HP as well. The peaks come over. One goes down, but that nade doesn't take them both down. It does not. Okay, they're both alive. 3 still up for Luminosity, but as you can see here, the circle is closing in, and Azora is getting ever so much closer to the team sat right behind them.
Oh, Savior looking down on top of LG, but just missing the angle as Purdy Curdy starting to work through the expendables now. The next.
Azora's got to realize that it's Luminosity who sat in front of him as well.
He's got to. Oh, nice Molotov from Purdy Curdy. Going to force them away, and Asura has the grenade. It's going to send it right on top of Luke 12. He gets him. He goes down, and now Asura, does he have time to get... Oh, does the heal come off just in the nick of time somehow? Staying alive as Asura backstabbing Luminosity.
120 heart rate at the moment. You can only imagine it's going to climb with every second that he's alive. Brone's on down now, wants to stay alive. And if he can have active impact in the outcome of this battle, that will be everything that Gen G could wish for at this point. 777 now trying to hold off as Asura continues to try and heal his way through this one. Surprising to me that he's not up on his feet trying to maneuver further forward, but he wants to see Luminosity eliminated.
One more kill goes over into Gen G's pocket as they collect their 5th. LG picks up one as well, and Asura now finally down. And Luminosity down to 2.
Down to blue?
The expendables. Meanwhile, 777 bleeding out just ahead of them. Duck Shoes the last one up. So a little bit of a clearing here for LG.
I guess, I mean, I guess it makes sense that Asura, again, if you're not going to take the fight properly, you know the team you're going to be fighting is the team you do not want to give any points. So while I thought he was going to at least try to make a run for it, maybe towards the east side, he's not going to go for it. I could only imagine because the risk of potentially giving points over to Luminosity was too great.
Ooh, Duck Juice getting to 777 just at the last minute. As Purdy Curdy and Penta sending it across the wide open grass. Now Gizera hiding in this house. Just holding the stairway, listening for the footsteps, and Gizera's got him, and that's it. And Tiggleton finishes off Penta as well, and that's Luminosity out in 32nd place.
First team eliminated, hereby confirmed. Gen G will get to play 1, but we say farewell to Luminosity for PGC 2022.
Theraton 5, meanwhile, have a fantastic spot in this circle, Toby. They've got 4 alive. They've got 3 kills already, and they are rapidly climbing this leaderboard.
Yep, Fex finds one with the nade. Gustav, good position. Not exactly sure why they have the final player, thinking that he's on the US. So a bit of utility spent to try and get that angle secured. Now Gustav realizes he's probably going to be further forward, and there you have it. Gustav takes out QB, so Entropic down, but again, not looking as angry as they have been in the past with the death camp coming towards them. They know they're through. They know what's at stake coming into Losers Bracket 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely. There's on 5. The dream's still alive. GEX as well have a shot at this. 22, remember that we just saw Gizera finishing off Luminosity, but they are down to just 1. And Sonics, they've got a little bit of a good lead here, but no means safe.
GX wants out of it. Tianba wants more games play possible. More chances. I can't talk English anymore. They want more chances in the Great Survival. And right now, well, they're sat with 3 alive. They're currently 7 points out of 13th in order to try and see if they can best the team above them, which is Donuts. New circle's going to pop. Does it go south towards Tianba, or does it head out into the forest? And oh my lord, a hard shift of the century for Tianba to maybe get more chances in Great Survival.
Look at Savior. Savior has spread away from the rest of GEX. They're holding the north side of Primor's. Savior just sending it over towards Theraton 5, and we've seen what Savior can do as a solo before. If he oh my goodness, they are just begging to to have a grenade just drop right in their laps here. Meanwhile, FaZe, again, another good performance from them here on the final day.
Well, he's in the nearby vicinity, but not close enough to lob a nade up there. He does have his 3 teammates sat down below, and I think it's too important for him to kind of cover them inside the city. In the meantime, Shannon and Yan Lee are looking up towards the teams above, so you'd have to imagine that maybe Xavier's going to make a play towards the north. Having said that now, well, the rotation is coming over on the other side, and FaZe is going to be the receiver of a full team pushing his way. First one falls, Gustav goes immediately after, but a lot of damage coming through from FaZe.
A lot of damage, and just barely missing out on the knock. There you go, Diggory will find another one, and just like that, Theraton 5 is taken down. Their dreams of a top 8 finish.
Where's Xavier in this?
Taken out, and look at the GEX. They find the angle. And look at the there. I think we just saw maybe 5 points behind the 8th place cut line.
Yeah, placement points going to, unfortunately for GX, also 22 for as long as Skyzera is able to stay alive. As long as he's in it, GEX needs the kill points in order to come out victorious. And right now, well, they've got a few. They've still got all 4 up and alive. And for Tiamba as well, with Donuts out, with Polish Power out, every single team they outlast in this final game is one step closer to, well, at least more games in the Grand Survival. Can't be too sure. Thank you, SSR.
No. Yeah. Diligent play there from SSR.
Gotta make sure.
You always want to check, as they are fairly certain that they have complete control over this north side now, and they have a nice little hill to work with. All 4 remaining teams, I guess, if you're GEX, all inside the city as Gizera staring at the wall.
Not in a hurry. Have you ever watched paint dry? I think that's what Gizera is doing right now. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be the case for much longer. 1 minute to go until the circle's going to start closing in, and he will be forced to make a move in one direction or another. He's got either the 2-man of Expendables on the west side or the 3-man Sonics and 3-man Tianba on the east. Thing is, Gizera did take down a Luminosity member before. So maybe Tiggleton, maybe actually all the city teams are aware that there's still snakes sat inside this building.
Yeah, you see actually Shrimsy.
They're looking this direction.
They're looking this direction, yeah. And yeah, they're smoking that off. They are definitely aware that there's somebody in that building. As Gizera just waiting for the opportune moment. Now, Dutchusen 777 still alive on the other side, so if he doesn't push into Sonics, that's what he's going to have to push into. Is Tiamba peeks around. Yep, this is what he's going to have to do. He knows that Sonics knows he's there, but maybe he'll take his luck with the Expendables, who aren't looking this direction.
The circle shifts away from Gizera, but right into the open arms of GEX. They're there, ready and waiting for the circle to come in their direction. 777, he's heard the footsteps. He closes the door now to try and isolate angles. Has one outside. Flashbang comes out. Gonna spot him. Nate, that's almost on point. A lot of damage coming through with it. He jumps out. He gets him as well. I thought he was going to go down because the vehicle blocked off the exit, but no. 777 with the nade thrown forward. Audio cues kind of muffled for a second, allows him to vault on out, and he takes him down. So now GEX just a couple of points away from losers bracket 2.
Oh man, this is big sweaty time for 22. As Sonics try to push up through the smoke wall. GEX trying to find an angle. Xavier is going to get the first knock on a 77. That might open up a door here for Sonics to push through.
GX are going to win this game.
They should.
You'd have to imagine. I mean, depends on how much damage comes through onto Tiamba. Of course, with what, like 2 already down. Unless if Sonics comes through this one without taking any casualties, and then a good push from Expendables and Sonics at the same time, that could change things. But if not, then I would not imagine that to be the case. Let's see. One comes through. That's a shotgun straight to the chest. You don't survive those.
Yeah, Sonic's not wasting any time knowing exactly where that man was. Send it right up in, take him out. 3 strong for Sonics. Tong, the last one up for Tiamba. But points are starting to get taken off the board for GEX, and I think they realize that they're sending Xavier towards the center of the circle.
I mean, placement points alone from here, should they come away with the win, even if they technically didn't get any kills, which that would be a hard win to earn. they should be all right, but I'm liking the fact that they still have Saber push up proactively. Now kills coming on the other side as well. This could not play more in the favor of the team that is currently on the cusp of that top 8 spot. Oh, the nades are on point. They're all going down to them. And that is Sonic's out in 4th. And that should be with a tie now, unless if everything goes wrong here for GEX. That should be them through to losers bracket, to 1 more point needed as they're currently tied.
And SSR is going to spot out just a little bit of 777. The grenade comes through. 777 hits the spray, but the grenade's going to find him again as SSR is just hitting all types of utility right here. Yanli will get taken down, but this should be Gex winning the final game and securing their spot with authority.
You can see on their faces, they're all looking to each other. Did we do it? Did we do it? Did we do it? Yes, indeed, they did. They're through to losers bracket 2. What an effort from GEX. A beneficial shift in the end of it to go north, but they had to make the active plays to get to that position to begin with. They keep Xavier up on the hillside to lock down the north and come out victorious in the end of it.
Playing those western hills, hanging out on top of the western hills, never committing to the city, waiting to see what the circle decides to show them and landing the shots when they needed to. Fantastic stuff from GEX, but there's the Expendables. We've got a lot of teams that are going to be celebrating tonight, Toby, but we've got a few teams that are going to be commiserating, not the least of which is Luminosity Gaming.
What a hell of a way to start off this game too. I mean, Gen G down to 1, Asura with the river play, with the ocean play, trying to make his way on through. But that is the final cast for Poro and I. We're going to throw it back to the desk for one more time here before the end of the day comes to us.
And one more important opportunity for GEX, and they are able to achieve it here. They're going to be able to bounce into top 8 from that one after what was initially what I thought was going to be crazy circles. It turned out to be a bit of a lull in the mid-game, and then this occurs in the start.
A lull in the mid-game is still a crazy circle, but this game perfectly represents what we've been seeing this entire Losers 1, where winners is about who are the best teams performing right now, and losers, it's all about who are the teams that are stepping up to the challenge and who is going to fold. And we see from GEX, they were out of it, stepping up. Even Asura for Gen G doing his best to step up. USG getting a full spray down to the Petrichor Road. These teams are stepping up.
I will say that obviously there's going to be a lot of talk about Luminosity Gaming. They actually played to win this game. If we go all the way back to the very beginning, they wanted to camp the rotates of Gen G. They wanted to wipe them out early. Unfortunately for them, we got this kind of circle, James, and that really was not ideal for a lot of teams, especially when you're trying to just scrap a pull and try and fight your way through. A city finish like Primorsk is not going to be the place for it.
So many scrappy occurrences. The nade from Asura after he's allowed to get to make landfall against GEX. Even that stairs situation against 22, LG could not catch a break.
Yeah, just looking at these final moments. I can't remember the last time we saw a game end this close to Primorsk.
I was really hoping for a full Primorsk ending, but we had the circle 3 shift, and I'm like, oh. But there you go.
Big for them, isn't it? Right,
Absolutely.
like very last game. Those are always the fun fantasy moments that we can have in PUBG, where it comes down to that last game. You get a winner, GEX. They were not in top 8. They were just on the precipice. They come home strong, though. They had good positions out towards the western side of Primorsk, played the hills well, pushed up when they thought it was maybe going to go up north. We saw it go on to T5. Then it pushed back into Primorsk. They held their positions, good splits, good hold, good space, and then they get rewarded.
18 points for them, and after constantly looking at this match leaderboard here throughout Loser Bracket 1, we're constantly seeing them in that 4th place. 5th place, 4th place, 5th place, and with the cumulative points as well as kills. But now they actually hit it home. They hit the bullseye at the very end, and that pushes them into top 8. They've got to be ecstatic with that here, Cameron, considering it now gives them another opportunity. It's going to be a difficult one to be top 4 in the next round, but there they are.
There they are, top 8. Megapop fall to 8th place, GEX overtakes them, and 22 Esports fall out. We said at the previous desk, right? The gap between 8th and 9th place looked a bit tentative, but seriously, GEX stepped up.
It's interesting when you kind of look at the placement points. 22 Esports, they had 32 placement points. The next best was actually first place Petrichor Road. That means 22 Esports had the second most amount of placement points. Kills let them down in the end. We saw that obviously when SGD pushed into them, wiped out half the squad, right? And that made it really difficult. So I think that's something that 22 Esports will look back at going into Grand Survival, though. It does mean I actually think that they are a team that could end up getting a win in the Grand Survival because they've got good survivability skills.
And on that note, just going back to the Gen G Luminosity situation, Luminosity unfortunately are going home. They are not going to be attending any more of the games here, but Gen G, with that effort by Asura, only get one round, one attempt.
All right, here is what we're looking at for the lower bracket participants. We have 8 teams from that winner's bracket going to be playing things out against the 8 teams from the top of the bracket you just watched over the last 2 days. And we watched the winner's bracket. It was excellent. It was stacked. It was a lot of Navi and a lot of Twisted Minds. But here, with this bracket 2 coming up, this is actually another stacked lobby.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Cerberus New Happy for me stand out here for what they've been able to achieve back in the winners bracket, but also in their group stage performances too. Both times just sort of right on that cutoff position. So they're the 2 that I'd be looking at as being, in contention for a top 4 spot. And that's the reminder, right? There's only 4 spots available from this group in losers bracket 2 to actually head to the grand final. So you don't have many opportunities.
I'm just imagining all these teams, especially ones that were just outside the cutoff like GEX and Big Apa, saying, oh my god, thank god, we made it through. We're in the top 8. They then look over and see this list. It's like, oh, we're not done. It starts tomorrow. We have to play against these monsters. We don't get any break at all.
I think when you look at this as well, and especially the last 2 games, one of the smartest things I feel like I saw was the Sonic's manipulation of what was going on Erangel. This gives them the easy potential, easy push away from SGD. They did not make the group, so now they will have that central location to try and stake their claim at a top 4.
And this is where Sonics really need to, I'm going to say it again, put up or shut up. Right? They are getting a lot of flack, rightfully so, because of the constant failure at contesting this middle position. They're going to get it for free. So if they do not perform here, it's going to be a complete, inarguable mark on this roster.
Unless Overpeakers decides to troll, but that's probably not going to happen. So, what a way to finish things off. I mean, today, Xenox, every game has had crazy moment after crazy moment, and we have it in the last game as well.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything about that last game was crazy, from the plane path to the circle to the bridge camp from Buriram on to Gen G to Azura coming up clutch. I mean, obviously has struggled a little bit this tournament, it has been said, but then comes up big, wins that fight 1v1 deep in the blue, makes the rotation all the way into Primorsk as well. LG, as I said, they wanted to come out and win this game. They went for the camping of the rotates of Gen G. Unfortunately, again, the circle didn't pay out for them. They then went to Ferry Pier, and then they had to go to Primorsk. They had good positions. I generally thought they were going to be in a position to survive well into the late game, but it just kept moving away from them all that little bit, so they had to push with it. Didn't work out. They tried though. I think that's at least one thing you can salvage from it. Still last place. It's still a disaster, and I can't imagine that we will see the same 4 for LG again. Well, I'm going early on that one.
Well, we will see. We will see. Thank you very much, gentlemen, here for the lower bracket. It has been fantastic to watch these games play out. Now time to head over to listen to an interview with our players moving through into that upper bracket.
Thanks, Kylaris, and only Kylaris. He didn't pay me to say that. Here we are. We are at the end of loser bracket 1, and what a day we had. That was absolutely incredible. I have a bunch of players we get to chat to now. I'm very excited. First up, of course, that #1 spot, Petrichor Road. What did you think of the games today, Axlef?
今天打5个比赛，今天觉得怎么样呢？
就感觉比小组赛之前的表现就一天比一天在变好，所以说心情还是蛮开心的。
I'm really happy that I was able to play better than my group stage B, and I'm really happy that we got the win today.
You now move to loser bracket 2. Who do you think is your biggest competition in that bracket?
现在去苏子赛第2轮，那你觉得哪一个队最强烈呢？
还是 New Happy 吧，我们一直会把它就是定为就是第一跟我们的竞争对象。
I still think New Happy is our biggest rivals because they're a strong opponent.
Final question. What did you think of the circle in the last game at the start? It was kind of crazy, right?
那最后的一场的圈你觉得怎么样呢？ 有一点疯了吧？
我们好像在那个2圈刷的时候，之前就已经被 USG 灭掉了。
They got killed by USG on the second circle, so they didn't really get to see the circle afterwards.
Fair enough, fair enough. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to say goodbye to you now. Well done. Prep for tomorrow. Head on out. And now, let's call in Bega Papa's player because they are obviously in 8th place. So thank you. You can head on out. I'm waiting for the other player now to come our way. We're going to swap it out. We're all good. Moving in to 8th place, right there at the last minute, making it through into the winner's bracket to... We've got a microphone here for you. Don't you worry, translator as well. First question, at what moment did you realize you had qualified into loser bracket 2? At what moment did the team realize they had qualified for loser bracket 2?
게임하는 중간에 어떨 때 팀들이 자기들이 이제 8위 위로 올라갔다는 거를 느끼셨나요?
투투 선수들이 다 죽었다는 거를 봤을 때 8등이라고 생각했습니다.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to do that question. I think your translator is just getting very excited with all the cameras in front of us. You can't see them at home, but it's quite busy behind the scenes. If you can ask him to give the answer one more time.
다시 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있나요?
다시 말해달라고요? 투투 선수들이 다 죽은 거를 보고 저희가 이제 8등으로 올라갔다고 생각했습니다.
After the team 22 was eliminated, we were sure that that we were over over the qualification. Yes.
Theo's got some fans in the mix shouting in the background. What was the team's reaction when they found out that they had qualified?
그 확정되게 됐다는 걸 알았을 때 팀들의 리액션은 어땠나요?
저희가 마지막 라운드를 실수를 좀 많이 해가지고 그 부분에 있어서 보완해서 내일 잘하자라고 했던 것 같아요. 리액션보다는.
Rather than celebrating with the reaction, we were just talking about how they overcame the difficulties they had over the last game.
Final question for you. What is the game plan going into tomorrow?
내일의 게임 플랜이 어떻게 되시나요?
오늘 못했던 것들을 조금 보완해가지고 사실 하던 대로 똑같이 할 것 같아요.
We'll do just as we did today. Nothing special.
Nothing special, but you did qualify for loser bracket 2. I think that's kind of special. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to head on off the stage. And now we're bringing in a player from a team that made all the difference here. GEX. We just need someone to give the translator a mic. There we go. We're going to roll it over the floor. This is a fun time. It's chaos here, and you saw it. It was chaos in game, chaos here, because all the fun is continuing. Everyone's very excited. Loser bracket 2 qualifications happening right now. You were out of the top 8, and in that final game, you were able to make it happen. Walk us through that last fight. What was the plan, and how were you able to qualify?
就最后一把之前，你们都是在第8名之后的排名嘛，但是直到最后一把吃了一把鸡，然后就到了第8名以上的排名，是什么原因能够得到这个排名？
因为最后一把我们知道我们排名只缺了7分嘛，那我们前面相对打保守一点，然后前面有看到资讯，就是我们第8名的掉了2个人，所以我们信心大增，对。
So we knew that we are on the behind at the very beginning, so we choose to play in a very conservative way until we know that we are behind for like 7 score in the last game, so we would like to be more aggressive for the rest of the match.
Were you thinking about that qualification spot in the final fight, or were you just focusing on trying to get through the final game? I'm going to repeat the question really quickly here. I asked him, were you thinking about the qualification spot when you were in the final fight, or was your focus purely in-game, the team's focus?
最后一把的时候，你是预期到自己会晋级到明天的 losers bracket 吗？还是你就是进最后一把游戏当中你才知道这个结果？
进最后一把游戏当中，就是游戏最后一把打完才确定自己会晋级。
I was known barely the last moment of the last game.
So that was it. The last moments of the game was when they realized they had qualified to the loser brackets. Last question, going into tomorrow, who do you think is your biggest competition within loser bracket 2?
这个问题就是你觉得明天losers bracket 第二天第二个阶段最警戒的对手是谁？
我觉得所有对手都要警戒，对，每个都不容小觑。
I think we should be aware of all the teams in the losers bracket stage 2. So yes, that's why.
That's a smart answer. That's what a winning team says. Well done. Thank you so much. And thank you to you watching at home. I hope you had fun. It was absolute chaos here at the end. Even more chaos with the interviews. The games were chaotic. Everything was insane. We also unfortunately say goodbye to our first team at the PUBG Global Championships. But tomorrow, Winners Bracket 2 begins. Even more PUBG action. We'll see you then.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, yeah, we out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild. Eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless and so ruthless. New phone, who this? No reply to excuses. Got no back, man, I'm toothless. Living a lie and the truth is. Got this power, bringing it, play my anthem, singing it every month and ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Strapped, I'm back like never before, taking my final form. Yo, it's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. For the revolution. Watch. Waiting on the revolution. Come in, come in. If you wanna come and get some. Yo, nothing we can't overcome. Running, running. Sure as we rise with the sun. We wanna rise and become stunning, stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming. Wait, wait, coming, coming. Wait, wait, coming, coming. Just you wait, just you wait. Yo, 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 yo. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. Yo, and I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose.